Chapter 268. Clap. 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 The response to Shui Wuhan was a few loud claps. Of course, Yi Qinghan was not afraid. He was not afraid at all. Instead, he was watching Shui Wuhan's performance as if he was watching a clown. What was he afraid of? Lu Shi was in the Freedom Pavilion and could appear at any time. In fact, when he entered this place, he had already used one of the 3 chances that Lu Shi had given him. He wanted Lu Shi to protect all the people in the House of Aries. Lu Shi agreed readily, so he had no worries at all. As for Shui Wuhan's strength, he didn't care about it at all. After watching the performance, he clapped his hands in satisfaction. He didn't care about Shui Wuhan anymore. Instead, he looked at Man Gan and let out a long sigh. Man Gan. I haven't seen you for more than 5 years. I always thought that you would change after the incident at the Nether Island. Sigh. I didn't expect that you are still so useless. A mere Shui Wuhan is enough to make you so afraid? How are you going to lead the barbarians in the future? How are you going to conquer the hearts of the barbarian girls? Yi Qinghan's words and Yi Qinghan's attitude had obviously aroused the interest of everyone present. After understanding Shui Wuhan's strength, he could still be so relaxed and continue to tease them calmly. Could it be that he had something to rely on? As for Yi Qingyu, Yi Qinggu, and Yu Qingcheng, their eyes flashed with a trace of fascination. Did you see that? This was their man, the extraordinary man in the world, the one and only Yi Qinghan, who could remain calm even when the mountains were pressing down on him. I'm very puzzled. Isn't it just 12 worms? Why are you so afraid? Although it seems that these worms were fed with a little poison, in my opinion, they can be easily killed. Yi Qinghan casually looked around and gently touched the freedom ring on his hand. A black weapon that was more than 1 meter long appeared in his hand out of nowhere. It was neither a sword nor a saber, but an iron ruler. He waved it in the air a few times and held it with one hand. He pointed it at Shui Wuhan and said, "Come on, Shui Wuhan, let me see how many of my attacks you can block with what you have learned in the Divine City." Wow! Space ring. What is this black weapon? It seems very imposing. Interesting. It seems that the famous Yi Qinghan also has some tricks up his sleeve. However, can he defeat Shui Wuhan? I don't think so. Even the demon chicken and Tu Hei were instantly killed by Shui Wuhan. What could Yi Qinghan do at such a young age? Shui Wuhan killed demon chicken and black butcher instantly. What can Yi Qinghan do at such a young age? Yi Qinghan's sudden display of power caused the crowd to exclaim softly. They all knew about the space ring. Even the leaders of their factions had a few of them. However, the people present did not have a share. At this moment, when Yi Qinghan suddenly took out a strange weapon from the space ring, they could not help but speculate. However, it was obvious that Shui Wuhan was too strong. No one had any confidence in Yi Qinghan. Oh. It seems that you have made some progress in the past few years? Well. If that's the case, then go to hell. I will take care of your woman for you. Shui Wuhan saw that Yi Qinghan suddenly showed such a move and pointed out that he had 12 worms. He could not help but feel a little shaken. He did not want to drag this on any longer. He decided to take action and kill Yi Qinghan first. Swish, 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 under Shui Wuhan's control, 10 rays of golden light broke out from the ground and attacked Yi Qinghan from different directions and angles. He believed that no matter how Yi Qinghan dodged, he would not be able to avoid the attacks of 10 golden-shelled worms. As long as one golden-shelled worm bit him, even a god would not be able to save him. Yi Qinghan didn't dodge. Although he had comprehended the law of space, and could vaguely determine the direction and trajectory of the 10 insects, he was 80% sure that he would be able to reach Shui Wuhan's side and stun him with his soul by relying on form displacement transposition. However, he did not dodge. He only narrowed his eyes and leaped into the sky. His body emitted a bewitching purple light, and the slaughter god blade in his hand slashed out countless strange blade lights. He chose to attack because he did not need to dodge. Although the golden-shelled worms were powerful and had been poisoned, one must not forget that golden-shelled worms were also living creatures with souls. It was obvious that the golden-shelled worms' souls were not as strong as a peak-stage Emperor realm martial artist. Hence, under the effect of his soul confusion, all 10 golden-shelled worms were hit. 7 styles of chasing wind, exterminating worm slash. Yi Qinghan's soul had already locked onto these 10 worms. Under the effect of his soul confusion, the 10 worms slowed down and started to fall to the ground. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He immediately unleashed a few streaks of green blade light and sliced the 10 worms in half. Although the golden-shelled worms had strong defenses and the slaughter god blade did not have a grade, even the Soul Emperor felt that this blade was a treasure. How could it be weak? Position swap. After Yi Qinghan swung his blade 10 times, he didn't stop for long. He immediately teleported and disappeared into thin air. At this moment, the 10 worms in the air were split into 2 halves. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, the halves slowly fell with the wind and landed on the ground. They were like 20 golden leaves that were blown away by the autumn wind. What's going on? This, impossible. Oh my god, it was obvious that Yi Qinghan's attack had stunned everyone present. They looked at the bodies of the golden-shelled worms on the ground for a while before looking at each other. They could not believe their eyes. Xue Wuhan was such a perverted worm that could instantly kill a peak-stage Emperor realm expert. He was a worm that could cause everyone present to freeze in fear. Yet, Yi Qinghan easily sliced it in half like he was cutting vegetables or slaughtering a pig? Impossible. Xue Wuhan could not believe it either. He blinked his gray and black eyes several times. He could not believe what he saw. He had been raising these worms for more than 20 years. They were faster than a peak-stage Emperor realm martial artist. Their defenses were strong enough to withstand multiple attacks from holy artifacts. Their attacks could easily kill a peak-stage Emperor realm expert. Yet, they were chopped up by Yi Qinghan just like that. However, he did not know that Yi Qinghan's spiritual confusion had caused these 10 worms to enter a state of dizziness. He also did not know that Yi Qinghan's slaughter god blade was actually so sharp. Yi Qinghan's slaughter god blade sliced his worms like tofu. However, in the next second, he suddenly woke up. Yi Qinghan had disappeared. He felt danger and quickly circulated his battle chi. He was prepared to escape. At the same time, he started to control the remaining 2 worms below him to rush towards him. However, before he could finish doing all this, he suddenly realized that Yi Qinghan had already appeared in front of him out of thin air. With a trace of a playful smile and a trace of purple light, he muttered to himself, "It's over." After that, he directly fainted. Yi Qinghan shook his head slightly. With a wave of his left hand, the slaughter god blade directly sliced the remaining 2 golden-shelled worms under Xue Wuhan's feet into 2 halves. After that, he single-handedly grabbed Xue Wuhan's neck and lifted him up. He spun him around so that Xue Wuhan's face was facing everyone. At this moment, it was as if Yi Qinghan was carrying a duck. It was extremely casual. After that, he shook his head again. He picked up the slaughter god blade and slashed at Xue Wuhan's stomach. The black blade ignored the holy artifact battle armor on Xue Wuhan's body and directly pierced into Xue Wuhan's stomach. Chi! The sound of a balloon leaking echoed in the quiet plaza. Xue Wuhan's dantian was directly pierced by Yi Qinghan. Countless amounts of battle chi mixed with Xue Wuhan's blood spurted out. The concentration of the heaven and earth essence energy in the Heavenly Road's main hall increased by 2 levels. After doing all this, Yi Qinghan sighed softly. He looked at everyone with a puzzled expression and said, "Why do I feel that this Xue Wuhan doesn't seem very powerful?" Chapter 269. Silence. Silence. The entire plaza was completely silent. Invakil was confused once again. Could it be that Xue Wuhan was really a noob? Was he just trying to scare them? Otherwise, how could he have been killed by this delicate and pretty young man, his insect, his cultivation base, and carried like a duck? Man Gon was afraid. He felt as if he had returned to Duanren Peak. As he stared at Yi Qinghan's calm smile, he could not help but feel a bone-piercing chill. The members of the demon clan were dumbfounded. They had heard that the son of the Holy Venerate had been killed by a young man from the House of Aries. They had heard that the young man carried a bewitching purple light and had a devilish smile. However, they never thought that this young man would be so powerful and terrifying. Xue Wuhan, who had killed their leader in a second, had been killed by him in a second. Feng Xiaoxiao smiled, Yu Rohua and Lu Longfei smiled. They were happy that the House of Aries had produced another peerless genius. However, their hearts were filled with jealousy at the same time. Why did peerless geniuses always come from the Yi family? Could it be that Sung City's feng shui was really that good? Yi Cheng was excited. His entire body trembled as if he was having an epileptic fit. He told himself to be calm, but his body still trembled involuntarily. Feng Zihua and Lu Longfei were excited. They had been saved once again. Yi Qinghan had once again carried a bewitching purple light with him. He had rescued them from a hopeless situation just like he had done at Duanren Peak. However, the few of them sighed in their hearts. It seemed that it was getting harder and harder to return this favor. Yi Qingyu was drunk. Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qinggu were drunk. They watched their brother and their man in such a domineering manner, so confident, so eye-catching, so dazzling. They were intoxicated. That young girl did not yearn for love. That young girl did not like their prince. He rode a white horse and brandished a long sword to rescue them from the demon's encirclement. Today, their man had arrived. He did not ride a white horse, but he had brought a domineering long sword and a beautiful purple light with him. He had successfully rescued them from a hopeless situation. Ah! A blood-curdling scream broke the silence. Xue Wuhan was awakened by a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, a sense of powerlessness all over his body, and a suffocating feeling caused by his neck being squeezed. When he realized that the cultivation he had painstakingly cultivated for more than 20 years had turned into nothingness, he let out a long howl of pain. It was a howl that pierced his heart and was incomparably miserable. Don't scream anymore. The more you scream, the faster your blood will flow. I say, young Master Xue, don't you have any other skills apart from screaming? Yi Qinghan tilted his ear and said in a disgusted tone. Impossible. Impossible. Yi Qinghan, how could you do this to me? How could you cut open my golden-shelled insect so easily? Impossible, I don't believe it, I can't accept it. Xue Wuhan waved his hands and legs in the air. It seemed like he wanted to beat Yi Qinghan crazily. However, when Yi Qinghan used more force, he felt a strong suffocating feeling again. His body also weakly drooped down. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at Yi Qinghan fiercely. It seemed like he wanted to tear him apart with his eyes. Why can't I do this to you? Humph. Have you ever wondered why you made me vomit blood with a single palm strike on Myolang Street? When you and Yi Qingquang and Yi Rong conspired to kill my sister, did you ever think about why? When you planted a hidden insect on me on the Netherworld Island, and almost killed me and hundreds of the elites of the House of Aries, did you ever think about why? Yi Qinghan sneered coldly. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking arc as he stared deeply at Xue Wuhang and continued, You've never thought about why, you've only thought about yourself. You've never considered that our Yi clan and your Xue clan are of the same lineage. You've forgotten that you're a member of the Battle God Manor, you've forgotten that you're a human and not a dog. Today, I am going to do justice for my sister, and for the disciples of the House of Aries who died on the Netherworld Island. I sentence you to death, immediately. After he finished speaking, Yi Qinghan squeezed his left hand. Before Xue Wuhan could explain, he directly crushed his neck. A series of cracking sounds were heard. Xue Wuhan's eyes were wide open in anger. His head hung down powerlessly. All the bones in his neck were crushed. Xue Wuhan, dead. Bang! Yi Qinghan waved his hand and threw Xue Wuhan's corpse in the direction of the Divine City's experts. It was as if he was throwing a piece of trash. It smashed on the ground with a loud bang, shocking the Divine City's experts, as well as the people of the demon race and barbarian race. At this moment, no one dared to fight with Yi Qinghan anymore. They all looked at him with fear. Yi Qinghan was too ruthless. He killed without hesitation. Moreover, Yi Qinghan was too strong. He could teleport. Although everyone was curious about this, no one dared to ask. Most importantly, since Yi Qinghan could make Xue Wuhan faint, he must have entered the Emperor realm. Rumor has it that his body fusion technique could instantly kill experts of the same realm. Moreover, he was least afraid of group battles. Lord, I'm very happy to see you return safely. And, since you're here, Man Gong believes that there's no longer any suspense about the ownership of the supreme treasure. I, Man Gong, represent the barbarian race to withdraw from this competition. And, these are the 18 treasures that the barbarian race has snatched. Ha! Lord, you can visit the barbarian race when you have time. I will definitely treat you well. Then, we'll be leaving first. The moment Man Gong saw Xue Wuhan's corpse, his body shrunk back, and he hastily retreated. At this moment, he no longer had any fighting spirit left in him. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. As long as Yi Qinghan was still alive, he didn't want to leave the barbarian god manor ever again. The people of the divine city have withdrawn. The supreme treasure belongs to young Master Yi. These are the 28 treasures that the divine city has snatched. Of course, the people of the divine city didn't dare to fight anymore. Their captain, Black 2, was dead. Xue Wuhan, who was stronger than Black 2, was also dead. What else could they use to fight? Although they knew that the God Lord would definitely punish them when they returned, they knew that if they dared to jump out now, Yi Qinghan wouldn't mind killing them on the spot. And, the demon race has also withdrawn. These are the 13 treasures that we have snatched. Let's go. The people of the demon race weren't fools. They quickly turned around and fled. Yi Qinghan's decisiveness in killing wasn't any worse than Xue Wuhan's. They didn't want to be bitten by an even more dangerous tiger after the death of a wolf. The people of the barbarian race's divine city and the demon race immediately rushed out of the heaven's path. The people of the hidden island didn't move. It wasn't that Yin Sha wanted to snatch the treasures. Yin Sha knew that the island lord of the hidden island had done a favor for the Yi family. Presumably, Yi Qinghan wouldn't make a move on the people of the hidden island. Swish. However, just as the people of the barbarian race's divine city and the demon race turned around and were about to rush out, a frail figure suddenly appeared in front of them along with a bewitching purple light. Chapter 270. Bam! 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 Yi Qinghan swung the slaughter god blade at the row of demons in front of him, who were in a daze. Then, he laughed and said, "It's not over yet. Don't be in a hurry to leave. At least let's see what the ultimate treasure of the fallen god mountain is, right?" What a joke. Yi Qinghan was not a fool. If he let them go now, he would definitely be hunted down by the entire continent. After all, once they left, the entire continent would think that he had taken the ultimate treasure of the fallen god mountain. Although the Yi family had a god-grade expert and Lu Shi would protect him, it was not good to be targeted by others all the time. He did not want an assassin to suddenly appear under his bed in the middle of the night. Therefore, he had a quick telepathic conversation with Lu Shi and decided to put on a show. "Ah, it's good to see it." Man Gong's expression changed when he saw that Yi Qinghan was going to attack again. He thought that Yi Qinghan had changed his mind. However, after hearing Yi Qinghan's words, he laughed awkwardly. "Young Master Yi, how dare we disobey your orders?" The demons were very straightforward. After all, they were the weakest team. All right. The people from the God City did not dare to say anything else and walked back helplessly. After a while, half an hour was finally up. Once again, there was a powerful aura in the hall. It was the aura of a god. Then, a mocking voice sounded. "Time's up. The ultimate treasure belongs to the person with the most treasures. Of course, whether you can get the ultimate treasure depends on your luck. I'm going now." A beautiful sword flickering with white light and a faint dragon chi circling around it slowly descended towards Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan's face lit up with joy. She immediately used form transposition and grabbed the sword in the air before descending slowly. He looked at the divine sword that was shining with divine light and had an extraordinary aura. Many people in the crowd had greedy looks on their faces. This was a legendary divine weapon. One should know that in the entire Fire Dragon continent, other than the city lord of the divine city and the king of the dark forest, no one else had such an item. With this item, one's attack power would increase by at least a few times. However, Yi Chang's face was filled with joy. His body trembled even more excitedly. The experts of the Yi family behind the Yi family all revealed proud expressions. This divine tool belonged to the Yi family. The Yi family had a divine tool. Moments later, their expressions changed. This was because they noticed that Yi Qinghan's expression had changed. It had become incomparably unsightly. Yi Qinghan actually treated the godly sword as trash. He threw it on the ground and cursed, "Senior, this isn't real. You tricked me." What was going on? Was Yi Qinghan crazy? He actually threw the divine sword on the ground? You're still saying it's fake? How could a divine artifact be fake? Look at the color, look at the divine light, look at the aura, one look and you can tell that it's not an ordinary item. Ah. Qinghan, what are you doing? Yi Chang became anxious. His expression quickly changed. He rushed over, picked up the long sword on the ground, and asked in confusion. Yi Qinghan did not answer. He just roared a few more times at the top of his head. He looked very angry. However, the guardian no longer made any sound. It was as if he had already left. After a long time, Yi Qinghan turned his head angrily and said helplessly, "Third uncle, this is fake. I also found one in the God-slaying mountain. If you don't believe me, use your battle chi and hit the sword." Huh? Yi Chang blinked his eyes. He raised his left hand in disbelief and gently patted the sword. Crack. The divine sword unexpectedly broke into two pieces, revealing a dark hollow hole in the middle. There was an uproar at the scene. They did not expect that the supreme treasure of the God-slaying mountain, which they had fought for thousands of years, would turn out to be a fake. Moreover, it seemed that there was more than one fake. The person who gets the most treasures will be victorious. You will have the opportunity to obtain the supreme treasure. Good luck. Of course, whether or not you can obtain the supreme treasure depends on your luck. Opportunity? Luck? At this time, everyone thought of what the guardian of the God-slaying mountain had said and began to guess secretly. Could it be that there were more of these swords? Only one of them is the real one. But where were the other swords? Where was the real sword? Of course, there were also a few people who looked at Yi Qinghan suspiciously. They looked at his black, strange-looking long sword. Could it be that this was the real sword? What are you looking at? Damn, I am so unlucky. Everyone, I am very ashamed. I am not in a good mood, so I have changed my mind. You can't go back like this. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and directly flew into a rage. However, he felt helpless. After all, he had suddenly appeared in the heavenly road square and was having fun. He even revealed the slaughter god blade and the unfettered ring. It would be strange if no one suspected him. At this moment, he could only try his best to divert everyone's attention and hope that they would not suspect him. Thus, he shouted in an extremely tyrannical manner. F***ck, when Yi Qinghan flew into a rage, man gone and the others were dumbfounded. This was not the way to play. Man gone was the first to panic. He did not want Yi Qinghan to chop off his other middle finger or his third leg. He immediately cried out, "Young Master Yi, this is not only my problem. You can vent your anger on us. I have elders and children to take care of. If I die, what will happen to my hundreds of wives? They can't live on their fingers and winter melons." That's right, Lord Yi, you are a magnanimous person. This is really not only our problem. Young Master Yi, you can't go back on your words. Moreover, we did not deal with the Yi family. In an instant, everyone hurriedly cupped their hands, bowed, and wiped their tears. They collectively begged. Qinghan, where it is possible to let people off, one should forgive them. Look, Yi Chang was also anxious. It was fine if the divine artifact was gone. At least Yi Qinghan had returned safely. Moreover, his strength had become so powerful. The Yi family would definitely be overjoyed when they heard this news. However, if Yi Qinghan killed everyone present, he would offend several forces. The Yi family would not have an easy time in the future. Since my third uncle has pleaded for mercy, then forget it. Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and opened his mouth. This caused everyone to be overjoyed. However, the next second, Yi Qinghan continued to speak, and their mood fell to the bottom. How about this? Leave all of your treasures behind. Anything that is a divine artifact and above, throw them all to me. Don't try to hide it. My mood has not recovered yet. If I find out, I will flip out. After you leave the treasures behind, all of you put your hands on your heads and form 3 rows. Line up properly and walk out. Make sure you are in a neat formation. I am not in a good mood. You all know that. Don't make me flip out. Plop, plop. As soon as Yi Qinghan finished speaking, many people at the scene immediately fainted and fell to the ground. The remaining people at the scene had black lines on their faces. This was too much. Chapter 271. Yi Tianlong was very anxious. The 3 consecutive changes to the God-slaying mountain had made him extremely flustered, and when he saw Yi Qingmyo constantly walking back and forth in front of his eyes, he became even more flustered. Qingmyo, don't walk back and forth, you're making my eyes go blurry. Yi Qingmyo was also very flustered, which was why he kept walking back and forth. However, at this moment, after being yelled at by Yi Tianlong, he did not dare to walk any further. He could only stare anxiously at the exit of the path of heaven, his emotions extremely complicated. Yuji, the wind, and the fragrance of flowers were also anxious, but they did not show it on their faces. Only their trembling hands under their robes betrayed their emotions. The 4 guards of the divine city were also anxious, and so were the experts of the demon race, barbarian race, and hidden island. Therefore, at this moment, everyone was looking at the exit of the path of heaven, waiting for the final outcome. Rumble. At this moment, the god-slaying mountain shook once again, attracting everyone's attention to the top of the god-slaying mountain. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the little divine pavilion suspended in midair at the top of the god-slaying mountain began to shake violently, emitting a loud noise. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, it suddenly disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just before the little divine pavilion completely disappeared, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from within the little divine pavilion. Then, hundreds of golden rays of light shot out from the little divine pavilion and shot in all directions of the god-slaying mountain at an incredible speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. What were those golden rays of light? Why did the little divine pavilion disappear? Feng Sisi was the first to let out a strange cry, her face full of shock and confusion. It seemed like countless swords. They flew in all directions of the continent. Yi Qingmyo's eyes bulged as he spoke uncertainly. What happened? Why did the little divine pavilion disappear? And why did countless swords shoot out? Just as everyone was in a state of confusion, an oppressive aura enveloped the entire foot of the god-slaying mountain. Then, a low voice rang out, dispelling everyone's doubts. The divine sword of the god-slaying mountain has appeared, the fated shall obtain it. The fated shall obtain it, obtain it. The low voice resounded through the sky, traveled into the distance, and spread throughout the continent, stunning everyone. The moment the little divine pavilion disappeared, in the spatial turbulence outside the flame dragon plane, a man with 2 horns suddenly opened his eyes and stood upright. He looked at the place where the little divine pavilion had disappeared for a long time, and then spoke faintly. After a long pause. After guarding it for millennia, the 12th divine sword has finally appeared. I can finally return. Ha! I believe Lord Blood King will definitely bestow me with the position of City Lord and a Divine General Divine Crystal once he learns of this news. Haha, ha. The tall man with two horns laughed wildly and flew towards the spatial turbulence, and finally and back, and disappeared into the spatial. Ye divine, and long, and forth. And forth. The woman in red sitting at the top of the castle once again put down the book in her hand and glanced in the direction of the god-slaying mountain. Her lips curled into a smile, and she whispered softly, Lu and forth, and of and forth, and they and ye and chen and ye and forth and. The pleasant voice broke the tranquility of the ancient castle, as if a pebble had been dropped into a calm lake and caused ripples. The pleasant voice broke the tranquility of the ancient castle, as if a pebble had been dropped into a tranquil lake, causing ripples. In the divine city, the door of the study of the God Master's residence was suddenly pushed open. Tu's eyes, one red and one black, were filled with coldness. He looked at the countless golden lights in the sky and yelled. He quickly gathered countless emissaries of the divine city and held a secret meeting. The entire divine city immediately became lively. Countless people in golden robes rushed out of the 4 gates of the divine city and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the dragon city, the 3 war gods came out of seclusion again. After a while, the countless soldiers and experts under Long Haofu rushed out of the dragon city in all directions. In the Yi family castle, Yi Baihu received Yi Ruoshui's telepathic message and quickly mobilized all the disciples of the Yi family. Countless horses rushed towards the south of the House of Aries. Luohua City, Drifting Snow City, Enchantment City, and West Wind City also moved out at the same time, searching everywhere. The Barbarian God Abode, Demon God Abode, and Hidden Island had countless experts rushing out at the same time. The entire continent was in chaos at the same time. Everyone was busy searching everywhere. They were all searching. The hundreds of golden lights that flew out from the fallen god mountain were all searching for the supreme treasure of the fallen god mountain. Get information. Put your hands behind your head. Don't look left and right. Move forward. 121, 121. Just as Yi Tianlong and the massacring god guards were shocked by the disappearance of the little god pavilion, the appearance of countless divine swords, and the voice of the god realm expert from the fallen god mountain, a young voice came from the entrance of the Heavens Road. When they involuntarily looked at the entrance of the Heavens Road, they were all dumbfounded. Their expressions were as if they had been struck by lightning. They saw 3 rows of people walking out from the entrance of the Heavens Road. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was, these 3 rows of people were all disheveled and in a sorry state. Their faces were full of shame. Their hands were behind their heads, as if they were a group of prisoners being paraded through the streets. What was going on? The massacring god guards were furious, the god-slaying guards were dumbfounded, the burning god guards were embarrassed, and the slaying god guards were confused, because the people at the front were all experts from the divine city. With one glance, they could clearly see that only less than half of the hundreds of experts from the divine city were left. Only less than half of the hundreds of experts from the divine city were left. Moreover, the treasured weapons and saint weapons that they had brought with them when they left were all gone. Behind the divine city were the experts from the demon race. They also did not have any weapons or armors. They also had their hands behind their heads, and they had the same embarrassed and awkward expressions. This almost caused the experts from the demon race to go berserk. Behind them were the barbarian race. When the barbarian race saw that the bald man gone was currently naked and only had a red underwear on, he walked in front with an expression as if his father had died. Some of them fainted. The remaining people had extremely gloomy expressions. They wished they could dig a hole and hide in it. What? Their young patriarch had come out twice, and both times he had been stripped naked and left with only his underwear? As for the few old fellows from the hidden island, just as they were about to suffer the same blow, they realized that the people of the hidden island had walked out in an orderly manner. Their expressions were very relaxed and even somewhat proud, as if they were proud that they had not suffered the same humiliation. Get into formation. Put your hands behind your head. Don't look left and right. Walk forward. 121, 121, don't force me to flip out. When Yi Tianlong heard this voice again, his entire body began to tremble. Yi Qingniu's eyes bulged so much that they seemed to fall to the ground. Yu Ji's lips also began to tremble. Feng Sisi and Hua Xiang looked at the back of the group with incomparable shock. The army of the House of Aries was in high spirits. They were waving at them with flushed faces. It was as if they were an army that had won a great battle and were being welcomed by their fellow countrymen. Chapter 272. Alright, that's enough. Everyone is dismissed. Go back to your homes and find your mothers. Everyone, we will meet again. Yi Qinghan held the slaughter god blade in his left hand and rested it on his shoulder. His face was full of smiles as he waved at the people in front of him. It was as though he was telling them that he was in a good mood and that they were all safe now. When the elites from the various factions heard Yi Qinghan's words, they felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They quickly dispersed and headed back to their respective camps as fast as they could. However, when they saw the old fellows from their respective camps looking at them with ashen faces, they felt as if they couldn't wait to slap them to death. Only then did they slow down their footsteps. They lowered their heads shyly and began to beg for forgiveness. Qinghan greets grandfather, elder Green Bull, and all the seniors. Yi Qinghan brought Yi Qingyu, Yu Qingsheng, and Yi Qingwu along with the rest of the troops as they walked towards Yi Tianlong and the rest with a smile. Yi Tianlong and the rest looked like they wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. Their trembling hands made Yi Qinghan very emotional. It seemed like Yi Tianlong really cared about this grandson of his. 5 years ago, when he had been attacked by demons, he had paid a huge price to save Yi Qingyu, and now, he had done so much for him. These were all things that he was willing to call him grandfather. Good, very good. It's good that you're back. Little Han, I'm very happy that you've returned safely. I'm very happy, very happy. Yi Tianlong's voice was a little choked up as he raised his hands slightly. However, he realized that his hands were trembling slightly, so he put them down embarrassedly. His face was flushed red as if he had become 10 years younger. Little Han, you brat, good, very good. I like you so much. Ha. I'm going to hold a banquet in Yi family's castle. I'll set up 100, no, 1,000 tables, haha. Yi Qingniu was beaming with joy as his hands and feet danced wildly. He was extremely excited and happy. The guilt he had been feeling for the past 5 years was finally released. His entire body was relaxed and happy. Young Master Han, I'm very pleased that you've returned safely. Do you think we should go to the Yu family to propose marriage? Yu Ji was full of smiles. The Yu family had just experienced a joyous event, and it seemed like another joyous event was about to happen. Old Long, your family's genius youth really makes us blush with shame. The wind blew gently, and when she saw that the disciples of the various clans were fine, she was in a good mood. Although they did not know what had happened in the God-slaying mountain, they could tell from the details of the scene just now that the experts of the demon race and the barbarian race had been beaten so miserably. It seemed to have something to do with Yi Qinghan. However, at the same time, they were very confused. The people who entered the Luotian mountain this time were all Emperor Realm experts. Moreover, there were many peak Emperor Realm experts. 5 years ago, Yi Qinghan was still a level 1 martial realm martial artist. After staying in the Luotian mountain for 5 years, not only did he not die, but his strength had also skyrocketed. Breaking through 2 realms in 5 years? This was simply inconceivable. One had to know that it was easy to reach the peak of the Duke realm, but it was extremely difficult to break through to the Emperor realm. Could it be that both Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu had obtained the divine crystal? Breaking through directly without needing to comprehend? What just happened? Yi Tianlong calmed himself down and turned his head to Yi Chang, secretly transmitting his voice. At the same time, the grand elders of the various clans also transmitted their voices to their respective clan leaders. There had been several changes in the God-slaying mountain, as well as hundreds of beams of golden light flying out from the God-slaying mountain. They needed to know the exact information as soon as possible in order to make the right decision. Yi Qinghan, come out. Just as the supreme elders of the various clans roughly understood the situation, a furious roar came from the camp on the left, startling everyone. When they looked in the direction of the voice, they saw the massacre god guards flying in the air with furious expressions, roaring in their direction. Humph humph. Yi Tianlong snorted and leaped to the front of the group. He didn't even have to bow and cup his hands. Instead, he directly said, Massacre God Guard, why did you call my grandson? The Massacre God Guard's unrestrained roar clearly caused the experts of the House of Aries to have a change in expression. They all glared at the Massacre God Guard. However, the Massacre God Guard had always represented the powerful man in the divine city in the Fire Dragon continent. He had accumulated his authority for a long time, so no one had any special reaction. As for Yi Qinghan, he smiled coldly and stared at the Massacre God Guard without showing any signs of weakness. There was a peak heavenly god residing in the unfettered pavilion within the unfettered ring. Why would he be afraid of a puny Saint Realm expert? On the other hand, Yu Qingsheng and Yi Qingwu looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly. The Massacre God Guards were bellowing so aggressively. It was obvious that they were looking for trouble. Yi Qingyu just looked at the Massacre God Guard with disgust. In her pure heart, anyone who was rude to her brother was a bad person, and bad people had to be despised. Humph. Yi Tianlong, it's none of your business. Yi Qinghan, you are so impressive. You actually dared to kill people from our divine city? You even stole hundreds of treasured artifacts and over 10 sacred artifacts from our divine city. You are very daring, aren't you? Does your Yi family want to become enemies with the divine city? The Massacre God Guard snorted and said with an unfriendly expression. The divine city had suffered a huge loss this time. Not only did Black Tu and Xue Wuhan die, but more than half of the hundreds of experts also died. Even the treasured artifacts and sacred artifacts that were bestowed by the Divine Master were stolen by Yi Qinghan. Ever since the Divine City was established, they had never suffered such a crushing defeat. If they were to return with their tails between their legs, the Massacre God Guard wouldn't know how to answer to the Divine Master Tuesday. Therefore, the Massacre God Guard was infuriated. He had to demand an explanation for the Divine City's dignity and unparalleled status. Yi Qinghan had stolen the treasures of the Divine City and acted so arrogantly. Naturally, he became the punching bag for the Massacre God Guard to regain his dignity. Massacre God Guard, you are exaggerating. Yi family definitely doesn't have such intentions. The Massacre God Guard's words were very harsh, and Yi Tianlong naturally didn't dare to reply. Become enemies with the Divine City? What a huge hat. No one, not a single person, not a single clan would dare to wear this hat. Haha, before Yi Tianlong could finish speaking, Yi Qinghan, who was behind him, laughed crazily. His laughter was filled with undisguised disdain and mockery. The arrogant laughter obviously caused the Massacre God Guard's expression to turn cold, and his killing intent soared. Meanwhile, the House of Aries' expression turned awkward and vexed. Why is this kid so insensible? Does he really think that he is unparalleled in the world now? Meanwhile, the people from Hidden Island, the barbarian race, and the demon race looked as though they were watching a good show. At the same time, they felt a trace of admiration for Yi Qinghan's arrogance. In the Fire Dragon continent, who would dare to laugh so arrogantly and crazily in front of the 4 guards of the Divine City? Yi Qinghan let out a long laugh and shook his head at Yi Tianlong as though he didn't need to say anything. He took a step forward, puffed out his chest, and stood proudly. He said slowly to the Massacre God Guards, I'm not afraid of you. He said to the Massacre God Guard, Massacre God Guard, right? I am very puzzled. I seem to have only killed one person, right? This person seems to be the young master of the Xue family, a traitor of the House of Aries. Furthermore, the House of Aries had also issued a must-kill order to pursue Xue Wuhan. I am very puzzled. When did the traitor of the House of Aries become a member of the Divine City? Did he disguise himself? Or did the Divine City intentionally protect him? Chapter 273. In other words, even if I killed them, what crime did I commit? Just now on the Heavens Road, the people from the Divine City killed many people from the hidden island of the demon race, barbarian race, and they also killed many people from the Divine City? Why can they kill them? Why can't I kill them? Only the officials are allowed to set fires, but the commoners are not allowed to light lamps? What kind of logic is this? As for the treasure that you mentioned, that's even more of a joke. Since I can kill people, then I can definitely snatch the treasure. Actually, I can totally kill them all and keep the treasure. Of course, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. I'm not a butcher, and I don't want to kill too many people. So, God Slayer Guard, you are not here to question me, but to thank me for not killing them all. The youth's loud and clear voice reverberated around the foot of the fallen god mountain. Every word was powerful and resonant. Countless people present were collectively speechless. What a sharp-tongued man. His words were polite, righteous, and reasonable, making it impossible for anyone to refute him. Good, good. Very good. The God Slayer Guard wanted to say something and refute him. However, he didn't know how to refute him. He could only tremble in anger and point at Yi Qinghan 3 times. He couldn't remember how many years it had been since someone spoke to him like this. The few old fellows from the House of Aries cheered in their hearts. Yi Qinghan had done something that they didn't dare to do. However, they couldn't express it on their faces. Instead, they looked worriedly at Yi Qinghan's frail body. They had a complicated look in their eyes as they silently thought about how to deal with this situation, what would happen later, and how to handle it. The old fellows from the hidden island of the barbarian race and demon race looked even more playful. The Divine City's overbearing and arrogant behavior had long made the entire continent unhappy, but no one dared to stand out. Now that someone was going against the God Slayer Guard, they were happy to watch a good show. However, they were very puzzled. Why was this youth from the House of Aries so abnormally powerful, but his words were also so sharp? The atmosphere gradually became tense and oppressive. This was the first time the God City's dignity was being challenged in front of everyone. Everyone wanted to see what the Massacre God Guards would do to redeem the God City's dignity that had been trampled on time and time again. However, what they did not expect was that the Massacre God Guard did not fly into a rage again. Instead, he sighed and said, I don't care about killing people, but you must hand over the treasures of the Divine City. Otherwise, if the Divine Master gets angry, it will be hard for your Yi family to explain. Yi Tianlong, I will give you face. Hand over the treasures, and this matter will be over. The Massacre God Guard rolled his eyes a few times and realized that he had done something very stupid. It was publicly acknowledged that people could fight within the God-slaying mountain. Whoever died or was defeated outside of the God-slaying mountain was not a big deal. Now that he was in front of the experts from the 3 hidden constabularies, he could not really kill Yi Qinghan. Otherwise, he would be breaking the blood oath. Moreover, the House of Aries and the House of Aries would definitely not allow him to make a move. Therefore, he was in a difficult position. However, he could not be blamed for being stupid and impulsive. After all, the Divine City had never suffered such a crushing defeat in the past thousands of years and had never been slapped in the face like this. Furthermore, the Divine Master had placed great importance on the treasure hunt at the God-slaying mountain. Therefore, he was anxious and impulsive. He wanted to regain some face and face. However, he did not expect that this harmless-looking youth who was always smiling would not give him any face. He was so unyielding. Therefore, after some consideration, he decided to take a step back and give the Yi family a way out, as well as a way out for himself. After all, if he fought with Yi Tianlong in a barbaric manner, it would definitely cause a strong backlash from the House of Aries. If something happened, he would not be able to explain to the Divine Master. Yi Tianlong quickly sent a voice transmission to Yi Qingmiu and Yi Qinghan. After all, the God-slaying guards represented the Divine City and that powerful Baldi. They could not give face to the God-slaying guards, but they could not disregard the Divine Master-slaying guards. Therefore, after a short while, Yi Tianlong decided to give in. However, just as he was about to speak, 3 voice transmissions were heard in his ears at the same time. 3 voice transmissions came from different places. Yi Tianlong, I am the island master of the hidden island. Don't hand it over. If the god-slaying guards dare to attack later, the people from the hidden island will help. I will speak to your patriarch. Yi Tianlong, I am the sword emperor of the battle god. Don't hand over the treasures. If anything happens, the house of Aries will help the Yi family. Sky Dragon, I am Yi Ruoxue. Don't hand over the treasures, but be polite. We will handle the rest. The 3 voice transmissions came from 3 different places: Hidden Island, Dragon City, and Yi family's castle. However, the meaning of the 3 voice transmissions was obvious. They wanted Yi Tianlong to be stubborn to the end. If you don't hand over the treasures and want to fight, then fight. Yi Tianlong's expression changed multiple times. He did not understand why the battle god, the island master of the hidden island, and Yi Ruoxue were doing this. Could they be preparing to start a war with the divine city? However, Yi Tianlong did not dare to think too much. He gritted his teeth and said, I am sorry. This was obtained through the blood oath of the 3 prefectures. The Yi family did not violate the blood oath. Therefore, I represent the Yi family to reject. Reject? Yi Tianlong's words caused an uproar. They thought that since the god-slaying guards had given the Yi family a way out, Yi Tianlong would definitely give in. After all, this was equivalent to slapping the divine city lord's face. Was the Yi family going to start a war with the divine city? Good, good, good. I did not expect that Yi Tianlong and your grandfather and grandson have the same temper. Very good. The god-slaying guard was so angry that he laughed. There was no other way. Since they refused to give in, he had to start a war for the dignity of the divine city and himself. Otherwise, how would he be able to show his face in the Fire Dragon continent in the future? The god-slaying guard slowly circulated his chi, and his aura started to soar. The other 3 god-slaying guards also rapidly rose into the sky and circulated their battle chi. The divine city's 4 guards were one. Slapping the god-slaying guard's face was equivalent to slapping the 4 god-slaying guards' faces. Furthermore, the god-slaying guards were the leaders of the 4 guards. Since the god-slaying guards had decided to make a move, they could only brace themselves and do it. The 7 sage realm experts from the divine city of war turned extremely solemn when they saw the 4 guards of the divine city flying into the sky at the same time. They took a big step forward and protected the emperor realm experts from the divine city of war, as well as Yi Qinghan and the others. Furthermore, they circulated their battle chi secretly and were prepared to make a move at any time. For thousands of years, there had only been 4 god-slaying guards. They had never increased or decreased in number. However, they knew that the 4 god-slaying guards were actually stronger than dozens of sage experts. This was because they knew a combination attack that could multiply the 4's attack power by several times. Therefore, the 4 god-slaying guards would either not make a move, or they would be invincible once they made a move. The barbarian race and demon race slowly started to retreat. They wanted to watch the show, but they didn't want to be targeted by the stray bullets. The people from Hidden Island were very strange. They didn't retreat, nor did they make any moves. They just stood there quietly with a strange expression. The atmosphere was extremely tense, and a huge battle could break out at any time. Chapter 274. Humph. At that moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded in the sky, causing the tense atmosphere at the scene to collapse in an instant. The faint voice carried with it a supreme domineering aura and the majesty of an emperor, causing the air at the foot of Mount Luotian to stagnate. Haven't you embarrassed me enough yet? All of you, get over here. 3 constabularies and 1 island. The divine city has no intention of breaking the blood oath. I will severely punish them for this matter. Disperse. Hearing this voice, the 4 guards of the divine city withered like frosted eggplants. They no longer had the arrogance and domineering aura from before, and their collective faces turned ashen. In the end, they didn't even say a word and flew out with their people, disappearing without a trace in an instant. What was going on? The Lord of the Divine City actually sent a voice transmission. It seemed like he had given in. Everyone was still in a state of shock. It was not until the 4 guards of the Divine City left with their men that they came to their senses. The people of the demon race and barbarian race looked at Yi Tianlong and the experts of the Yi family with astonished gazes. They felt very strange. Had the Yi family become so powerful? Even the Divine City was going to give in? Haha, since the Lord has given the order, everyone can disperse. Brother Sky Dragon, little brother Yi Qinghan, you are welcome to visit Hidden Island when you have time. We will take our leave first. The saint expert of Hidden Island laughed, pulling everyone's thoughts back to reality. The 5 saint experts of Hidden Island cupped their hands towards Yi Tianlong and Yi Qinghan, gave Yi Qinghan a meaningful look, and turned to leave with their men. Seeing that there was no show to watch, the demon race and barbarian race also led their men away in confusion. The people of the House of Aries were also full of doubts. The 7 saint experts had received the voice transmission from Yi Ruoshui and the Sword Emperor of War. They had thought that there would be a big battle that would only end when the god-level experts appeared. They did not expect that things would take such a turn. The Lord of the Divine City had directly ordered the 4 guards to avoid the battle and had taken the initiative to give in, saying that they would be severely punished when they returned. They could not understand such a strange situation no matter how they racked their brains. However, one thing was clear, they had won. The House of Aries had won. Ha! Let's all go back to the Yi family castle. Just as the Green Ox said, I want to set up a banquet of 1,000 tables, and everyone will drink to their heart's content for 3 months. Yi Tianlong didn't care anymore. Yi Ruoshui and the island lord of Hidden God Island would worry about other matters. What he needed to do now was to return to Tsang City and celebrate. Celebrate the safe and powerful return of his grandson, Yi Qinghan. Alright, let's go to Tsang City. I want to drink all the good wine in the Yi family. Come on, let's go to the Yi family castle. Everyone, haha. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it anymore. Since the God City Lord had retreated, it meant that he had admitted defeat. That meant that the House of Aries had won. As for other matters, the God-tier experts of the House of Aries would naturally worry about them. The few sages had also thought things through. At this moment, Yi Tianlong's intentions were very clear: go to Tsang City, drink, and split the spoils. One must know that Yi Qinghan had obtained hundreds of treasures and dozens of sage artifacts. Divine City, Lord Pavilion, the fallen god mountain was not far from the Divine City, and the massacre god guards were all experts. They only took half a day to fly back to the Divine City. The massacre god guards did not dare to delay. They ordered everyone to fly to the Lord Pavilion and made them kneel outside the Lord Pavilion. He and the other 3 guards entered the Lord Pavilion directly. Subordinate 4 guards of the Divine City greets the Lord God. We are guilty. Lord God, please punish us. The moment they entered the Divine Master Pavilion, the massacre god guard saw a bald man with strange tattoos standing proudly in the courtyard of the pavilion with his back facing them. The few of them quickly knelt down on one knee and kowtowed in fear and trepidation. Fools. Lord God too did not turn around. He only scolded indifferently. Although his voice was calm, it scared the massacre god guards so much that their faces turned green and their bodies trembled. The few of them felt as though there was a huge mountain pressing down on their backs, making it hard for them to breathe. I did not do my job well and even stole the treasures that the Lord God bestowed. I deserve to die. It's just that the youth from the Yi clan is too strange. I originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill him and retrieve those treasured and sacred artifacts. The massacre god guard gritted his teeth and endured the pressure on his body as he explained once again. He knew that if he was not careful, 2 would kill all of them. Bang! This time, Lord God too turned around and waved his hand at the massacre god guard. A formless air current crashed into the massacre god guard's chest and sent him flying to the wall of the small courtyard. His strange eyes were filled with anger, and the tattoo on his head looked as though it could move, making him look especially sinister and terrifying. He did not look at the other 3 guards. Instead, he looked at the massacre god guard, who was lying on the ground with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, "You fool. You idiot, you still don't understand the situation? Do you think I care about those treasures and sage artifacts? Are all of you blind? Did you not see? Are you deaf? Did you not hear? What I want is the treasure of the god-slaying mountain, that divine sword. As long as you get that divine sword for me, I can give you 100 sage artifacts. Hurry up and mobilize all the spies on the continent to find the divine sword. Remember, regardless of whether it is real or fake, get all the divine swords that you can get your hands on. However, don't bother about the divine swords that the 3 residences and 1 island have. And don't even think about the Yi family. Divine sword. The massacre god guards immediately thought of the hundreds of light beams that shot out from the small divine pavilion before it disappeared and instantly understood. Those were definitely divine swords. There were so many divine swords, but only one was real. The massacre god guard hurriedly got up and bowed with the other 3 guards. They immediately arranged for all the hidden forces in the divine city to start searching. Wait, don't touch the youth from the Yi family. If you do, don't blame me for not being able to protect you. Before the 4 of them left, Divine Master 2 said something that shocked the 4 of them. However, they did not dare to ask any more questions. They bowed again and walked out of the Divine Master Pavilion. After the 4 of them left, Divine Master 2 stood in the small courtyard for a long time. He quietly looked towards the north and did not say a word. After a while, he muttered to himself, "After waiting for thousands of years, the divine sword has finally appeared. However, the Soul Emperor actually made it so complicated and played us for thousands of years. In the end, he even played us. What is the relationship between the youth from the Yi family and that old fellow? It seems like there are still some twists and turns to obtain this divine sword." All the god rank experts knew about Yi Qinghan's performance in the Heavens Road. 2 was no exception. However, Yi Qinghan had stayed in the god-slaying mountain for 5 years. Not only did he not die, but his strength had also improved greatly. Therefore, 2 naturally thought of the king of the dark forest, Lord Devour. He thought that without Lord Devour's help, Yi Qinghan would definitely not be able to leave the god-slaying mountain. This was because the restriction on the god-slaying mountain was too strong. No one could enter, except for that old pervert. However, he was very suspicious about the relationship between Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour. Therefore, he had ordered the massacre god guards to stop fighting and had taken the initiative to show weakness. This was equivalent to giving face to Lord Devour. He did not want Lord Devour, who had never cared about anything, to interfere when he was snatching the divine sword. No matter what, I must get this divine sword. That old fellow hopes that you will join in. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. 2 looked towards the north one last time. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across his eerie eyes. He turned and walked into the Divine Master Pavilion. Chapter 275. Yi Qingxian was very angry. However, no one would be in a good mood after being dragged out of their bed in the drunken smoke pavilion early in the morning. Yi Jian was imprisoned and Yi Qinghuang was banished. The 2 big trees on Yi Qingxian's head had fallen, so his days in the Yi family castle had been very difficult. Although Yi Tianlong had not given him any trouble and the family members had not suppressed him because of the first branch's loss of power, he had always kept a low profile and was very sensible. He had always stayed in the Yi family castle and rarely went out. A month ago, Yi Tianlong and Yi Chang had brought people to the Luotian mountain. Yi Baihu had stayed in the back mountain for a month. Yi Qingxian had sneaked out of the Yi family castle last night and went straight to the 13th Street. He had booked 3 girls in the drunken smoke pavilion to relieve the sufferings of the past few years. However, after a night of hard work, just as he was about to fall asleep in satisfaction, he was forcefully woken up. "Damn you, you better give me a reasonable explanation." Yi Qingxian looked at the servant in front of his bed and roared angrily with bloodshot eyes. "Second young master, quickly put on your clothes." Young Master Feng has sent word that Great Elder White Tiger has just issued an emergency summon. If you don't go back now, you will definitely be severely punished by the torture hall. The servant secretly glanced at the three girls next to Yi Qingxian. He swallowed his saliva and said hurriedly, "You are not a good girl. You are not a good girl." An emergency summon? Yi Qingxian panicked when he heard this. This emergency summon was the most important summon in the clan. The Yi family had not issued it for many years. However, once this summon was issued, all the core members of the Yi family in the House of Aries had to gather at the Yi family castle. Failure to do so would be a serious crime. What happened? Yi Qingxian jumped up and grabbed his clothes. He quickly put them on and rushed out. I'm not sure. When I arrived, the disciples of other cities were rushing into the fort. I reckon that something big is going to happen. The servant didn't dare to look at the woman on the bed again and hurriedly left with Yi Qingxian. Nonsense. If it's not a big deal, would the family issue an emergency summon? Yi Qingxian cursed. He couldn't be bothered to respond to the Madam of the Pavilion of Intoxication's fawning smile as he hurriedly rushed out of the door. When Yi Qingxian arrived at the Yi family castle, the square in front of the Yi family castle had already been crowded with people. Some of them were cultivating in the castle, some of them were sent out from the small town, and many of them were unfamiliar to Yi Qingxian. Perhaps they were the hidden forces of the Yi family castle. At this moment, the wide square was densely packed with at least 1,000 people. What happened? Yi Qingxian squeezed through the crowd in a low-key manner. He arrived in front of Yi Qingfeng, and asked in a low voice, "What happened?" Yi Qingfeng was only 10 years old. But, he looked very sensible. After all, Yi Jian had been imprisoned. So, it could be said that his family had fallen from grace. So, it was the easiest for a child to learn to be sensible in such an environment. Second brother, I don't know. The Supreme Elder had issued an emergency summon this morning. Then, Mother had asked me to find you. Yi Qingfeng shook his head. His eyes didn't have the same arrogance as before. It seemed that his experiences in the past few years had made him understand some things. Oh. Yi Qingxian turned his head, and looked around. He began to listen to the conversations of the people around him. Do you know what happened? I don't know. The family hasn't issued an emergency summon for hundreds of years. I remember that the first two summons were issued when the barbarian traders invaded the barbarian city and Yi Ruoshui returned to the family after she obtained the war god's blood order. What's the big deal this time? Strange. Yi Qingxian listened for a moment, but he didn't hear any useful information. At this time, 3 people flew over from the mountain behind the Yi family. They were led by Yi Baihu and 2 elders of the family. Everyone didn't dare to talk anymore. They stood respectfully and waited for Yi Baihu's instructions. Yi family's disciples, listen up. Yi Baihu flew in the air. His face was red. He waved his hand and shouted, Yi Du, Yi Shu, Yi Quan, the 3 of you are in charge of arranging the banquet. Arrange the banquet of the highest standard. The rest of you, leave the city and follow me to welcome the patriarch, young patriarch, and the distinguished guests. Highest standard? Leave the city? Young patriarch? Distinguished guests? When Yi Qingxian heard this, he was even more puzzled. Looking at Yi Baihu's appearance, the Yi family must have encountered a great event. But, he didn't understand. Since when did the Yi family have a young patriarch? In the past, Yi Qinghuang was half a young patriarch, but now, thousands of people followed Yi Baihu and walked towards the southern gate of Tsang City. The Yi family's grand movement had already alarmed the people of Tsang City. Countless people followed the Yi family's main force and began to rush out of the city. They were all curious. The Yi family was so grand. Could it be that the Lord of the Divine City had arrived? Gradually, more and more people gathered. 10 miles away from Tsang City was the Pavilion of Glory that the Yi family built to welcome Yi Ruoshui. After waiting for more than an hour, the entire empty field nearby was filled with thousands of people. Swish! After waiting for more than 10 minutes, several air-piercing sounds came from the southern sky. Everyone quickly looked through the tree eyes and saw a large group of people flying in the sky. The dark mass covered the sky. There were at least a few hundred people. Wow, so many important people and experts. The Feng family, Hua family, Yu family, and Dragon City's experts are all here. Look at the Patriarch and Grand Supreme Elder Green Bull. Their faces are glowing. The god-slaying mountain must have won. Hey, who is the young man that the Patriarch brought with him? Is he a member of the Yi family? He looks familiar. Does anyone know him? Everyone is silent. Later, follow me to welcome them. The young man next to the Patriarch will be the future young Patriarch of the Yi family. This is the highest order from the mountain behind the Yi family. It will never be changed. Later, all the elders will arrange the welcoming ceremony. Do not neglect. Right when everyone was discussing animatedly and feeling anxious and bewildered, Yi Baihu indifferently emanated a trace of pressure to suppress the sounds of discussion in the surroundings before he spoke indifferently. Young Patriarch? Yi Baihu's words were simple, but they shocked everyone present. They looked at the young man next to Yi Tianlong in confusion. They guessed and transmitted their voices to each other. The others didn't know him, but a small number of people present were very familiar with him. For example, Yi Qingxian. Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan actually came out of the god-slaying mountain? Damn it. Even this can't kill him? Young Patriarch? What's going on? How can he become the young Patriarch? Or is it the highest order from the mountain? It will never be changed? In an instant, Yi Qingxian's face became extremely pale. As the second young master of the Yi family, he had heard his father mention that the highest order from the mountain was issued by the great ancestor, the strongest expert of the Yi family. Now that he heard it, he wanted to cry but had no tears. Yi Qinghan became the young Patriarch. As long as he didn't die, he would become the Patriarch in the future. It seemed that the first branch would never be able to rise again. Chapter 276. It's him. City Lord Yi Gang of Man City was one of the few people who knew Yi Qinghan. He had heard of Yi Qinghan's deeds, but he and most of the Yi family thought that Yi Qinghan would definitely die on the god-slaying mountain. He didn't expect that he would return safely and become the eternal young clan leader. At this moment, he was extremely glad that he didn't offend him and treated him politely. At the same time, his eyes kept moving, thinking about how to build a good relationship with the future clan leader of the Yi family. Countless people started to quickly plan. Countless scouts from small clans in the crowd quickly spread the news to their respective clans. The Yi family had confirmed their future clan leader. This was big news, very important news. For a moment, everyone's expression was very interesting and thought-provoking. Although Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu had already broken through to the emperor level, they didn't have the time to comprehend the flying technique. Thus, after the matter at the god-slaying mountain was over, they could only be carried by Yi Tianlong and the others. There were 7 saints present. Including Yi Qinghan, Yu Qingsheng, Feng Zihua, and the others, there were only 5 of them. Thus, it was easy to bring them directly to Tsang City. Everyone flew in a straight line, and the hundreds of them were all at the emperor level, so their flying speed was very fast. After only a few days, they were about to reach Tsang City. Looking at the blurry city that looked like a giant beast, Yi Qinghan felt very complicated. He had spent more than 10 years in this city. He had been happy, sad, and disgusted. He had wanted to leave and never come back. However, at this moment, he smelled a familiar scent, the scent of home. In the Flame Dragon continent, this was his home. Hee, little Han, what are you thinking about? We're going down. White Tiger has brought people to welcome us. Yi Tianlong said to Yi Qinghan with a kind smile. He slid down diagonally and stood firmly on the ground. White Tiger greets Patriarch and everyone. Congratulations on your triumphant return. Greetings, Patriarch, Grand Elder, young masters and young ladies. Congratulations on your triumphant return. When Yi Baihu saw Yi Tianlong and the others arrive, he immediately welcomed them with a big smile. Behind him, except for the clan elders, the rest of the disciples knelt down on one knee and shouted in unison. Finally, Yi Baihu fixed his gaze on Yi Qinghan. He spread his arms and smiled, saying, "Little Han, welcome home. Young clan leader, welcome home." At the same time, the disciples also received the voice transmissions from the elders. They all fixed their gazes on Yi Qinghan, stretched out their arms, and shouted in unison. "Young clan leader, welcome home." Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingyu looked at each other in confusion. Didn't Patriarch Yi Ruoxue say that Yi Qingyu would be appointed as the young patriarch? Why did they have to put up such a big battle formation in broad daylight? And it was obvious that Yi Baihu had received orders from Yi Ruoxue to do so. However, the two of them didn't think too much about it. They just looked at Yi Qinghan. "Young clan leader, welcome home." Yi Qinghan was also shocked. Such a big scene, such a big battle formation, it seemed that they were all here to welcome him. In just a few years, he had gone from being the seventh son of the Yi family to becoming the young clan leader of the Yi family. His status was even higher than that of the clan elders. For a moment, he felt very complicated. Hundreds of feelings welled up in his heart. Sensing that everyone was looking at him and waiting for him to speak, Yi Qinghan took a deep breath. He didn't say much. He just waved his hand and said 3 words. "Let's go home." That day, the Yi family held a big banquet, inviting guests from all over, as well as clans of all sizes in Sung City. Hundreds of tables were set up in the Yi family castle, and more than half of the wine in the Yi family's wine cellar was drunk. During this time, Yi Qinghan was pushed out by Yi Tianlong, who formally introduced the young clan leader of the Yi family to everyone. As a result, Yi Qinghan was toasted by countless people. In the end, he had no choice but to use his battle qi to force the wine out of his body. Otherwise, he would have been drunk for 3 days. In the afternoon, the guests dispersed. The emperors of the few great clans and Dragon City also left. Only a few Sage Realm experts, Feng Zi, Hua Hua, Yu Qingqing, and the other young masters and ladies were left. The Sage Realm experts didn't go back. Of course, they were waiting for the Yi family to divide the spoils. Feng Zi and the others didn't have anything to do. They naturally wanted to spend a few more days with Yi Qinghan and build up their relationship. However, Yi Qinghan was brought by Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingyu to the mountain behind the Yi family castle. Yi Ruoxue had already sent them a voice transmission, telling them to meet him after they were done with their business. Yi Baihu was accompanying the elders of the various clans and making arrangements for the Yi family castle. Only Yi Qingyu followed him. Ever since Yi Qingyu met Yi Qinghan, she had been following him and refused to be separated from him for even a moment. Of course, she had the right to meet Yi Ruoxue. Yi Qingwu was accompanying Yu Qingqing, Long Sainan, and the others, so she didn't follow them. The 4 of them walked up the mountain and discovered that a black-clothed man was already standing by the lake. The black-clothed man turned his head when he saw the 4 of them walking over. Under his long white eyebrows, his eyes were full of smiles. "Greetings, elder ancestor." Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu hurriedly bowed. Yi Qinghan looked at the black-clothed man in front of him. He looked like a middle-aged man, but his eyebrows were white. Knowing that this was the divine-level expert of the Yi family, the elder ancestor who had shaken the continent several hundred years ago, Yi Ruoxue's expression tensed. Pulling Yi Qingyu along, she respectfully knelt down and bowed. Brother and sister Yi Qinghan pay their respects to the elder ancestor. Yi Ruoxue had taught Yi Qinghan many things in the illusory realm of the Luotian mountain. If not for her, Yi Qinghan might not even have been able to leave the Luotian mountain. Moreover, he had heard that Yi Ruoxue treated his sister very well, so he bowed sincerely to thank her from the bottom of his heart. "Hee, get up, little Han. Welcome home." Yi Ruoxue stood calmly and accepted Yi Qinghan's bow. She smiled faintly and said in a soft voice, "You must have suffered a lot in the Luotian mountain these 5 years. It must have been hard on you, child." Now that you're home, you don't have to worry about anything. With the elder ancestor here, no one can hurt you. Unless I fall, ah. Thank you, elder ancestor. Hee, there aren't many people in this continent that can hurt you. Of course I'm not afraid. Yi Qinghan said as he pulled Yi Qingyu to stand up. In his heart, however, he remembered that Elder Lu, who was at the peak of the Heaven God stage, was still living in the Freedom Ring. With Elder Lu's protection, no one in the Flame Dragon continent would be able to hurt him. And, little Han, you won't blame me for making a decision without authorization and making you the young clan leader of the Yi family, right? Actually, I wanted to completely take care of your sister. Now that you've returned safely, you can't pass on this position. The future of the Yi family is in your hands. You have to work hard. Yi Ruoxue said with a laugh. Qinghan wouldn't dare. Of course, I'll also work hard to cultivate and protect the people I want to protect. Yi Qinghan nodded and turned to look at Yi Qingyu beside him. Yi Qingyu didn't say anything and only smiled gently. Tell me in detail everything that happened after you entered the puppet passageway of the Luotian mountain. I need to confirm some things so that I can make a plan. Yi Ruoxue nodded and once again asked about Yi Qinghan's matters at the Luotian mountain. Yi Tianlong and Yi Bai, who were also listening very curiously. Although they had a brief exchange with Yi Qinghan, they didn't ask in detail. Chapter 277. Yes, I passed 3 stages of the God-slaying mountain. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment before speaking. However, just as he was pondering whether he should tell her everything, he received a faint voice transmission in his soul. Don't tell me about the divine sword and the divine weapon. Don't tell me about my existence. You can tell me about the rest. It's fine even if you take out the divine weapon. The voice transmission came from Elder Lu and the meaning was clear. Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and reached out to touch the freedom ring. Countless treasures appeared out of thin air and piled up on the ground. Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu's eyes turned green. Yi Qinghan said, in the puppet passage. I comprehended the Night Emperor's 7 moves and my attack power increased greatly. I also had a divine weapon that could quickly heal my injuries, so I was lucky enough to pass the 11th stage. Then, I comprehended the law of space and broke through to the Emperor realm. I used the body fusion technique to defeat the Guardian who was at the 2nd stage of the Emperor realm and passed the 13th stage. Finally, I entered the small god pavilion and obtained a fake divine sword, this strange long saber, and a spatial ring. Then, I was transported to the heavenly road. You know what happened next. These are the treasures I obtained. I kept a few and handed the rest to the family. Yi Qinghan explained in detail to them. Of course, he hid some things and a few divine weapons. Law of space? You cultivated the shadow step, right? Yi Ruoxue didn't care about the treasures on the ground and asked with a slight frown. Seeing Yi Qinghan nod, he said helplessly, I created the shadow step. Back then, when I created the disorienting steps, I didn't intend to pass it down. It's easy to comprehend the mysteries of the law of space by cultivating the shadow step, but the law of space is of little value. Most importantly, the mysteries of the law of space are very difficult to comprehend, so it's much harder to become a god. Moreover, attacking with the law of space is weak. Sigh. You have the body fusion technique, so there's no problem in attacking. Since you've already embarked on this path, continue down it. Law of space? Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu also frowned. They knew a little about this law of space. When Yi Qinghan had gone to the residence battle, he had taught him shadow step in hopes that he would have more life-saving skills. However, he had not expected that he would accidentally comprehend the law of space. However, they didn't know that Yi Qinghan's understanding of the law of space made even Lu Shi envious. Qinghan understands. Yi Qinghan didn't explain much. After all, he hadn't mastered the profound mysteries of the laws of space. He didn't know the specifics, so he just responded indifferently. Let me have a look at your weapon. Don't worry, I won't take it from you, hee. Yi Ruoxue pondered for a moment and stopped thinking about it. Since the path of comprehending the laws had already begun, she could only continue walking it. If Yi Qinghan had a chance of becoming a god, she could continue comprehending the other laws. Yi Qinghan took out the slaughter god saber from his unfettered ring and handed it over. This saber didn't have any divine light, so most people would think that it was a powerful saint weapon. Even a soul emperor couldn't determine the grade of this saber, so Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid that they would see through it. However, he knew that this slaughter god saber could easily cut through Shui Wuhan's saint weapon battle armor. Yi Qinghan was sure that this saber wasn't ordinary. It's a good saber, but it doesn't look like a saint weapon or a precious weapon. It doesn't have any light. It's very strange. Use it well. Yi Ruoxue played with it for a while and handed it over. She raised her eyebrows and asked seriously, "Little Han, what's your relationship with Lord Devour?" Lord Devour? That Lord Devour? I don't know who Lord Devour is. Yi Qinghan took the slaughter god's saber and put it into his unfettered ring. The king of the dark forest, Lord Devour. Think about it carefully. Are you really not related to her? Yi Qinghan's explanation made Yi Ruoxue and the others even more confused. Yi Ruoxue asked again. I really don't know her. Moreover, this is the first time I've heard of this name. Yi Qinghan thought for a while and shook his head again. That's strange. Why would Lord Devour give a divine crystal to your sister for no reason? Moreover, it's a heavenly god-tier divine crystal. Divine crystal? Does it have anything to do with Qingyu's sudden increase in strength? If it wasn't for the divine crystal, your sister wouldn't have woken up so easily. With this divine crystal, your sister would be able to break through to the divine tier in a few years. After talking for a while, Yi Qinghan finally understood why Yi Qingyu had reached the emperor tier. In fact, he had discovered Yi Qingyu's strange situation at the foot of the God-Down Mountain, but he didn't have the time to ask about it. He thought that it was because of Yi Qingyu's jade spirit body that had caused her strength to skyrocket. Now, he finally understood. At the same time, he was excited and shocked. His sister would become a legendary god in a few years? Alright, White Tiger, take Han and Qingyu to rest first. After a while, I'll take Han to the dark forest to visit Lord Devour. Then, everything will be clear. It's no use to think about it now. Yi Ruoxue didn't ask anymore. Instead, she asked White Tiger to take Yi Qinghan and his sister away. Forefather, why at the foot of the God-Down Mountain? As soon as Yi Qinghan and the others left, Yi Tianlong asked hurriedly. After all, it was a big deal to offend the divine city. As the patriarch of the tribe, Yi Tianlong had to know the whole story to make a better strategy. Yi Ruoxue smiled and said, "Hee, we have our reasons for doing so. There are 3 reasons. First, when the divine sword appeared, the God Lord didn't have time to care about it. Second, we're on the righteous side. If a fight breaks out, we old fellows can help. Moreover, the island master was near you at that time. Third, we wanted to test the reaction of the God Lord and Lord Devour. Of course, there are some other reasons that you don't need to know. The result, was really good." "What?" "Sky Dragon, what should I do when you leave?" Yi Tianlong didn't fully understand, so he didn't think much about it, asking for instructions directly. "Now, you need to do 3 things. First, continue to find divine swords. The more, the better. I don't care if they're real or fake. Second, take out a part of the treasures little Han got and distribute them to the Feng, Hua, Yu, and Dragon City. Each family will get 1 sacred tool and 10 precious tools. In fact, these external objects are just to help. They're still related to the comprehension of principle. When you found enough 3rd-class divine swords, go to the Yu family to propose the marriage between Han and the little girl of the Yu family." "Yes, Sky Dragon, I'm going to prepare now." Since Yi Ruoxue had said so, he didn't ask more. Although he felt a little heartache for giving away the sacred tools and precious tools, as he thought about the Yi family's great harvest this time, and the big families of Dragon City had contributed a lot, he reluctantly gave them away. Of course, he would choose the worst sacred tools. The Yi family had a great harvest this time. Not only did Yi Qinghan come back safely, but his power had also increased. Moreover, Yi Qingyu had settled down. This trip to the god-slaying mountain had not only boosted the reputation of the Yi family, but also brought back countless treasures, including more than 20 sacred tools. It was the happiest event in the last 100 years. Chapter 278. Yi Qinghan did not go back to rest, nor did he go down the mountain to the castle. Instead, he went around the other side of the lake, crossed another mountain, and came to an open space. In front of the open space was a row of white walls, and in the middle was a black door. This was the ancestral grave of the Yi family. You two go in, I'll wait for you outside. Yi Baihu reached out his hand and pressed on a part of the wall. The wall shone with a white light, and then became quiet again. This was a simple restriction set by Yi Ruoxue to prevent people from destroying the ancestral grave of the Yi family. Thank you, Grand Supreme Elder. We'll go and pay our respects to my parents, and we'll come out soon. Yi Qinghan nodded and pulled Yi Qingyu through the door. Inside the wall were countless graves and tombstones. Yi Qingyu had been here for a long time, so she knew the way. She pulled Yi Qinghan to a tall tombstone on the far left. Tombstone of Ye's 37th generation descendant, Yi Dao, and his wife, Yu Shu-A, The bright red words carved on the black tombstone were very eye-catching. Yi Qinghan stood in front of the tombstone, bent his knees, and kowtowed. Yi Qingyu also knelt down and kowtowed with Yi Qinghan. Father, mother, your unfilial son, Qinghan, is back. I haven't come to see you for 6 years. You must be blaming me. I promise I'll come to see you more often in the future, and keep you company. Yi Qinghan looked at the black tombstone and thought of Yi Dao's gentle smile and Yu Shu-A's doting eyes when he was a child. He couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions, and tears welled up in his eyes. In his previous life, he was an orphan. In this life, he had an indomitable father, and a talented, gentle, and loving mother. Unfortunately, his father died early, and his mother passed away early. He wanted to raise his son, but his parents weren't around. At this moment, his strength had improved greatly. The reputation of the second branch had risen in the Yi family because of him. Yi Qinghan's name had spread throughout the entire continent. However, when he had achieved success and fame, he could not share it with his parents. He could not receive his parents' proud and praising gazes. He felt very disappointed. Brother, don't be too sad. You've already fulfilled mother's last wish. I'm sure father and mother will be proud of you in heaven. Yi Qingyu comforted Yi Qinghan when she saw his lonely expression. Last wish? No, it's not enough. I still have to continue working hard. Back then, I swore in front of the coffin that I would spend my entire life worshipping my parents into the divine city's Holy Spirit Hall and enjoy the worship of everyone on the continent. Father, mother, don't worry. I will definitely work hard. I will definitely be able to do it. When Yi Qinghan heard Yi Qingyu's words, his expression became solemn, and his eyes gradually became incomparably firm. Pa. You have ambition. As expected of a descendant of the Yi family. You should have this kind of heroic spirit. Right at this moment, a clap suddenly sounded out from behind Yi Qinghan, and it shocked Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghan. They turned around to look, and they saw it was ancestor Yi Ruoxue that they'd just met. Greetings, elder ancestor. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. Of all virtues, filial piety is the most important. Little Han, I didn't misjudge you. Qingyu, you can leave first. I have something to discuss with your brother alone. Yi Ruoxue looked at Yi Qinghan in admiration, then turned around and said to Yi Qingyu with a faint smile. Yi Qingyu nodded obediently, then turned around and left. Little Han, summon your battle beast. Let me see. Yi Ruoxue waved her hand and directly set up a domain. Then, she said to Yi Qinghan. Xiaohe? Summon your battle beast. Xiaohe, come out. Yi Qinghan frowned in confusion. He muttered to himself for a moment, then began to summon Xiaohei. A shadow appeared on his chest, then gradually condensed into a small beast that was slightly larger than a palm. Gigi. Xiaohei came out and immediately threw himself into Yi Qinghan's arms. 5 years had passed, but Xiaohei's body hadn't changed much. The only difference was that the single horn on his head had grown slightly longer, and was about the length of a finger. Yi Ruoshui stared curiously at Xiaohei for a while, then said seriously, Qinghan, tell me in detail everything that happened when you summoned Xiaohei's bloodline, how he got through the period of weakness, how he advanced, and how he produced the fusion skill. This is very important. Yi Qinghan was very confused as to why Yi Ruoshui wanted to ask in such detail. Didn't he also have a holy beast? But since Yi Ruoshui had asked so formally, he could only think for a while and slowly said, when I was 5 and 10 years old, my clan's awakening ceremony both failed. Then, before the awakening ceremony when I was 15, my sister took a copy of my father's martial heart sutra and this holy ranked soul ring. During the awakening ceremony, after I was awakened by the soul ring, my spiritual sense arrived at a strange valley. There were 4 holy beasts and countless 7th and 8th ranked beasts. Of course, there was also Xiaohei. In the barbarian mountains, Xiaohei swallowed the Fire Wolf King's magic crystal and got through the period of weakness. He then obtained its inherited memories and the fusion skill. His soul was in chaos, so he sent me a message, telling me to wait. He sent you a message? If he could send you a message, you could communicate with him? When Yi Ruoshui started to listen, his expression was still normal. But when he heard about the valley where Xiaohei lived during the awakening ceremony, his eyebrows started to wrinkle. In the end, when he heard that Xiaohei could send a message to Yi Qinghan, he couldn't help but interrupt Yi Qinghan's words and exclaimed in surprise. That's right. Xiaohei can send a message to me. He's very smart, why? Can't all holy beasts send a message? Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Ruoshui's shocked expression and asked in astonishment. Didn't Yi Ruoshui have a holy beast, the white tiger? Could it be that his white tiger couldn't send a message? My holy beast, the white tiger, can understand what I mean, but he can't send a message. Continue, tell me in detail, think about it carefully and tell me everything without leaving anything out. I feel like I've guessed some things. The corner of Yi Ruoshui's mouth twitched slightly and his expression became even more nervous as he spoke urgently. Seeing that Yi Ruoshui was so serious, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to say anything else. After thinking for a while, he continued, the body fusion technique is called soul dizziness. As long as one's soul isn't stronger than mine or Xiaohei's, it can ignore all defenses and directly cause dizziness. The duration of the dizziness depends on the strength of the opponent's soul. Then, I used the body fusion technique to kill Shui Yi. In the netherworld path, Xiaohei was lucky enough to obtain a dragon crystal. After refining it, the body fusion technique leveled up and became a group attack technique. It took Yi Qinghan half an hour to finish narrating everything from start to finish. Unexpectedly, when he finished and looked at Yi Ruoshui, he discovered that Yi Ruoshui didn't seem to be listening to him. She seemed to be in a trance, as if she was thinking about something. Ancestor, what did you discover? After a while, Yi Qinghan realized that Yi Ruoshui was still like this and couldn't help but ask. Haha. Yi Ruoshui was startled awake, but she didn't answer Yi Qinghan's question. Instead, she threw her head back and laughed loudly. Her expression was extremely excited, and her eyes were shining brightly. Her clothes fluttered even though there was no wind, and her 2 white eyebrows were fluttering up and down. After a while, she stared at Xiaohei as if she was looking at a peerless treasure, and said, Little Han, you've hit the jackpot. Xiao Han, you've hit the jackpot. Let me tell you. Your beast Xiaohei has a 90% chance of being a divine beast. When it matures, it will automatically become a divine beast comparable to a peak stage heaven god tier cultivator. Moreover, this divine beast of yours has such a freakish skill. As long as it steps into the divine tier, it will definitely be an invincible existence in the heaven god tier. Divine beast? Yi Qinghan and Xiao He both widened their eyes at the same time, looking at Yi Ruoxue in disbelief. Chapter 279. 90%? Ancestor, how can you be so sure? Yi Qinghan swallowed his saliva and stared at Xiao He. In the past, he often joked with Xiao He. Xiao He joked that he was a divine beast, and Yi Qinghan joked that if Xiao He was a divine beast, then Yi Qinghan would be a god. He didn't expect that Yi Ruoxue would tell him that there was a 90% chance that Xiao He was a divine beast. There are many reasons for my deduction. First, your 9-colored halo. I've studied the Yi family's bloodline awakening for a long time, and your 9-colored halo is of the highest level. When my bloodline awakened, a golden halo appeared, but I could only summon a divine beast. Your halo is of a higher level, so of course, there's a chance that you can find a divine beast. Second, you said that the 4 divine beast cubs in your summoning space are afraid of Xiao He, so Xiao He can only be a level higher than them, god rank. That's the only explanation. Third, Xiao He can transmit sound, but my white tiger can't. This proves that Xiao He is of a higher level than a divine beast. Yi Ruoxue carefully explained and analyzed to Yi Qinghan. The more he explained, the more he was sure of Xiao He's level. Finally, he said mysteriously, of course, there's another important reason. It's because of Lord Devour. Lord Devour? Hearing this name again, Yi Qinghan was a little surprised. He agreed with the first 3 points. According to Yi Ruoxue's analysis, the probability of Xiao He being a divine beast was very high. But now, Yi Ruoxue said that because of Lord Devour, he was even more certain that Xiao He was a divine beast. Yes, Lord Devour has never cared about the Flame Dragon Continent's matters, but 5 years ago, he gave a top heavenly god realm divine crystal to your sister. Moreover, I guess that Lord Devour helped you in secret when you came out of the god-slaying mountain. However, you said that you've never seen her. The only explanation for her being so good to you is that Xiao He is a divine beast. The more Yi Ruoxue spoke, the more certain she became, and the more excited she became. Why does Lord Devour treat me so well even though Xiao He's a divine beast? Yi Qinghan couldn't understand. He. Yi Ruoxue smiled and said, because Lord Devour is also a divine beast. Moreover, he's an extremely powerful divine beast. He's an existence that no one in the Flame Dragon Continent can rival. Since she calls herself Lord Devour, and Xiao He is a soul-devouring beast with the word devour in their names, and Lord Devour is a divine beast. It's easy to infer that Xiao He is a divine beast, and a divine beast that has some relationship with Lord Devour. Ah! Yi Qinghan finally understood, but he looked at Xiao He with even more astonishment. That year, Xiao He had said that it wasn't any weaker than the 4 divine beasts in the summoning space. At that time, Shi Yan had thought that Xiao He was at most a powerful divine beast. He hadn't expected that Xiao He had such a great background. Not only was it a divine beast, but it also had a close relationship with the strongest expert of the Flame Dragon Continent. After listening to Yi Ruoxue, Xiao He stood up proudly, raised his head, and sent a message to Yi Qinghan. He, big brother, I've told you that I'm a divine beast. Xiao He, I'm a very powerful existence. But I heard from you, my ancestor, that I seem to have some relationship with Lord Devour. I don't know if it's true or not. Moreover, I don't know if Lord Devour knows who my parents are. Xiao He, of course, you're very powerful. When we have time, we should visit the legendary Lord Devour and ask about your origin. Anyway, Xiao He, don't be too sad. Even if your parents aren't here anymore, you still have me, right? I'll be with you forever. Yi Qinghan found a gleam of loneliness behind Xiao He's proud face, so he hurried to comfort him. Before Xiao He had been summoned, he had stayed alone in that mysterious valley. Later on, after Xiao He had learned to transmit his voice, he had told Yi Qinghan that he had stayed in that valley since he was a child. He had never gone out or met his parents. After comforting him, Yi Qinghan quickly raised his head and asked Yi Ruoshui, "Ancestor, when can you bring us to meet Lord Devour?" "After some time, but I'm not sure if Lord Devour will meet us. The last time I went to visit him, he didn't come." Yi Ruoshui pondered for a moment before replying. She wasn't sure about the relationship between Lord Devour and Xiao He, so she didn't dare to guarantee that they would be able to meet Lord Devour. After all, not everyone could meet the king of the dark forest. However, before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly changed. He looked at the northern sky in fright, and his aura surged. He took a step forward and protected Yi Qinghan behind him. At the same time, a ring on his left hand flashed, and a long spear suddenly appeared in his hand. As soon as Yi Qinghan sensed the change, he immediately merged with his beast. He held the slaughter god blade in his hand, and his entire body was surrounded by battle chi. He looked at the northern sky as if he was facing a formidable enemy. At the same time, he sent a telepathic message to Old Lu to prevent any unexpected changes. Just a moment ago, the domain that Yi Ruoshui had set up suddenly shattered without a sound. An incomparably powerful aura enveloped the entire Yi family's ancestral grave. This aura was incomparably powerful, as if it had frozen the space here. Yi Qinghan felt that this aura was even more powerful than Lu Shi's. "Don't panic. I'm Lord Devour." After a while, a crisp female voice that was filled with vicissitudes of life suddenly arose, and Yi Ruoshui and Yi Qinghan's soaring aura disappeared without a trace. Yi Qinghan and Yi Ruoshui looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. However, they disarmed themselves at the same time and heaved a sigh of relief. They cupped their hands together and greeted, "Greetings, Lord Devour." "Yi Ruoshui, bring Yi Qinghan to the Dark Castle. I want to see Xiao He." Lord Devour said faintly. There was no emotion in his voice, but his tone was like that of a monarch, which made people feel that they couldn't resist. After saying that, Lord Devour didn't say anything else and remained silent. That incomparably powerful aura also disappeared along with the voice, as if it had never appeared in the first place. What was even more strange was that Yi Ruoshui's gravitational field had recovered. This Lord Devour is too strong, isn't he? Yi Qinghan took 2 deep breaths. Just now, Lord Devour's cold voice came to him like a hammer pounding on his chest, making him feel like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. It was really terrifying. Of course, Lord Devour is strong. He's the king of the Fire Dragon continent. Yi Ruoshui said with lingering fear as she felt Lord Devour's supreme aura again. Then? If we go there, will he hurt Xiao He? Yi Qinghan recalled Lord Devour's emotionless voice, so he couldn't help but ask hesitantly. At this moment, Xiao He was like a little brother in his heart. Lord Devour's tone made him a little bit scared and worried. "I don't think so. If he wants to hurt Xiao He and us, no one can resist him. Don't forget that I've told you that in the Fire Dragon continent, Lord Devour is invincible. If he just wants us to go there, it must be something very important." Yi Ruoshui shook her head. She wasn't worried at all. She was actually excited. This time, she could confirm the relationship between Xiao He and Lord Devour, as well as the exact information about Xiao He. If the relationship between Xiao He and Lord Devour wasn't shallow, Yi Qinghan would be rich. Then, he said, "Go and tell your sister that I'm going to take you there. If we're fast, we can come back in 10 days or half a month. It's okay. Don't worry. Lord Devour will never hurt Xiao He." At this moment, Old Lu also sent a message to Yi Qinghan. Since Yi Qinghan had refined the unfettered ring, Old Lu could communicate with Yi Qinghan through the unfettered ring. Even Yi Ruoshui couldn't sense it. "Okay." Yi Qinghan felt relieved after receiving the message from Yi Ruoshui and Old Lu. He nodded to Yi Ruoshui, then ran out of the ancestral grave. Chapter 280. "What? Brother, you want to go out?" "I want to go." "I don't care where you go, but you have to take me with you." Outside the walls of the ancestral grave, as soon as Yi Qinghan told Yi Qingyu became anxious. She grabbed Yi Qinghan's robe and said resolutely. This. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qingyu shamefully. He didn't think that he would have to separate from Yi Qingyu and the others as soon as he came back. However, he didn't have the guts to resist Lord Devourer's order. Moreover, it was related to Xiao Hei's origin. Yi Qingyu woke up because of the divine crystal that Lord Devourer had given her. No matter what, she had to go out this time. Yi Qinghan begrudgingly smiled. Qingyu, be good. I'm going out with Forefather this time. Don't worry. Forefather said that if he's fast, he'll be back in 10 days or half a month. I don't care. I'll go wherever brother goes. You promised me in the God-slaying mountain that you'll never leave me again. Yi Qingyu shook her head gently, still pulling Yi Qinghan's sleeve. Her eyes were watery, and her delicate face made people feel sorry for her. Sigh. Take her with you. She's too stubborn. Little Han, you should explain to the others. Yi Qingyu and I will wait for you here. While Yi Qinghan didn't know what to do, Yi Ruoshui walked out of the ancestral grave. She looked at Yi Qingyu, shaking her head. Yes. Yi Qinghan forced a smile, turned around, and walked to the Yi family's castle. Yi family's west garden, graceful dance garden. This was the garden that the Yi family had given to Yi Qingyu. The garden was not big, but it was very elegant. Besides living in the back mountain, Yi Qingwu usually lived in this garden. At this moment, Yi Qingwu was chatting with Yu Qingsheng and Long Sainan in a small pavilion in the garden. The scenery in the garden was beautiful, and there were all kinds of delicious snacks and good tea in the pavilion. However, although the three of them seemed to be chatting happily, it was obvious that the three of them were somewhat absent-minded. Xiao! A figure suddenly appeared, causing the three of them to be pleasantly surprised. The three of them quickly stood up. Yu Qingsheng and Yi Qingwu looked at the person shyly while Long Sainan smiled with a complicated expression. Sister Xiao Wu, Qingsheng, Miss Long, the three of you together in this garden will make the flowers nearby pale in comparison. Yi Qinghan smiled as he looked at the three people in the pavilion. A trace of amazement flashed through his eyes. Yu Qingsheng was still wearing a peach-colored dress, and with her otherworldly beautiful face, she was like a fairy that had fallen from a building to the mortal world. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwu had deliberately changed into a provocative red skin-tight leather armor. Her pure and beautiful face, curvaceous figure, and especially her proud twin peaks, made people unable to resist committing a crime. Long Sainan was dressed in a tight outfit and had a dragon cry sword on her waist. Her whole person exuded a heroic spirit, which had a unique flavor. Little Han, you're asking for a beating. You only know how to speak flowery words. Once you're back, you can't even see me. Yi Qingwu glared at Yi Qinghan and raised her snow-white arm as if she was going to hit him. However, the unconcealable joy in the corner of her eyes betrayed her current mood. Han. Yu Qingsheng smiled and called out softly. Her eyes were filled with Yi Qinghan. Young Master Han even dares to make fun of me. He deserves a beating. Hee hee. You guys chat. I'll go see if my elders are all right. Long Sainan was obviously not a fool. She wouldn't foolishly be a third wheel. Yi Qinghan had directly revealed his relationship with Yu Qingsheng and Yi Qingwu on the Heavens Road. At this moment, she obviously wouldn't ruin the relationship between other lovers. Once Long Sainan left, Yu Qingsheng and Yi Qingwu were instead a bit embarrassed. The two of them shyly looked at Yi Qinghan and tacitly sat down at the same time. They picked up their teacups and pretended to drink tea. Hee hee. Yi Qinghan smiled evilly. He took a step and directly squeezed in between the two of them. He unceremoniously wrapped his arms around their waists and pulled them into his embrace. He sniffed and could smell a delicate fragrance. He couldn't help but close his eyes in intoxication. Aya, what are you doing? You little rascal. Yi Qingwu immediately reacted. She quickly wriggled and waved her delicate fists at Yi Qinghan. However, Yi Qinghan exerted force and her whole body fell into Yi Qinghan's embrace. Yu Qingsheng didn't say anything. Her whole face was as red as a ripe apple. Her two beautiful earlobes were also red and translucent. She lowered her head and closed her eyes. She didn't dare to look at anyone. "Don't move," Yi Qinghan said softly. He hugged the two of them tightly. He felt the amazing touch of the warm and fragrant soft jade in his arms. He couldn't help but be a little intoxicated. This feeling is really good. I really want to hug you like this forever until the end of time. Yi Qinghan's gentle and sincere confession made the two of them gradually quiet down. Yi Qingyu stopped wriggling and pouted. She seemed to be angry. Meanwhile, Yu Qingxing opened her eyes and looked at the side of Yi Qinghan's face. An intoxicating smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The three of them didn't talk anymore. Instead, they snuggled together and enjoyed the embrace that came a few years late. After a while, Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly. He suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Qingxing, tomorrow, you and your great supreme elder will go back to the Yu clan." "Huh?" Yu Qingxing raised her head and revealed a puzzled expression. Yi Qingwu also turned to look at Yi Qinghan. "Hee, go back and wait for me to go to the Yu clan to propose marriage. Sister Xiao Wu, you should also stay in the Yi clan castle. When I come back, I will solemnly propose marriage to Grandpa Green Ox. At that time, I will marry you and Qingyu at the same time," Yi Qinghan said with a smile. Propose marriage? Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingxing were surprised. However, they were shy again. Yu Qingxing understood the meaning of Yi Qinghan's words. She opened her eyes wide and asked, "Where are you going? When will you go there?" "I'll leave shortly. It's not a big deal. Don't worry. I'm going to the dark forest with our forefather to thank Lord Devour for saving Qingyu. I'll be back in 10 days or half a month. Forefather is the God realm expert of the Yi family. It's not a problem. Xiao Wu knows it." Yi Qinghan was afraid that they would worry about him, so he explained hurriedly. "You're leaving immediately?" A trace of disappointment flashed through Yu Qingxing's eyes. They had only been together for a few days, and now they were going to be separated again. However, when she saw Yi Qingwu nod, she relaxed. Yu Shishui had told her that the Yi family had a God realm expert. Now that Yi Qingwu had confirmed it, she didn't say anything else. Instead, she stubbornly insisted on staying in the Yi family castle and waiting for Yi Qinghan to return. She was still waiting for Yi Qinghan to tell her everything that had happened to him in the Fallen God Mountain. At the same time, she also wanted to tell him how much she had missed him. After pondering for a moment, she said, "I'll wait for you at the Yi family castle. As for the marriage proposal, we'll talk about it after you're back." "All right, come." Yi Qinghan stood up and touched his unfettered ring. 2 pieces of snow-white soft armor appeared in his hand. The 2 pieces of soft armor were very beautiful. They looked like they were weaved from swan feathers, and they emitted a faint, holy light. "These are 2 pieces of Saint Artifact soft armor. I left them especially for the 2 of you. They can withstand a single blow from a saint. I've never given you a decent gift before. This time, I've made up for it." Yi Qinghan handed one to each of them and kissed them on the cheeks. "I don't want them. Give them to little sister Qingyu," Yi Qingwu spat and said. She hurriedly wiped her mouth and handed over the soft armor. Yu Qingxing was used to Yi Qinghan's hooligan habits. Back on the Nether Island, she had taken advantage of him quite a bit. She shook her head and said, "I don't want them either. Han, you can wear them yourself. Hee, take them and wear them. Qingyu has them, and so do I. Don't forget that I obtained quite a few treasures from the Fallen God Mountain. Our clan doesn't lack saint artifacts. Alright, that's it. The ancestor is still waiting for me. When I come back, I'll tell you about the things that have happened over the years." Yi Qinghan took their hands again and fiercely hugged them. Then, she kissed them lightly on their foreheads and directly teleported and disappeared from the dancing garden. Then, Yi Qinghan bid farewell to Feng Zihua and Long Sainan and went to the back mountain of the Yi family. As for Yi Tianlong and the others, Yi Baihu would go and inform them. When Yi Ruoshui saw that Yi Qinghan had finished his business, she nodded at Yi Baihu and released a small gravitational field, which enveloped the two of them. Then, she brought them into the sky and flew towards the north like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Chapter 281. The Dark Forest was located in the northernmost part of the Fire Dragon continent. It was a vast forest with countless demon beasts and abundant herbs and natural treasures. However, not many warriors dared to explore it. At most, they would wander around the outermost area. They didn't dare to go deeper because those who went deeper had never come out. It was unknown how many years ago, but the Dark Forest was known as a dangerous place. It was rumored that demons lived in the Dark Forest. Some said that there were dozens of sacred beasts in the forest, and anyone who entered would die. However, all the top experts on the continent knew that there was a beautiful and luxurious castle in the Dark Forest, where a woman lived. She called herself Lord Devour. Lord Devour wasn't famous at first. She had established her position as the most powerful expert on the continent 4,000 years ago. At that time, many experts didn't believe her and entered the Dark Forest to search for treasures, but they were killed. In the end, the Divine City was curious, so it sent a team led by 3 sacred-level experts to investigate. However, as soon as the team entered the forest, they disappeared like mud falling into the sea. The God Lord was enraged. He had just built the Divine City and established his unparalleled position on the continent not long ago. How could he be challenged? Thus, he brought his people and left the Divine City, declaring that he would flatten the Dark Forest. However, only the God Lord too returned to the Divine City after they entered the forest. He went into seclusion and didn't mention anything about the Dark Forest again. At the same time, all the Saint Realm experts on the continent received a message, Lord Devour's message to the Dark Forest. The Dark Forest doesn't welcome humans. Anyone who enters will be killed. The experts on the continent didn't know what happened when the God Lord too entered the Dark Forest. But this did not prevent them from understanding some things and understanding some things from it. Apparently, Lord Devour had defeated the God Lord Tuesday. She was the undisputed most powerful expert on the Fire Dragon continent. From then on, all the families and mansions had one more rule: never provoke Lord Devour of the Dark Forest. The Dark Forest became one of the 3 most dangerous places on the continent. Then, a small number of God Realm experts on the continent found out that Lord Devour wasn't a human but a divine beast. Everyone understood why she never joined the fights on the continent and didn't want to unify the continent. It was easy to understand. Would a powerful person be interested in a fight between ants? To the experts of the continent, the magical beasts in the forest were like ants. But, to Lord Devour, the people of the Flame Dragon continent were just ants. Yi Ruoshui carried Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu and flew at high speed. It only took them 5 days to reach the outside of the Dark Forest. Moreover, he did not dare to teleport while carrying the 2 of them. If he teleported, his speed would be even faster. Yes. We've arrived. Let's go down first. Yi Ruoshui descended rapidly. Just as she was about to reach the ground, her speed suddenly slowed down. Finally, she landed steadily on the ground. Yi Ruoshui smiled and said, "You two should take a rest first. You must be tired after traveling for a few days." Great ancestor, why don't we go straight into the Dark Forest? Yi Qinghan shook his body to stretch his muscles and asked curiously. I have to talk to Lord Devour first to show my courtesy. Yi Ruoshui forced a smile and sent a message to Yi Qinghan. Lord Devour wasn't someone anyone could meet. The last time he came to the Dark Forest, he had to stay for several months before Lord Devour allowed him to enter the Dark Castle. However, he did not see Lord Devour and only stayed in the castle for a while. Although it was Lord Devour who asked them to come, Yi Ruoshui still had to ask for his permission to show her respect to Lord Devour. Then, Yi Ruoshui spread her soul consciousness all the way until it reached the beautiful castle in the middle of the forest. Then, she sent a message, Yi Ruoshui brings Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu to meet Lord Devour. Come in. After a while, a cold voice echoed in their ears. The voice was still cold and emotionless. Go. Let's go. Yi Ruoxue did not waste any time. She pulled the two of them and flew to the center of the forest. This time, Yi Ruoxue did not fly too fast or too high. She just flew close to the sky of the forest. Along the way, Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu curiously observed this legendary forbidden land. The forest was very ancient. There were countless 10,000-year-old ancient trees, thick ancient vines, and unknown exotic flowers and fruits. Everything was telling the story of the ancient and vicissitudes of the dark forest. There were countless demon beasts in the forest, which dazzled Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu. There was a giant ape that was over 10 meters in size and the size of a small hill, a berserk lion with 3 blood-red eyes, a black horse with wings, and a pack of hundreds of thousands of black-winged wolves. The strange thing was that even though the 3 of them were flying at a low altitude, the magical beasts in the forest only looked at them strangely. They were not afraid, nor did they attack. Some of the stronger magical beasts even looked at the 3 of them with disdainful eyes. Don't be surprised and don't provoke them. The demon beasts in the dark forest are a little arrogant because of Lord Devour's existence. Of course, they will never attack humans or walk out of the dark forest. Yi Ruoxue explained to Yi Qinghan through sound transmission when she saw that he was confused. Yi Qinghan understood after listening to her. These high-level demon beasts had high intellect. Because of Lord Devour's existence, they were very respectful to the visitors in the forest. They felt like the citizens of a great country seeing the envoys of a small tribe. It was a kind of outstanding feeling that had been born for thousands of years. After more than an hour, the 3 of them finally reached the center of the forest. Yi Qinghan looked at the strange terrain and the faintly visible black castle in front of him. He knew that they had reached their destination. This was because there was not a single ancient tree here. Below them was a boundless piece of flat land, and the flat land was filled with flowers. Countless flowers of all kinds. The whole area had become a sea of flowers. All kinds of fresh flowers were competing with each other. It was beautiful. So beautiful. So beautiful. It was the first time that Yi Qingyu had seen such a beautiful scene. She couldn't help but exclaim. Her eyes were full of surprise and joy. Don't talk, we are about to reach the dark castle. Both of you, pay attention. When we reach the castle, follow me. Don't talk and don't touch anything inside. Yi Ruoxue quickly warned them in a low voice. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He just stared blankly at the huge castle that was getting closer and closer. There was also a strange creature standing in front of the castle gate. The castle was huge. It was a few hundred meters wide and more than 100 meters tall. The whole castle was made of unknown black stones. Strangely, Yi Qinghan didn't see any gaps on the walls. It was as if the castle was a single entity. The entire castle stood there quietly, but at a glance, it was as if a giant black beast was entrenched there, silently exuding a faint pressure. The castle had a gate. At this moment, the gate was opened. A strange creature was standing in front of the gate. It was a strange creature that looked like a fox, but it wasn't a fox. It looked like a human, but it wasn't. It was a fox, but it was standing upright like a human. It was wearing a fiery red robe. It had a human-like smile on its face. It stood elegantly outside the gate like a noble lady. However, it had a few snow-white tails behind it. It had a face that was no different from a fox's. Under its clothes, it had a pair of cute little furry hands. All of these betrayed its fox identity. However, it didn't look like a demon. After all, demons were still humans. It was just that the various demon races only had some characteristics of demon beasts. However, this fox looked exactly like a fox. Its expression and posture were exactly the same as a human's. It was very strange. Welcome to the Dark Castle. Yi Ruoxue, long time no see. You must be Yi Qinghan. What a handsome young man. Hee hee. There's also a cute little girl. When Yi Ruoshui brought Yi Qinghan and landed in front of the castle gate, the fox suddenly opened its furry mouth and spoke. It gave Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu a fright. Even the hair on their bodies stood up. A fox can talk. Chapter 282. Greetings, Lord Zhou. It's been 5 years since we last met, and Lord Zhou's strength has improved yet again. Yi Ruoshui smiled and cupped her hands in greeting. She then turned her head to the side and said to Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu, "Why haven't the two of you paid your respects to Lord Zhou? Lord Zhou is a powerful deity-level expert." Greetings, Lord Zhou. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu hurriedly came to their senses and bowed. Yi Qinghan thought to himself, it's actually another divine beast, and a divine beast can actually speak the human language after maturing? Doesn't that mean that after Xiao He enters the mature stage, he can also speak directly and doesn't need to use telepathy? You may dispense with the formalities. Come in, Lord Zhou said and directly walked inside. Behind the door was a wide corridor, and the corridor was covered with a fiery red carpet. There were a few forks in the corridor. After walking a few steps, Lord Zhou pointed at a fork in the corridor and said, "Yi Ruoshui, bring this young lady to the side chamber to rest. There is some spiritual fruit wine inside, and you can taste it as you please. I will first bring Yi Qinghan to see Lord Zhou." Brother. Yi Qingyu hurriedly pulled on Yi Qinghan's sleeves and cried out in worry. "Qingyu, be good. Brother will come to find you in a moment. You and elder ancestor can go first." Yi Qinghan lightly patted the back of Yi Qingyu's hand, indicating that she and Yi Ruoshui should go first. "Let's go, little girl." Yi Ruoshui hurriedly signaled with her eyes and pulled the reluctant Yi Qingyu towards the side chamber. Lucky young man, follow me." Madame Zhou smiled faintly. Her foxy face actually revealed a trace of human affection. After she finished speaking, she gracefully took small steps towards a fork on the left. As she walked, she instructed Yi Qinghan, when you meet Madame later, don't talk too much and don't look around. Whatever Madame asks you, just answer honestly. Whatever Madame wants you to do, don't disobey. Otherwise, if you anger Madame, the three of you won't be able to return. The corridor on the left was connected to a straight staircase. The staircase was very long, and at the top was a red door. The top of the stairs was covered with a fiery red carpet. The carpet was very clean and spotless. Yi Qinghan followed Lord Zhou quickly as he listened to her warning attentively. He felt a little uneasy. He was about to meet the legendary strongest expert of the continent. Although this expert seemed to be related to Xiao He, he wasn't confident before everything was clear. After all, if Lord Devour wanted to kill him, no one in this world could save him, not even Elder Lu. "We're here. Go in by yourself. Remember what I said just now." After walking for a while, Yi Qinghan followed Madame Zhou to the glowing red door. Madame Zhou stopped in her tracks and pointed at the door, indicating for Yi Qinghan to go in by himself. Squeak. Yi Qinghan nodded and didn't think much. He puffed up his chest, pushed the door open, and walked in. Outside the door was an open-air rooftop. At first glance, he could see countless flower pots. These flower pots were arranged in a very orderly manner, forming all sorts of beautiful patterns. On the left of the flower pots was a large pond with countless beautiful little fishes swimming in it. On the right of the flower pots was a huge grape rack, which was filled with clusters of fresh grapes. Under the shelf, there was a diamond-shaped crystal table. On the table, there were a few plates of translucent fruits that Yi Qinghan did not recognize. Beside the table, there was only a rocking chair woven from old vines. There was someone sitting on the rocking chair. Yi Qinghan looked over, only to see a silhouette from the side. He had a head of black hair, a cold face, and a fiery red robe. There's a lady here? Yi Qinghan was a little puzzled. He lifted his head and looked around, but didn't find anything. After pondering for a while, he took a few steps forward and cupped his fists at the lady. "Yi Qinghan pays his respects to you, madam. May I ask where Lord Devour is?" I've come as invited. The lady didn't say anything. She was holding a green scroll in her hand, reading it quietly. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to say anything, nor did he dare to look around. He could only stand there quietly and wait for the woman's reply. He stood there for more than an hour. The lady didn't seem to notice Yi Qinghan, still reading the scroll with great interest. The rooftop was quiet, except for the rustling sound of the lady flipping the pages of the book. Another hour had passed. When Yi Qinghan was a little impatient and was about to ask again, the lady suddenly put down the book in her hand. The woman suddenly put down the book in her hand, turned around and looked coldly at Yi Qinghan. Her eyes are so terrifying. As soon as Yi Qinghan and the lady's eyes met, he felt like he was looking at two dazzling lights. He felt dizzy and didn't dare to look at her anymore. He bowed his head and waited for the lady to speak. The lady still didn't say anything, just coldly looking at Yi Qinghan. Her eyes were as sharp as knives, which made Yi Qinghan feel a burning pain all over his body. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt like he was stripped naked under her gaze. He didn't have any secrets to hide. After a while, Yi Qinghan finally lost his patience. Being stared at by a lady like that, he felt uncomfortable. He clasped his fists one more time. "Madam, may I ask, where is Lord Devour?" The lady finally opened her mouth. Her voice was cold and emotionless. "I'm Lord Devour." Ah! Hearing this familiar, clear voice, Yi Qinghan was bewildered. He couldn't believe it. "You're Lord Devour?" "Lord Devour isn't he a god?" Yi Qinghan wanted to say that Lord Devour was a divine beast, wasn't he? The lady in front of him was a real person. However, he didn't dare to continue as he was afraid that he would annoy the lady in red. Can't a divine beast transform into a human? Ignorant. The lady sneered but didn't say anything else. She continued to stare at Yi Qinghan. After a while, she slowly opened her mouth. "Yi Qinghan, do you know that I really want to kill you?" The lady's casual words made Yi Qinghan feel as if he had fallen into the 9 netherworlds. His entire body was chilled. Lord Devour didn't release his aura or move much. It was just a simple sentence, but it had frozen Yi Qinghan's blood. At the same time, his soul became sluggish, and he couldn't control his body anymore. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt that he could smell the aura of death. After a while, the soul ring on his left hand released a flow of energy, which restored Yi Qinghan's body. When he felt that he could control his body again, Yi Qinghan exhaled in relief. So many thoughts flashed in his head. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Lord Devour wants to kill me. I can only wait for my death. Don't pretend. If I want to kill you, I can take your life at any time. Even if you hide in the unfettered pavilion, I can still kill you." Lord Devour opened his mouth one more time, shocking Yi Qinghan one more time. She even knew about the unfettered pavilion? It seemed that Lord Devour's supernatural power was too strong to resist. At least, at this moment, Yi Qinghan couldn't resist it. Since he couldn't resist it, there was no need to be afraid. Yi Qinghan slowly lifted his head, looking at Lord Devour and asking boldly, "Why does Lord Devour want to kill me?" Lord Devour swung his sleeve, his face cold. A formidable aura burst out from his body, covering Yi Qinghan. His voice became even colder. "Because, you got something that you shouldn't have." Chapter 283. Although Lord Devour's aura was soaring, it was obvious that he had controlled it. Otherwise, even 10 Yi Qinghan could be smashed into meat paste. Yi Qinghan just felt a little annoyed. Seeing Lord Devour's rage, he couldn't help but ask anxiously, "Is it because of Xiaohe?" Harumph. Lord Devour snorted and retrieved his aura. He stood up, walking out of the grape trellis. With his back facing Yi Qinghan, he looked at the sea of flowers outside the castle. After a while, he opened his mouth, but his voice wasn't as cold as before. It was a little lonely and begrudging. "Xiaohe's a soul-devouring beast, a divine beast, and a very powerful one at that. Do you think that a mortal like you is qualified to have him?" No. Yi Qinghan contemplated for a while and then answered honestly. Xiao He was really heaven-defying. If it weren't for Xiao He, Yi Qinghan would still be the seventh son of the Yi family, and his mother's grave would still be on the west mountain of Tsang City. It could be said that his current competence and status were all because of Xiao He. Even if he had the soul ring, he wouldn't have a big achievement. Pondering for a while, Yi Qinghan didn't wait for Lord Devour's response. He continued, of course, I'm not qualified to have Xiao He. Moreover, I've never had him. Because Xiao He isn't an object. I've always considered him as a living being, as my little brother. We're not master and servant. He's not my pet. He's my little brother, a brother who has fought with me all his life. Harumph. Yi Qinghan's sincere words didn't move Lord Devour. Lord Devour turned around and coldly glared at Yi Qinghan. If it weren't for that, I would have killed you several years ago. Don't think that I can't kill you because you've signed a soul contract with Xiao He. After killing you, I can keep Xiao He alive without any harm. I'm just afraid of hurting Xiao He's heart. Besides, your aptitude is barely passable. Perhaps you'll have some achievements in the future. That's why I spared your life. This Lord Devour was too awesome. Yi Qinghan felt a chill in his heart. After all, Xiao He had signed a soul contract with him. If he died, Xiao He's soul would dissipate along with him. And now, Lord Devour said that she could make Xiao He break the soul contract with her? To be able to strip it from his body, what kind of divine ability was this? At the same time, he secretly rejoiced. Ever since Xiao He learned to transmit sound in the savage mountains, Yi Qinghan and Xiao He's relationship improved day by day. In the end, they were as close as real brothers. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Sigh. Perhaps this is fate. Lord Devour turned around, sighing weakly. That year, when I brought Xiao He to the Fire Dragon continent, I thought I could let him grow up in peace. But, because of something, I left for 1 year. I didn't expect that with the help of the Soul Ring and the Bloodline Awakening ceremony of the Yi family, you could break the restriction I had set up in the Misty Forest. You summoned Xiao He and made a soul contract with him. When I came back, I wanted to kill you directly. However, I was worried that Xiao He's soul was too fragile, so I didn't do it. Until now, Xiao He has considered you as his closest friend. I was afraid that he would be sad, so I didn't kill you. What? So, it was like that. At this moment, Yi Qinghan recalled what had happened several years ago when his bloodline had awakened. He was suddenly enlightened. That year, the concentration of God's blood in his bloodline was very low, and he got his father's scripture of theology. After cultivating for half a month, he had to bleed, eat raw animals' internal organs, and pierce his blood. In the end, his blood was cut, which led to his meridians exploding, and he had fainted. When he woke up, his soul consciousness had entered the summoning space and successfully summoned Xiao He. Originally, he had thought that it was because of his father's scripture of God's blood. He didn't expect that it was because of the soul ring. And, the magical valley where Xiao He used to live was probably the home that Lord Devour had arranged for Xiao He in the Misty Forest. No wonder why only the cubs could come here. Lord Devour had set up a restriction to let the cubs come here. They could play with Xiao He to prevent him from being lonely, and they could help Xiao He grow faster. The yuan qi in the valley was very rich, which was suitable for Xiao He to grow. At the same time, it attracted the cubs of the nearby powerful beasts. Xiao He was a divine beast, which was 1 level higher than the holy beasts. He had the pressure of a divine beast. No wonder the beasts and the 4 holy beast cubs were so afraid of Xiao He that they ran away as soon as they saw Xiao He. However, Yi Qinghan still had a question that he hadn't figured out. Why did he summon Xiao He with the help of the Soul Ring? Was Xiao He related to the owner of the Soul Ring, the Soul Emperor? What was the relationship between Lord Devour and Xiao He? Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to ask Lord Devour. After all, he had done something wrong. How could he dare to ask more? Lord Devourer could kill him at any time and take Xiao He out of his beast space. Recalling that Lord Devourer had said that she would spare his life for now, Yi Qinghan became more anxious. He had stolen Xiao He, so this woman must be angry. However, she had given a divine crystal to her sister. Moreover, she hadn't killed him after so many years. His life should be safe for now, right? Don't be so happy. If you can't satisfy me, I will kill you at any time. Even if I have to pay a big price, I will break the soul contract between you and Xiao He. I will take Xiao He out of your body. Indeed, before Yi Qinghan could rejoice, Lord Devourer spoke again. Since you could get the soul ring by chance and summon Xiao He through it, you and I are fated. So, I want to give you a chance. As long as you can do it, I won't do anything to hurt Xiao He. Looking at Lord Devourer's cold eyes and feeling her unparalleled aura, Yi Qinghan knew that Lord Devourer was telling the truth. From Lord Devourer's attitude toward him, he knew that she would do what she said. Immediately, Yi Qinghan put on a serious face, clasping his fists. Lord Devourer, please tell me. Yi Qinghan will try his best to satisfy you. What a joke. It was related to his life, so he didn't dare to be careless. In other words, even if Lord Devourer wanted to take Xiao He out of his body and spare his life, he would be reluctant. No matter what, Xiao He had been with him for so many years, and he had become an inseparable part of his flesh and blood. I want you to break through to the heavenly god realm within 50 years. Lord Devourer said faintly as if he was talking about something trivial. If you can't break through within 50 years, I can only. I'm sorry. After saying that, Lord Devourer didn't wait for Yi Qinghan's answer, continuing, moreover, don't expect me to help you. I've never participated in the disputes of the continent. Moreover, even if you're going to die, I can only protect Xiao He at the moment of your death. You have to rely on yourself to become a god, and you have to do it within 50 years. Or else, you will die without a doubt. Become a god within 50 years? Or else. I will die without a doubt. Yi Qinghan felt like a heavy mountain was pressing on his shoulder, which made him unable to straighten his back and gasp for breath. His body shivered. Become a god? Who didn't want to become a god? The ultimate goal of all the warriors in the continent was to become a god. However, how many gods were there in the Fire Dragon continent? Becoming a god wasn't just about cultivating hard. It depended on one's comprehension of the principle, chance, and luck. Not to mention the god realm, the number of Saint Realm warriors in the continent could be counted. And now, Lord Devourer wanted him to become a god. Or within 50 years. Yi Qinghan contemplated, stooping his head and closing his eyes for a long time. When he opened his eyes one more time, his eyes were filled with a fierce fighting will. Unconsciously, his entire body emitted an indomitable aura. He gazed at Lord Devourer, his voice resolute. 5 or 6 years ago, I was just a trash at the first level of the elite realm. Today, I've become an Emperor Realm warrior, the #1 genius of the continent. I believe that as long as I work hard, I will break through this sky sooner or later. I promise you, within 50 years. I will try my best to break through to the heavenly god realm. Chapter 284. I don't need your consent. I just want to tell you my decision. Yi Qinghan's emotional words didn't affect Lord Devourer. It seemed this woman was always cold and inhuman. She paused for a while, then waved her hand. Summon Xiao He. You can leave now. I'm going to talk to him. Yes. Yes, Lord Devourer. Yeah. I have to thank Lord Devourer for giving my sister such a precious divine crystal. I'm so grateful. Yi Qinghan bowed to greet him. Yi Qingyu was very important to him. Moreover, Lord Devourer was his benefactor, and he had to repay the favor. He understood this clearly. It's to thank you for taking care of Xiao He for so many years. I've never owed anyone a favor. Summon Xiao He. Lord Devourer waved his hand, signaling Yi Qinghan to summon Xiao He. Then, he could leave. Facing this incomparably powerful and cold woman, Yi Qinghan felt a sense of helplessness. Although he was skeptical, as Xiao He couldn't talk, how could Lord Devour communicate with him? However, he didn't dare to ask more. He summoned Xiao He, bowed to him, and then slowly retreated to the gate. Ha! Ha! Boss, you leave now. I'll come for you later. I won't leave you. As soon as Xiao He was summoned, Yi Qinghan placed him on the diamond-shaped crystal table. Xiao He had heard the conversation between Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour. Lord Devour treated Yi Qinghan that way, which made Xiao He indignant. However, he knew that Lord Devour was really intimidating, and he had a close relationship with him. Most importantly, he wanted to know his origin from Lord Devour. He didn't say anything, just calling Yi Qinghan twice. After using the soul message, he turned around and looked at Lord Devour with a complicated look. Until now, Master Devour had always been cold. Looking at Xiao He's little body on the crystal table, she beamed a smile for the first time. It was a friendly smile. She opened her mouth, her voice tender and kind. Kid, I haven't seen you for years. You've grown up. Little Han. Follow me. Yi Qinghan opened the door and walked into the staircase, only to see Lord Jiu standing at the foot of the stairs. When she saw him, a trace of a smile appeared on her face. She actually changed the way she addressed him and led Yi Qinghan down the stairs. Yi Qinghan smiled and followed Lord Jiu down the stairs. They walked through several long corridors and finally arrived at a magnificent hall. The main hall was very big, and the decorations were very luxurious. It looked even more luxurious than the Carefree Pavilion. There were two people in the hall, Yi Ruoxue and Yi Qingyu. Brother, you're back. At this moment, Yi Qingyu was absent-mindedly sitting on a dark gold soft chair, fiddling with a jade cup on the table next to her. However, her eyes were gazing at the entrance of the hall. Seeing Yi Qinghan come in, she hurried to stand up, shouting happily. Haha. You three should rest here for a while. After Master Devour and Master Xiao He are done talking, you can go back. Lord Jiu gracefully bowed and left. Little Han? Seeing Yi Qinghan's bitter face, Yi Ruoxue couldn't help but look at him worriedly. I'm okay. Yi Qinghan sat on a soft chair next to Yi Qingyu. He shook his head at Yi Ruoxue, signaling her to talk later. He picked up a round pink fruit from the square table and started to eat it. Yeah, it tastes good. You guys should eat it. What kind of fruit is it? After eating it, your whole body feels warm. As soon as Yi Qinghan ate it, he found that this fruit was even more delicious than the spirit fruits in the Luotian Mountains illusory land. Of course, he didn't hesitate to pick up another one, handing it to Yi Qingyu, shouting. Master Devour was the strongest warrior in the continent, and even the divine beast Lord Jiu was her servant. How could the fruit she used to greet guests be bad? It would be a waste not to eat it, but it wasn't a waste to eat it. Yi Qinghan was in a bad mood, so of course, he didn't hesitate to eat it. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu bluntly began to gorge themselves on the food. Yi Ruoxue, on the other hand, took into consideration her status. She only picked up a green-colored drink and drank it while looking at the two of them in amusement and anger. Half an hour later, a shadow flashed through the entrance of the hall and directly jumped into Yi Qinghan's arms. It was Xiao He. Okay, you guys can go back. After Xiao He, Lord Jiu walked in with a small jade box in her cute hairy hands, saying to the three of them. Okay, Lord Jiu, we'll leave first. If you have time, come to Tsang City to play. I'll treat you well. Yi Ruoxue stood up, clasping her hands to greet Lord Jiu. There will be a chance. Little Han, take this jade box. Lord Jiu's mouth twitched, revealing a smile. She handed the jade box to Yi Qinghan, saying, of course, it's not for you. This is for Xiao He. There are 5 black unicorn fruits in it. Every 10 years, Xiao He has to eat one. Lord also said to give him less barbecued meat, spirit fruits, and dragon crystals. It will create impurities, which are not good for the divine beast's growth. Okay, Lord Jiao, I'll remember. Yi Qinghan laughed, putting the jade box into his unfettered ring. Then, he grabbed 2 more pink fruits from the table, following Yi Ruoshui out. Lord Jiao, see you later. Walking out of the dark castle, Yi Ruoshui nodded to Lord Jiao, then took Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu and flew to the south. Ninth Elder stretched out a hand, and waved in the direction that Yi Ruoshui had flown in. He watched them leave, then smiled faintly, and muttered, "Hee, we will definitely meet again. Moreover, it won't be too long." Hee, little Han's luck is really too nature-defying, so nature-defying that it makes one's eyes red with envy. At this moment, on the rooftop of the castle, Lord Devour was also bewildered, watching Yi Ruoshui's back. Her face wasn't as cold as before, but a bit helpless and bitter. Finally, she sighed and said something that only she could hear, "Yi Qinghan, don't blame me for being cruel. I have no other choice. Since you have something, you have to choose to bear it. I hope you can pierce through this sky." Yi Ruoshui brought the 2 humans and 1 beast and quickly flew towards the south. Because they were going back, they didn't hold back and flew very high. After a short while, they flew out of the dark forest and headed straight for Tsang City. Xiaohei. Lord Devour can understand you. Yi Qinghan didn't have anything to do in the air, so he started to transmit his voice to Xiaohei. He was curious how Lord Devour could communicate with Xiaohei. Yeah, she's really powerful. She can talk to me directly in my soul, just like the 2 of us. I don't need to say anything. She knows it just by thinking about it. Xiaohei seemed to be in a good mood after talking with Lord Devour. Her voice sounded excited. Yeah, so powerful? Yi Qinghan was speechless. He continued to ask curiously, "What did she tell you? Did she tell you about your origin?" "No, she just said that my parents aren't in the fiery dragon continent. She said that my competence is still weak. She will tell me everything after I've reached the god realm. Yeah, she said that I need at least 10 years to mature. She said that the divine beast's maturation period is relatively long. She told me not to hurry and to have fun. She will take care of the other things," Xiaohei said reluctantly. "Your parents aren't in the fiery dragon continent? Did she tell you what her relationship with you was?" Yi Qinghan felt strange. He had thought that Lord Devour would be Xiaohei's mother or grandmother. They were both divine beasts with the same surname of Devour. Moreover, Lord Devour said that she had brought Xiaohei to the fiery dragon continent. Xiaohei kept silent for a while, then transmitted his voice. "Yeah, she said that according to seniority, she's my aunt. But, we're not related by blood." Chapter 285. Auntie? Not related by blood? Yi Qinghan was surprised. He didn't expect that Xiaohei and Lord Devour had such a relationship. What he couldn't figure out was why Lord Devour brought Xiaohei to the Fire Dragon continent if they weren't related by blood. Where were Xiaohei's parents? Why did Lord Devour choose to live in the Fire Dragon continent? Where did she and Xiaohei come from? However, Yi Qinghan asked Xiaohei a few more questions, but he didn't get a definite answer. It seemed that he would only know many things after Xiaohei matured. Originally, Yi Qinghan wanted to know something from the conversation between Blackie and Master Devour. He wanted to know why Master Devour had given him such an impossible task, and he wanted to see if he could find a way to ease the situation. Now that he thought about it, it seemed impossible. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. "Boss, don't think too much. Just try your best. If it doesn't work, I will beg. Auntie. I will never let her hurt you. And I won't be separated from you. You will always be my boss." Xiaohei sensed Yi Qinghan's mood and became a little anxious. She hurried to comfort him through telepathy. "Well, there will always be a way. The road will be straight when it comes to the bridgehead, right?" Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly, but he was still depressed. He thought that he could meet his relatives and get some treasures in the dark forest. With the protection of the continent's #1 powerhouse, he could do whatever he wanted in the Fire Dragon continent and live a happy life. He didn't expect that someone would install a time bomb on him. If he couldn't solve it, he would be smashed into pieces when the time was up. Boss, don't be so sad. Don't you still have 50 years? Believe in yourself. I believe that you can create a miracle. Xiao He had mixed feelings as well. He was looking forward to meeting his family and learning about his background on the way to the dark forest. He didn't expect that things would turn out like this. Although his aunt was very kind to him, and he could feel Lord Devour's love and care for him from the bottom of his heart. However, he had asked Lord Devour why she had treated Yi Qinghan that way. Unexpectedly, Lord Devour was resolute on this matter. He didn't want to say anything, and Shi Yan didn't have any solution. 50 years is still a long time. Yes. In 6 years, I went from an elite realm trash to an emperor realm expert. There are still 50 years left. I don't believe that I can't break through to the deity level. Yi Qinghan fell silent for a moment and stopped thinking about it. He was only 21 years old. There were still 50 years left. 50 years was still very far away for him. By that time, he would already be over 70 years old. Even if he died, it would not be considered a premature death. As long as he worked hard and tried his best, it did not matter. It was not like he had never died before. As he thought about it, his mood gradually became cheerful. As long as one lived a wonderful life, it did not matter how many years he lived. Done talking? At this time, Yi Ruoshui transmitted her voice to him. Apparently, she had been paying attention to Yi Qinghan. Yes. Forefather. Yi Qinghan turned his head and saw that Yi Ruoshui was transmitting her voice to him. She probably wanted to know about the conversation between him and Lord Devour, but she didn't want Yi Qingyu to know. Hence, he also transmitted his voice. Tell me everything about the conversation between you and Lord Devour and Xiao He. As expected, Yi Ruoshui directly asked about this matter. Yi Qinghan thought for a while and felt that there was no need to hide this matter. Hence, he transmitted his voice to Yi Ruoshui honestly. After listening to him, Yi Ruoshui frowned. After a long silence, she transmitted her voice again. It seems like it's a good thing, but it's also a disaster. Lord Devour has high expectations for you. If you can break through to the God realm within 50 years, I think your future will be bright. Perhaps you can solve it. Yeah, perhaps with Lord Devour's help, you can leave the Fire Dragon continent, this dead well, and go to a bigger arena. He wants you to break through to the God realm within 50 years, and he won't give you any help. I think it's a test for you. Of course, if you can't break through, I guess he won't kill you. But, Xiao He will be taken away. So, sigh. Try your best. Yi Ruoshui turned to look at Yi Qinghan. She had almost told him the secret of the Fire Dragon continent. However, as she thought that Yi Qinghan was still a teenager, and he already had a heavy burden on his back, it would be too heavy if he was shackled again. Thus, she changed the topic immediately. Yes, forefather. I will try my best. Although Yi Qinghan felt that Yi Ruoshui's words had some problems, he didn't think much and just kept silent. A few days later, the three of them flew to the mountain behind the Yi family. Yi Ruoshui directly landed beside a small lake. Little Han, rest well and cultivate well. Don't worry about anything else. I will think of a way. Yi Ruoshui patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder to comfort him. Then, he turned to look at Yi Qingyu and encouraged her. Little you, cultivate hard and try to break through to the God realm as soon as possible. In the future, you will be able to help your brother even more. After saying that, he took out 2 jade talismans from his bosom and gave them to Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu. Then, he said again, if you want to find me, directly inject your battle chi into the messaging talisman, and I will immediately know. You can play around in the House of Aries, but don't leave the House of Aries. I will leave first. After saying that, Yi Ruoshui directly teleported and returned to the place where he cultivated in seclusion. There were many things that he needed to think about, and there were also many things that he was very concerned about, such as the divine sword. Xiao. As soon as Yi Ruoshui disappeared, two figures flashed out from a group of small pavilions in the distance. It was Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingniu. Obviously, they had noticed the three of them. Grandpa, Grand Elder. Eldest Grandpa, Second Grandpa. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu greeted them at the same time. Hee, you have returned so quickly. Yes, go and rest first. We can talk about it later. Little Han, do you want to continue living in the mountain behind or go to the castle? I have specially built a garden for you at the place where you used to live. It is very good. Yi Tianlong said with a smile, waving his hand casually. Built a garden for me? At the place where I used to live? Hearing this, Yi Qinghan's interest was piqued. The scenery at the back of the mountain was good, and it was also very quiet. However, living with Yi Tianlong and the others was a bit uncomfortable, and he wasn't used to it. Now that he heard that the Yi family had specially built a courtyard for him, and it was on the courtyard that he had burned down, he naturally chose the latter without hesitation. Yes, Qingyu and I will live in the castle. Of course, we will also come to the back of the mountain to stay for a few days if we have nothing to do. Hee, Qingniu, you are right. This brat definitely won't be used to living in the back of the mountain. Alright, Qingniu, take them down. Little Han, rest well for a few days. I will come and find you in a few days. Yi Tianlong laughed, turned around, and flashed towards the group of pavilions in the distance. Yi Qingniu was too lazy to walk, so he led the two of them down the back of the mountain and directly flew towards the east courtyard. Yi Qinghan secretly felt grateful to Yi Qingniu. Yi Qingniu looked careless and had a very bad temper, but he was also very meticulous. He knew that Ling Han had a conflict with the west courtyard, so he specially had someone build a courtyard in the east courtyard where he lived. This was very much to Ling Han's liking. After a short while, they arrived at the east courtyard. Yi Qinghan looked at the familiar scenery around him, as well as the place where he had lived for over a dozen years. When he saw that an extremely beautiful and grand courtyard had been erected in front of him, he couldn't help but feel all sorts of emotions welling up in his heart. The small courtyard that he had lived in for over a dozen years had already disappeared. The nearby buildings had also been demolished, and scenic trees had been planted all over the place. There was a large green courtyard in the midst of the lush green trees. 3 large golden words were glowing on the gate of the courtyard, Chilling Heart Pavilion. Welcome back, young clan head. At this moment, 8 familiar figures walked out of the courtyard, and they walked directly to the gate as they respectfully half-knelt. They had strong bodies that resembled doorposts, and they wore charming smiles on their faces. They were the 8 great door gods of the Yi family. Hee, life is full of ups and downs. Let's go, Qingyu, take a look at our new home. Yi Qinghan chuckled, and pulled Yi Qingyu's hand as they walked inside. Chapter 286. The Chilling Heart Pavilion was very big. As soon as they entered the garden, they saw a huge fake mountain. There were small trees on the fake mountain, and there were flowers on the trees. The flowers were pink with a hint of purple, and they were very beautiful. There was a pool under the rockery. The pool was not deep, and there were a few small fishes of different colors swimming happily in it. On both sides of the pool was a smooth bluestone path, and both sides of the path were planted neatly with unknown scenic trees. Along the bluestone road, Yi Qinghan pulled Yi Qingyu all the way forward. In front of them, there were rows of well-proportioned bluestone pavilions. The entire building complex was made of a type of bluestone wood. From afar, they could smell a faint fragrance. Little Han, not bad, right? The Chilling Heart Pavilion was more than 3,000 square meters, and it had cost a lot of money to build. Just the green zen wood alone was worth tens of thousands of crystal coins. The fragrance of the green zen wood could prolong a person's lifespan, make them more energetic, and increase their vitality. Inside, there is a main hall, 3 side halls, and 24 rooms. The patriarch has even specially arranged for you 8 gatekeepers and 12 maids. Yi Qingniu slowly caught up to Yi Qinghan and began to explain in detail. Yi Qinghan was secretly speechless when he heard this. Back then, He had traveled to the savage mountain range for a few crystal coins and narrowly escaped death several times. Back then, the small courtyard that he had lived in only had 3 rooms and a kitchen, covering an area of less than 200 square meters. Yet now, there were 3 halls, 24 rooms, and even a front and a backyard. This was way too extravagant. Supreme Elder, isn't this too extravagant? It's too wasteful to have more than 20 rooms. Also, I don't think there's a need for a maid. Yi Qinghan scratched his head in embarrassment. He was not an ancient prince. There was no need to be so particular, right? Although he had successfully changed his identity from the 7th son of the Yi family to the 7th young master of the Yi family. However, he was still not used to such a grand occasion. No waste, no waste. Originally, I wanted to build more, but the chief said that if it didn't work out, we could just build more in the future. Your identity is different now. You have to understand that you are not only representing yourself, but also the Yi family. Moreover, you are about to go to the Yu clan to ask for their hand in marriage. You must be particular about marrying the Yu clan's holy maiden. Yi Qingniu hurriedly waved his hand and said in an unconcerned manner. However, when it came to marrying Yu Qingsheng, a hint of anger flashed in Yi Qingniu's eyes. He stared at Yi Qinghan and actually secretly transmitted his voice to him. Little Han, when did you steal my precious granddaughter's heart? How are you going to deal with this? When Yi Qinghan heard this, his expression immediately became awkward. He had originally planned to ask Yi Qinghan for her hand in marriage after everything had settled down. He had not expected Yi Qinghan to directly ask for her hand in marriage. Thus, he hurriedly transmitted his voice in slight embarrassment. Qinghan is preparing to marry Qingsheng, Qinggu, and Qingyu together. I was planning to go to your place to ask for her hand in marriage in the next few days. At least you still have a conscience. Alright, remember to bring a few treasures that you've hidden. When Yi Qinghan heard this, his eyes and brows were full of smiles. Yi Qinghan's meaning was very clear. If the 3 of them were to marry together, then they would be 3 official wives. This would not be a disgrace to Yi Qingwu's status. Yi Qingwu was wholeheartedly loyal to Yi Qinghan, so Yi Qinghan could not do anything about it. Moreover, he was very satisfied with Yi Qinghan. Yi Qingwu could be considered the 3rd person to follow Yi Qinghan after Yi Qingyu and Yu Qingsheng. Now that she could obtain the status of an official wife, it was not bad. He immediately laughed loudly and glanced at Yi Qingyu, who was beside him, and said, "You are a dissolute brat. I don't know how many more wives and concubines you will marry in the future. I built a few more rooms for you in preparation for the future. Alright, you go in and rest by yourself. I'll be going back first." Yi Qinghan's words did not cause any fluctuation in Yi Qingyu's emotions. Yi Qingyu's thoughts were very simple. As long as she could be with Yi Qinghan, she would be very happy and satisfied. She did not care how many wives and concubines Yi Qinghan married. As long as Yi Qinghan was happy, she would be happy. She and Yi Qinghan watched as Yi Qinghan left, then hurriedly pulled his hand and walked into the loft. They began to look around their new home with great curiosity and joy. After looking around, Yi Qinghan was very satisfied with his new home. The entire loft was a duplex building. It had 2 floors, and there was a wide rooftop at the top. The furniture, decorations, and appliances were all brand new. Moreover, the decorations were not very complicated, revealing a hint of nobility and elegance. This made Yi Qinghan feel very comfortable. What are the names of the 8 of you? Finally, Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu sat down in the main hall. They looked at the 8 door gods, who were bowing in fear and trepidation as they waited for their orders. Young clan leader, you can call me Ada. They are Ah Ah San. Ah Ba. As soon as Yi Qinghan spoke, the person standing at the front of the 8 door gods immediately bowed and smiled. His smile was very bright and carried a hint of charm. They had a very deep impression of Yi Qinghan. After all, they had been very rude and mocking towards Yi Qinghan. Ever since Yi Qinghan caused havoc in the enchanted garden and his status in the Yi family sword, they had always been afraid that Yi Qinghan would find trouble with them. Now that the clan leader had bestowed them to Yi Qinghan, they became even more nervous. They were afraid that the clan leader wanted them to be used by Yi Qinghan to vent his anger. Ada? Ah-san? Ah-ba? Ah-ba? Which bastard gave you this name? Sure enough, Yi Qinghan immediately flipped out and cursed. Young clan leader, you can't blame us. It was second young master who changed it for us. We were also very helpless. The 8 people panicked and immediately knelt down to plead for leniency. Yi Qingxian? So it was this idiot. Huh, no wonder. Yi Qinghan laughed. He couldn't help but laugh when he thought of this second young master who had been beaten by him several times. Ah-ba, 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 he actually called him ah-ba. Although there was no such thing as ah-ba in this world, every time Yi Qingxian saw ah-ba, he would call him ah-ba with a smile. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but laugh again. He waved his hand powerlessly and said, change it, change it. From now on, you are called Little One, he is called Little 2, Little 3. Little 8, N. Little 8 is no good, call him Little 9. Thank you, young clan leader, for bestowing names. Seeing that Yi Qinghan didn't get angry, they thought everything was fine and quickly smiled. Alright, I'll give you a mission now. Go and invite Miss Wu Qingqing here. Then, send an invitation to Feng Zilong, Sainan, Hua Zhilong, and Long Shui Lu. Invite them to a banquet tonight. After that, help me complete a secret mission. Go to the outskirts of Tsang City and run 500 laps around the city. No stopping. Of course, you must finish before dawn. If you can't finish, you'll have to double tomorrow. This is very important. If you miss a lap and ruin my plan, don't blame me for flipping out. Secret mission? Run 500 laps. The 8 huge men almost fell to the ground when they heard this. Their faces became even more bitter than cucumbers. Tsang City was so big. With their strength, running dozens of laps wouldn't be a problem. But to run 500 laps, they had to finish before dawn. They reckoned that their legs would definitely break. What kind of bullsh**t mission was this? He was obviously messing with them on purpose. Revenge, this was Yi Qinghan's undisguised revenge. At this moment, the 8 of them hated themselves incomparably. Why did they look down on Yi Qinghan in the past? Now, they were finally suffering the consequences of their actions. Why? Why are you still standing here? Are you waiting for me to treat you to a meal? Or are my words as the young clan leader useless? When Yi Qinghan saw the 8 of them acting like this, he was secretly delighted. However, his expression was even colder and angrier. Swish! When the 8 of them heard this, they quickly came to their senses and rushed outside. They were very clear that this was Yi Qinghan's punishment for the way they treated him in the past. And now, Yi Qinghan's status in the Yi family was like the sun in the sky. His words were much more effective than the words of the disciplinary court. Of course, they didn't dare to disobey. Otherwise, what awaited them would be the disciplinary court's tiger stool and chilly water. Chapter 287. Brother, it's not good to teach them a lesson like this, right? Isn't 500 laps too much? Yi Qingyu picked up the cup of tea on the table and looked at the backs of the 8 people who were running away in panic. She could not bear to say this. These 8 people have bad characters. Just punish them a little. Don't worry, they won't die of exhaustion. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qingyu's slightly furrowed eyebrows and her big eyes. He thought of the things that had happened over the years and sighed guiltily. Girl, I've made you suffer all these years. Not at all. As long as I can stay by your side, I'm not afraid of any hardships. Yi Qingyu put down the teacup and shook her head slightly. She blinked her big eyes at Yi Qinghan and said softly. Her tone was very calm and her expression was very serene. Yi Qingyu's calm words made Yi Qinghan feel incomparably warm and touched. His eyes moved up and fell on the white hair on Yi Qingyu's head. His heart could not help but ache. He stood up and slowly walked in front of her. He stretched out his hands and gently wrapped them around her slender waist. He picked her up and then sat down. He picked up Yiqingyu and sat her whole body on his lap. "Don't worry, I will never leave you again. Never." Yiqinghan's slender fingers gently slid across Yiqingyu's long white hair. His heart was filled with infinite tenderness. This woman was willing to die for him. Her hair turned white for him. She was willing to risk her life to break into the god-slaying mountain for him. "Brother, I want to be your bride. I want to marry you and bear your children. You promised me back then." Yiqingyu's face became shy after being hugged by Yiqinghan. Her snow-white face flushed red as she lowered her head and said in a low voice, "To be able to marry a woman like Qingyu is the fortune that I have accumulated over 100 lifetimes. Little girl, don't you know how outstanding you are? You'll become a god in a few years. Brother, would I dare not marry you?" Seeing Yiqingyu reveal such a shy expression for the first time, Yiqinghan chuckled and teased her. Yiqingyu looked up and shook her head slightly. She opened her lips and said, "It doesn't matter if I become a god or not. What matters is that I can be your wife." Qingyu, I want to tell you something. After a period of time, I'm preparing to marry you and Qingqing at the same time. Qingqing met Qingqing at the Yu clan. She treats me very well, and I like her very much. As for Qingwu, I had carelessly ruined her body. Moreover, she was deeply devoted to me. So, tell me, isn't this brother a beast? Yiqinghan was silent for a moment. He decided to make this clear to Yiqingyu first. Although he knew that Yiqingyu definitely wouldn't say much, this matter had to be made clear sooner or later. Today, he might as well grit his teeth and say it. "Brother, there's no need to say anything. I don't mind. I know that you'll treat me well. This is enough." Yiqinghan's words didn't cause Yiqingyu's expression to change in the slightest. Instead, she stretched out her finger and placed it on Yiqinghan's lips. Her expression was gentle. And, once again feeling Yiqingyu's unreserved affection, Yiqinghan's eyes became misty. He didn't say anything and simply wrapped his arms around Qingyu's slender waist. He hugged her tightly, unwilling to let go. "Little Han. Little Han." Just as Yiqinghan was enjoying the incomparably warm world of the two of them, the sound of hurried footsteps and Yiqingyu's angry shout came from outside the hall. Yiqinghan hurriedly pushed Yiqingyu away, letting her stand up. He himself went outside to welcome them. Through the green door, Yiqingyu, wearing a sexy fiery red skin-tight leather skirt, appeared first. Then, Yiqingqing, dressed in a peach-red dress, came in with a smile. "Little Han, the clan is too biased towards you. Your garden is many times better than mine. It's all made of green zen wood. It's too extravagant, too extravagant." Yiqingyu pouted and shook her cute little nose. She had a face full of complaints as she walked in. Yiqingqing didn't say anything. After a faint smile, she began to size up the furnishings inside. "Hee, Sister Xiao Wu, isn't this your garden in the future? It won't be long before you and Sister Qingqing get married together. What are you jealous of?" Yiqinghan felt awkward and didn't know what to say. On the contrary, Yiqingyu, who was beside him, spoke in a magnanimous manner. She even winked at Yiqinghan very mischievously. "Yes, that's right. What are you jealous of? You're both my women. Isn't what's mine yours?" Yiqinghan grinned. He came to his senses and started to make a fuss with Yiqingyu. "Hey! Who agreed to marry you? Shameless." After hearing what was said, Yiqingyu and Yiqingqing's expressions became shy. Yiqingyu directly pulled Yiqingqing's hand and glared at Yiqinghan. She said angrily, "Qingqing, ignore this scoundrel. Let's go and take a look." After saying this, she pulled Yiqingqing and ran away like a wisp of smoke. "Haha. Let's go, Qingyu. Let's go and take a look at the rooftop. I'm going to set up a banquet there tonight to entertain Long Sainan, Feng Zi, and the others." Yi Qinghan laughed loudly and pulled Yi Qingyu along as they walked. In the evening, Feng Zi and the others arrived at the invitation. They stayed in the Yi family castle because they wanted to build a good relationship with Yi Qinghan and rope an external help to confirm their status in the family. When they heard that Yi Qinghan had returned and even invited them to attend a banquet, they naturally arrived on time. "Young Master Han, your garden makes people envious," Feng Zi shouted as soon as she entered the door. Her eyes glanced around randomly. Southern city stone, elegant lake-colored carp, purple camphor tree, fireworks, green zen wood. Incredible. "Young Master Han, this garden of yours cost at least 100,000 crystal coins. Our Hua family only uses this green zen wood when we go into secluded cultivation. However, your entire loft is filled with it. Your Yi family is too extravagant." Hua Shu was obviously a knowledgeable person. She looked around and actually described everything in the garden in detail. Her face was filled with envy. "Hee, the thing that the Yi family doesn't lack the most now is crystal coins. Young Master Han can casually take out a few treasures and you can exchange them for 10 or even 100 cold heart pavilions." A trace of jealousy flashed in Long Shuelio's eyes. His gaze slid past Yu Qingcheng, Yi Qinggu, who was standing beside Yi Qinghan. His heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Long Sainan, who was dressed to the nines, looked heroic. She looked at Yi Qinghan, who was standing with a smile on her face, and a trace of complicated emotions flashed in her eyes. She praised, "This garden is very elegant and well decorated. I like it. Hee, stop joking around. Let's go to the rooftop. We'll drink to our heart's content tonight. You're not allowed to use battle chi to force us to drink." Yi Qinghan smiled and led the group to the rooftop. "Come, let's have a toast to our reunion after 5 years. Let's drink to our friendship. For the heaven god Tyr." The stars twinkled in the sky, and the full moon hung high in the sky. A cool breeze carried the faint fragrance of zen and wine, enveloping the entire Cold Heart Pavilion. On the rooftop, everyone drank to their heart's content. Even Yi Qingyu, who had never drunk before, joined the group. Long Shuelu and Long Shuelu came here to establish a good relationship with Yi Qinghan. Of course, they kept drinking like water. Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qinggu were in a good mood, so they unconsciously drank a lot of wine. Long Shuelu, on the other hand, was in a complicated mood, but she drank the most. The maids kept serving jars of wine and plates of delicacies. For a moment, the atmosphere of the rooftop was strong, and the fragrance of wine permeated the air. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, it was already late at night. Everyone was slightly tipsy and started to leave. In the end, only Yi Qinghan and the 3 women were left on the rooftop. "Sister Xiao Wu, we're going back." Yu Qingcheng's face was flushed, and her peach-colored clothes made her look even more beautiful. She timidly looked at Yi Qinghan's drunken and confused eyes. He kept glancing at her and Yi Qinggu like a wolf. She couldn't help but feel nervous. She quickly pulled Yi Qinggu's sleeve and said, "Eh." Yi Qinggu burped unladylike. She patted her plump chest, and the light in Yi Qinghan's eyes became even more intense. She also realized that the situation was not good. She quickly stood up slowly and pulled Yu Qingcheng to walk down the balcony. Chapter 288. Xiao. Yi Qinghan was obviously drunk as well. Seeing that the 2 of them were about to leave, he was a little anxious. He hadn't tasted a woman for several years. Today, with 3 such gorgeous beauties here, he wouldn't be a man if his heart wasn't like a monkey and galloping. However, he was obviously a little drunk as well. He wanted to switch positions to hug the 2 of them, but he dodged and directly crashed into the exit of the rooftop. Pung! This crash wasn't very painful, but it made Yi Qinghan stagger. Finally, he took a few steps back, swayed, and directly fell on his back. The back of his head heavily crashed into the rooftop's floor. This time it was very heavy, and he hurriedly covered the back of his head in pain. His body curled up, and he cried out softly. Little Han, are you okay? Yi Qingwu was a little flustered. She hurriedly swayed and squatted down, wanting to see if Yi Qinghan was okay. Unexpectedly, she was hugged by Yi Qinghan. The two of them rolled on the ground and struggled a few times. Finally, they were firmly pressed under Yi Qinghan's body. He opened his mouth and directly covered her tender red lips. Aya, I can't watch anymore. Yu Qingxing blushed a little as she watched this erotic scene. After a moment, she cried out in alarm. She lifted her skirt and ran towards the exit in a panic. She didn't want to do anything preposterous and shameful before she married Yi Qinghan. Hence, she took the opportunity to slip away as fast as she could. Brother, you're acting like a hooligan. Yi Qingyu hurriedly cupped her burning hot face and followed Yu Qingxing down without even turning her head back. In her pure heart, if one were to do such a shameful act before getting married, it would definitely be akin to acting like a hooligan. Little rascal, let go of me, it's so embarrassing. I'm going to scream if you continue like this. Yi Qingwu struggled to break free from Yi Qinghan's rough kiss. She waved her two pink fists and continuously pounded on Yi Qinghan's back, roaring shyly. Hee, it's not like I haven't done it before, what are you embarrassed about? Xiao Wujia, just follow this old monk. Ha. Yi Qinghan was now tipsy. He rolled around with Yi Qingwu, their bodies rubbing against each other. There was a raging fire in his heart. How could he stop? Oh. That won't do. If word of this gets out, how am I going to face others? Little Han, just let me go, I beg you. As Yi Qinghan's hands moved all over Yi Qingwu's body, a strange feeling mixed with drunkenness welled up in her heart. Her whole body became limp and soft, and her two fists that were waving about also became powerless, begging in a low voice. What are you afraid of? In the Yi family, who dared to speak carelessly? I'll chop off his legs. Come on baby, I'll be very gentle. Tonight, I'll make you the happiest woman in the world. Yi Qinghan didn't stop groping. Yi Qingwu's smooth skin made his eyes turn red. That night, for a few hours, the entire Cold Heart Pavilion was filled with strange and special sounds. The 12 maids in the pavilion were so scared that they couldn't sleep for the whole night. Such loud sounds, such powerful screams. How could a group of young girls who yearned for love endure it? How could they fall asleep? When the sky was about to brighten, the 8 door gods dragged their bodies back to the Cold Heart Pavilion. When they were about to wait for Yi Qinghan to wake up and report to him, they discovered a very strange scene. The 4 maids on night duty had bright red faces. Their eyes were like silk, and they were hurriedly tidying up their clothes. There were a few fruits on the table that were in the shape of strips, but they were glowing and emitting a special aura. It's over, little scoundrel. I've spent a night here. Tomorrow, this news will definitely spread throughout the entire Yi family castle. I won't have the face to see anyone. You only know how to bully me. Yi Qingwu's face was turned to the side. Her upper body was naked, and she was nestling against Yi Qinghan's chest. Her hand was pinching his chest. Hee, isn't it simple? The sky is still dark, isn't it? You can just sneak back. Baby, do you like it when I bully you? Yi Qinghan said with a naughty smile. Damn, I don't have any strength left in my body. How can I walk back? No, you have to send me back. Otherwise, if my grandfather finds out, won't he skin you alive? Yi Qingwu pinched Yi Qinghan's arm and said with a sweet smile. All right, no one will discover my shadow step. I'll send you back secretly later. Yi Qinghan laughed mischievously. Why do we have to wait? Yi Qingwu raised her head and looked at Yi Qinghan in confusion. She saw the passion in her man's eyes and understood everything. She couldn't help but blush. Chapter 289. At daybreak, Yi Qinghan reluctantly sent Yi Qingwu back to the Manhwa garden. Then, he searched Yi Qingwu's room for a while more before he returned to the Chilling Heart garden under Yi Qingwu's urging. He teleported to the corridor on the second floor and straightened his clothes before slowly walking down the first floor. It was as if he had just woken up. Greetings, young clan leader. The 8-door gods were sitting on the chairs in the main hall, looking at the staircase. The 4 maidservants on standby were throwing flirtatious glances at them. When they saw Yi Qinghan coming down, they hurriedly struggled to stand up and salute him. Are you done? Yi Qinghan yawned and chuckled. Yes, young clan leader, we are done. We did not miss a single lap. We are here to report to you. The eldest of the 8-door gods, Little One, nodded and bowed. All right, you may leave. There is a room at the back of the garden for you to stay in. Your task is to guard the main gate of the Chilling Heart Garden. In the future, you are not allowed to enter the main hall or the attic without my permission. If you have any problems, report them to the maidservants. Also, don't seduce my maidservants. Otherwise, I will cut off your middle leg. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood, so he didn't bicker with them and asked them to leave. Thank you, young clan leader. The 8-door gods hurriedly expressed their gratitude. They were naturally very happy that Yi Qinghan had let them off so easily. They had thought that the clan leader had bestowed them to Yi Qinghan so that Yi Qinghan could torture them when he had nothing better to do. However, Yi Qinghan had let them off so easily after they had run 500 laps. Moreover, he had bestowed upon them the position of guarding the Chilling Heart Pavilion's door. Although they were supposed to be guarding the door, who were they supposed to guard the door with? They felt extremely honored to be guarding the door of the Yi family's future clan leader. There were so many servants in the Yi family. Who had such an honor? Hence, although they gritted their teeth, they struggled to straighten their bodies and walk out with their heads held high. Huh, did you hear anything last night? Yi Qinghan scratched his head and tilted his head to look at the 4 maids standing next to him. He grinned. Young master, we didn't hear anything. Under Yi Qinghan's fiery gaze, the 4 maids panicked and bowed in a low voice. Then, one of the more daring maids mustered her courage and said. Not bad. What is your name? From now on, you will be the general manager of the Chilling Heart Pavilion. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. He was very satisfied with this maid's obedient and sensible behavior. Thank you, young master. This servant's name is Cui Hua. The maid immediately became happy. She once again bowed and gave her thanks. Jade Flower? Not a bad name. Your mission from now on is to serve Miss Qingyu well. Yi Qinghan turned around and walked up the pavilion. However, he left behind another sentence that made the maids blush in shame. They wished they could find a hole to hide in. Cui Hua, don't touch my fruits in the future. Wash those that have been touched and eat them. If there is a next time, I will punish you severely. Young master, please enter the Carefree Pavilion for a chat. After returning to his room, Yi Qinghan lay on the bed and was reminiscing about the wonderful feeling he had when he received a voice transmission from Elder Lu in the Carefree Ring. Yi Qinghan quickly woke up. After obtaining the Carefree Ring, he hadn't had the time to talk to Elder Lu. There were still many questions that he hadn't answered. He stood up and activated the Carefree Ring. The Carefree Ring emitted a golden radiance. Suddenly, a golden door appeared in the room. Yi Qinghan stepped through the door and disappeared. The door slowly dissipated after Yi Qinghan disappeared. Greetings, Elder Lu. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinghan found himself back in the main hall of the Carefree Pavilion. Elder Lu was standing in the main hall with a sneaky smile on his goat-like face. Little Han, if you want to do that in the future, I advise you to come to the Carefree Pavilion. You activated the restriction in the Carefree Pavilion, so even I couldn't investigate you. You should know that in the Flame Dragon continent, the immortal level masters can detect your every move at any time. Don't stare at me. When you were doing that, I didn't check behind you. Hee, I was doing it to protect you, Elder Lu said with a mischievous smile. CK, hearing this, Yi Qinghan was speechless. This old thing had been spying on him. Fortunately, he didn't check behind him. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss. Then, he seemed to remember something and said in surprise, why would I enter the Carefree Pavilion? I can bring people into the Carefree Pavilion? Hee, this Carefree Pavilion used to be one of the temporary residences of the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor specially set up a restriction. As long as a woman has his aura, she can enter. In other words, women who have intercourse with him can enter the Carefree Pavilion. Now that the Carefree Pavilion has been refined by you, you also have the right to bring your women in. Of course, there are outsiders who don't have your aura. No one below the God Emperor level can enter the Carefree Pavilion, and no one can break into it. And, of course, I'm an exception. Elder Lu explained. And, I'm weak. So awesome. This thing is so fierce. Hee, won't I be the one being hunted down in the future? I can bring my women in to hide? Why didn't you say so earlier? Yi Qinghan was overjoyed. This was an unexpected gain. The heaven and earth essence energy in the Carefree Pavilion was so rich that it was comparable to when he entered a state of spiritual stillness. If he brought Yi Qinggu, and Yi Qingyu to cultivate in the Carefree Pavilion, not only would their safety be guaranteed, but their cultivation speed would also increase greatly. Of course, this thing is good. It's a spatial divine item that Master personally refined. In the realm of the gods, it is considered a treasure. Countless god generals and god kings in the realm of the gods covet it, not to mention heavenly gods and mortals. Of course, don't be too complacent. You might only be able to use this ring for 50 years. Lu Shi's eyes narrowed as he reached out to stroke the sparse beard on his chin. Why? Yi Qinghan was shocked. He was extremely puzzled. Didn't Elder Lu say that this was the reward for clearing the God-slaying mountain? Why did it change now? You also know that the God-slaying mountain is a test set by Master. Since you cleared the God-slaying mountain and obtained the divine sword, you have become one of Master's candidates. In the future, you will have the opportunity to obtain the real treasure left behind by the Soul Emperor. Lu Shi's expression tightened as he began to talk about business. All along, Yi Qinghan was not very busy. It was only because there were God realm experts by his side that he had the time to tell him today. Back then, Master was the #1 God Emperor. He had countless treasures that everyone in the realm of the gods wanted. Of course, Master would not easily hand over such precious treasures to a wastrel. Therefore, Master set up 5 tests. Only those who pass these 5 tests can obtain the treasures. The God-slaying mountain is the first test. The second test is, if you cannot ascend to the realm of the gods within 50 years, I will take back this ring and the divine sword. I will also leave the Fire Dragon continent to find the next lucky person. Of course, within these 50 years, I will do my best to protect your safety. I will also help you 3 times. You have already used up 1 chance. As for the next 3 tests, you must ascend to the realm of the gods to obtain them. Therefore, if you want to obtain the real treasure left behind by the Soul Emperor and become a peak expert in the realm of the gods, look down on all heroes, and dominate a region, you must break through to the god realm within 50 years. 50 years, another 50 years. After listening to this, Yi Qinghan let out a deep sigh. He realized that his fate was being controlled by an invisible giant hand. He could only move forward in this direction without stopping. Otherwise, not only would he lose many things, he might even lose his life. Chapter 290. God Realm, Another God Realm. Yi Qinghan was a little puzzled. The legendary God Realm was a realm that millions of warriors in the Flame Dragon continent yearned for. However, Lord Devour and the Soul Emperor made it seem like a trivial matter. Hence, he asked Lu Shi helplessly, Elder Lu, do you think I can break through to the God Realm? Can I break through to the God Realm within 50 years? From what you say, breaking through to the God Realm is easy, but I feel that the God Realm is like the mountain in the Divine City, which I can only look up to. It feels very far away. Young master, although I can't say for sure that you can break through to the God Realm within 50 years, I think that you can break through to the God Realm within 100 years. Elder Lu looked at Yi Qinghan, his slender eyes flashing with a trace of admiration and envy. He continued, you broke through the God-slaying mountain, which means that your aptitude, wisdom, and perception are all top-notch. Moreover, you have a good state of enlightenment, which is called soul tranquility. Most importantly, you have the Carefree Pavilion. If you still can't break through to the God realm with such resources and opportunities, then you're just a piece of trash that can't be helped up. Oh. What do you mean? When Yi Qinghan heard this, he was startled and immediately asked in astonishment. The heaven and earth essence energy in the Carefree Pavilion is the God realm's spiritual energy. Cultivating here is 10 times faster than cultivating in the Flame Dragon continent. Most importantly, the Carefree Pavilion's practice room has an enlightenment diagram that Master left behind when he was cultivating. As long as you can understand a little bit of it, becoming a god will be a piece of cake. When Lu Shi talked about the enlightenment diagram in the practice room, his face was full of admiration and worship. It turned out that he had benefited a lot from it. The Soul Emperor's enlightenment diagram? There's such a thing? Elder Lu, take me to see it. Yi Qinghan's heart trembled. The God Emperor actually left a practice diagram behind. This thing was more important than any treasure. He was so excited that he hurriedly shouted. Hee, let's go. I'll open your eyes. Elder Lu chuckled and led Yi Qinghan out of the main hall. They passed by a side hall, turned a long corridor, and finally arrived in front of a stone door. Young master, if you want to go in, you only need to release your primordial qi, battle qi at the entrance. Elder Lu stretched out his hand and pressed a groove on the side of the stone door. The stone door shook slightly and closed. This training room is so big. As soon as Yi Qinghan stepped in, he felt like he had come to a football field. The training room was empty, and it felt very spacious. Lu Shi shook his head and said, this is considered big? In fact, this is not even a training room. At most, it is a quiet room. Think about it, Master's divine power is so great that he can probably flatten the god-slaying mountain with a casual move. In such a small place, Master only practices with his bare hands and does not dare to use his divine power. Otherwise, this training room will be annihilated. So fierce? Yi Qinghan shook his shoulders and was secretly shocked. However, the celestial realm was already so powerful, and the God Emperor, which was several levels higher than the celestial realm, was definitely an existence that could not be looked up to. Where is the enlightenment diagram? Yi Qinghan looked around and found that other than the spacious jade ground, there was only the smooth walls. There was nothing else. He could not help but ask curiously. There are a total of 5 diagrams here. You are very lucky. The Soul Emperor had a very high understanding of the law of space, so he left behind an enlightenment diagram of the law of space. This diagram is on this wall. As long as you can understand 10% of the concept in it, you will definitely have no problem becoming a god. Lu Shi pointed to the smooth wall on the left, clearly telling him that the enlightenment diagram of the law of space was there. There is nothing here. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes wide and tried to look at the wall, but found nothing. He could not help but feel even more puzzled. Could there be a mechanism? Look at it with your heart. Focus and calm down. Get rid of all distracting thoughts and circulate your battle qi to your eyes. Look carefully. Lu Shi smiled and explained mysteriously. Yi Qinghan hurriedly calmed his heart and circulated his battle qi. His eyes immediately emitted a bright light as he looked at the wall on the left. Nothing. After looking for a few minutes, Yi Qinghan still did not find anything. However, since Lu Shi said so, there must be something on the wall. Thus, Yi Qinghan completely immersed himself again. At the same time, he began to imagine the trace of the law of space that he had comprehended when he broke through to the Emperor realm on the Luotian mountain. Slowly, Yi Qinghan found that the wall gradually began to glow, and his vision began to blur. A fuzzy image began to appear in his mind. The image was very large. It was a beach, and in front of the beach was a boundless sea. Countless raindrops were falling from the sky and hitting the beach, forming countless sand pits on the beach. Although Yi Qinghan could feel the beach, the sea, and the falling rain, his vision was blurred. He could only vaguely feel it, but he could not see it clearly. When he wanted to take a closer look, his vision suddenly became blurred again. Finally, the image completely disappeared. He saw the smooth wall of the training room again. Then, he suddenly felt a rush of dizziness. His body swayed and he almost fell. He staggered back a few steps before he could stand firm. "Old Lu, what's wrong? Why do I feel so dizzy? And there's a piercing pain." After a while, Yi Qinghan finally calmed down. He gently hit the back of his head and asked in surprise. "Hee, you have just entered the path of understanding the laws. Looking at this rain-patterned beach comprehension painting will definitely consume too much of your soul. I thought that you would faint after looking at it for a second. I didn't expect your soul to be so strong. You actually looked at it for 2 seconds and didn't faint." Old Lu did not come over to support Yi Qinghan. Instead, he smiled at him and teased him. "Rain-patterned beach comprehension painting. This painting is so strange. I can't even see it clearly. This. How can I understand the concept within it?" Yi Qinghan rubbed his temples. He did not want to think about the scene he had just seen. You still want to see it clearly? I have some understanding of the laws of space, but I will still feel dizzy after looking at this painting for more than half an hour. Don't be anxious. Take it slow. You still have 50 years. You can look at it slowly. As your strength and understanding of the laws increases, you will see it more clearly. The corners of old Lu's mouth curled up, revealing a slight smile of mockery. Yi Qinghan really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He wanted to reach the heavens in a single step with his meager strength. And where are the other 4 paintings? What laws are they related to? Yi Qinghan nodded. He felt that he was too impatient. The laws of heaven and earth were so profound that he could only slowly understand them. There is one painting on each of the other 3 walls. They are the earth, darkness, and fire elements. And the painting above your head is the most terrifying. I advise you, don't even think about looking at it. Otherwise, you'll just be asking for trouble, hee. Lu Shi pointed at the other 3 walls and introduced them to Yi Qinghan. Finally, he pointed at the top of his head, but he didn't dare to look at it. His face revealed an expression of lingering fear. "The painting above my head is very powerful?" Yi Qinghan looked up at old Lu's expression in astonishment. He was only looking at it normally. He did not circulate his battle chi like before. Hence, he thought that it was fine. However, on the top of his head, there were strange silver patterns that could be seen with the naked eye. These patterns formed a very strange picture. However, before Yi Qinghan could clearly see the picture above, the picture suddenly changed and moved strangely. Immediately after, his soul suddenly trembled, and his eyes turned white. Finally, he suddenly fainted. Lu Shi waved his hand helplessly and looked at Yi Qinghan, who was lying on the ground, and sighed helplessly. "Hee, if you don't listen to your elders, you will suffer. Just looking at this painting makes me faint. Aren't you looking for trouble?" Chapter 291. Yi Qinghan slept for half a day in the Carefree Pavilion and finally woke up after being shaken by Lu Shi. "Someone is coming to your room, get out." Lu Shi's divine sense had been paying attention to the movements outside. Once someone came in or the divine sense of a god-level expert swept over, he would discover it immediately and ask Yi Qinghan to go out. Otherwise, if people knew that Yi Qinghan had disappeared inexplicably, they would definitely be suspicious. I feel dizzy. What the hell is this picture? Someone's here? I'll go out first. I'll come in and meditate when I have time." Yi Qinghan shook his head violently to wake himself up. He had just returned and would definitely have a lot of things to do, so he had no time to cultivate. After a period of time, when everything was completely quiet, he could cultivate in the Carefree Pavilion with peace of mind. "I'll go out first. Elder Lu, what about you? Do you want to go out and play for a while? You can also relax." Yi Qinghan was completely awake. He thought that Lu Shi was too bored staying in the Carefree Pavilion, so he asked for his opinion. I want to travel, but I can't show up during this period because the matter with the divine sword has not subsided. If I go out, it will arouse suspicion. I'd better stay in the Carefree Pavilion for a while. Elder Lu's eyes lit up when he heard that he wanted to go out and play. He had stayed in the God-slaying mountain for thousands of years and had long been bored. He thought for a moment and shook his head helplessly. Well, I'll come in and talk to you when I have time. Yi Qinghan secretly decided that he would cultivate in the Carefree Pavilion when things had completely calmed down. After all, this was a matter of life and death. He secretly controlled the Carefree Ring, left the Carefree Pavilion in a flash and appeared in his bedroom. Sure enough, as soon as he came out, he heard a hurried knock on the door. "Brother, wake up. Someone is visiting you downstairs." It was Yi Qingyu's voice outside the door. "Who is it?" Yi Qinghan tidied up his clothes and opened the door. He looked at Yi Qingyu and chuckled. He reached out to hold her hand and asked with concern, "Qingyu, you're up so early? You don't look well. Did you not rest well last night?" People will laugh at you for sleeping so late at night." A blush flashed across Yi Qingyu's face. She lowered her head and shyly thought to herself, "You guys made such a big commotion last night. It would be strange if other people could sleep well." Then, she thought of something and quickly said, "Brother, why aren't you going down yet? There are a few city lords waiting for you down there. They have been waiting for you for a long time." I'm going back to my room." "Who cares? Let them wait. You eat something before you sleep. I'll get someone to send you something to eat." Yi Qinghan didn't bother to pay attention to him since he wasn't an elder of the clan. He knew that his status was different now. As the young master of the Yi family, there would definitely be people who would come to him to curry favor with him. He didn't rush down. Instead, he transmitted his voice to Cui Hua, who was standing at the bottom of the stairs. He ordered her to bring some pastries up. Then, he slowly walked down. "Greetings, young master." When he walked into the hall, there were 5 or 6 people sitting inside. When these people saw Yi Qinghan enter, they immediately stood up and cupped their hands in greeting enthusiastically. Sit down. Don't be so formal." Yi Qinghan chuckled and directly walked to the main seat. He sat down and looked at them. Among these people, there was only one that he had a slight impression of. It was the big fatty Yi Ji from Man City. He didn't know any of the others. "Yi Ji, I haven't seen you for a few years. You're getting more and more lucky. Who are these people?" Yi Qinghan picked up his tea and took a sip. He looked at Yi Ji. This big fatty was getting fatter and fatter. He had probably harvested quite a lot after staying in Man City for so many years. He had a good impression of Yi Ji. After all, if Yi Ji hadn't sent a super fast carriage to send him back to Tsang City, he probably wouldn't have been able to make it back in time. Yi Qingyu would have most likely died as well. "Young master, you flatter me. It's all thanks to your good fortune. 6 years have passed since we parted ways in Man City. I didn't expect young master to still remember Yi Ji. You don't know this, but I heard that you fell into the God-slaying mountain. I was so worried that I couldn't sleep for several days and nights. Now that you've finally returned safely, the heavens have eyes. As a matter of fact, I and the other city lords immediately brought some local specialties to visit you." Back then, they had only met briefly in Man City. Yi Ji didn't expect Yi Qinghan to still remember him. Furthermore, he was very polite to him. Yi Ji was so excited that all the fat on his body was jiggling. His expression also became incomparably proud, as if he was showing off to the other city lords. After a round of flattery, he smiled and introduced the people beside him. "Young master, this is the city lord of Spring City, Yi Chunchun. This is the city lord of Yang City, Yi Yangyang. This is the city lord of Star City, Yi Xingxing. Young master's safe return is the great fortune of the Yi family, the great fortune of Tsang City, and the great fortune of the House of Aries. For young master to have such a realm at such a young age, you can be said to be the #1 peerless genius in the history of the Fire Dragon continent. Because of young master, the Yi family. Young master, you're the star in the sky, you'll definitely illuminate the world. You're the brightest pearl in the Fire Dragon continent. After Yi Ji introduced them, the few of them hurriedly smiled and flattered him. For a moment, the flattery was endless. Finally, like Yi Ji, each of them presented a jade box. This is a local speciality of this small city. Of course, it won't enter young master's eyes. It's just a little something from us. If young master has the time to go to the small city, at first, Yi Qinghan enjoyed the flattery. But the more he listened, the more boring it became. I haven't died yet, but I've already become a star. This flattery, isn't it too exaggerated? Looking at the few of them who were salivating, their expressions became more and more excited as they spoke. He finally lost his patience. With a light cough, he directly interrupted the few of them from continuing their speech. All right, leave the things behind. I understand your intentions. Go back and work well, but don't go overboard. You know, Yi Ji, stay. The rest of you can leave. All right. Young master, you're very busy every day. Of course, we wouldn't dare to waste your precious time. If young master has the time to go to the small city to play, we'll definitely treat you well. Our young lady is proficient in all kinds of music. When the few of them heard that Yi Qinghan had actually accepted the gifts, and that his tone was not bad, they hurriedly expressed their gratitude, exchanged pleasantries, and flattered him. But in the end, when they saw Yi Qinghan's expression slightly darken, they hurriedly bowed and left. Hee, young master, don't listen to their nonsense. It's not that I'm talking nonsense, but their young lady is nothing. The young lady of the barbarian city, that's called open-minded. 18 kinds of martial arts, 108 techniques, they're proficient in all of them. Last time, you said that you must go and play when you have the time. Why don't we arrange a time so that I can prepare? Seeing that Yi Qinghan wanted him to stay behind, Yi Qinghan's expression became even more excited, and he hurriedly promoted the barbarian city's beauties. Originally, they were the people of the Night Spear. However, ever since Yi Qinghan caused a ruckus in the enchanted garden, the Night Spear had shown that they were wholeheartedly focused on martial arts. They no longer coveted the throne of the clan leader and no longer formed a clique for personal gain. Thus, Yi Ji and the others were left out in the cold. Yi Ji's strength was not high, and he had been busy enjoying himself all these years, so his cultivation did not increase. So these few years, he was constantly worried that his position would suddenly be replaced by someone else. As for Yi Qinghan, a few days ago at the Pavilion of Glory, he was directly appointed as the young master, and it was the kind that would never change. At that time, Yi Qinghan began to ponder. He wanted to use the little relationship he had with Yi Qinghan in the past to see if he could get close to Yi Qinghan, hug his thigh, and continue to stabilize his position. Enough, stop with these empty words. I don't like it. If you continue with this, I'm going to ask you to leave. Hearing this, Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. His expression turned cold, and he immediately waved his hand, sealing Yi Ji's mouth. Yi Qinghan's cold expression startled Yi Ji, and he thought that he had said something wrong. He hurriedly stood up, looking very flustered and wronged. He wanted to say something, but he did not know what to say. He could only awkwardly rub his hands and look at Yi Qinghan. Yi Ji, back then. I owed you a favor, so you don't have to be like this. As long as I, Yi Qinghan, am not dead, I will guarantee you a lifetime of glory. Of course. Again, don't go overboard. If something big happens, I won't let you off. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, gesturing for him to sit down and not be too nervous. Plop. Unexpectedly, Yi Qinghan's words moved Yi Ji to tears. He himself did not know why Yi Qinghan owed him a favor. And he suddenly made such a powerful promise. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and cupped his hands towards Yi Qinghan. With an emotional expression, he said, young master, why you treat me so well. You are like a second parent to me. I don't know what to say. I will kowtow to you, and when I get back, I will arrange for you to live forever. Chapter 292. F***ck off, I'm not dead yet. I already said, I don't like this kind of thing. If you continue like this, I'll take back my words. Yi Qinghan scolded angrily. Then, he suddenly thought of something and his face tensed up. He asked solemnly, Nightwing, let me ask you something. It's a serious matter. Serious matter? Nightwing saw that Yi Qinghan's temper was fluctuating between cold and warm, so he didn't dare to talk nonsense. He quickly put on a solemn expression and replied. Do you know that there's a Dark Moon hotel in your barbarian city? Their lady boss is called Inu. She is very charming and enchanting. Yi Qinghan chuckled as he leaned over and whispered. Dark Moon? Nightwing thought that Yi Qinghan was talking about a serious matter, but when he saw Yi Qinghan asking about a woman, he thought that his chance had come. He quickly became happy. So, Yi Qinghan liked this kind of woman? But after thinking about it, he felt a little awkward. He scratched his head and said hesitantly, Young master, this Dark Moon is indeed a flirtatious and peerless beauty. She's the flower of the barbarian city. But, if young master wants to play with her, I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult. She has a powerful backer behind her. Countless people in the barbarian city want to sleep with her, but none have succeeded. Of course, if young master has this intention, I'll definitely find a way to make it happen. Urge your grandpa. Yi Qinghan laughed and scolded. When he was still the seventh son of the Yi family, he had already slept with her. Why did he still need to use Nightwing to urge her? At the same time, when he heard this, he was secretly proud. He didn't expect that he still had some ability. He actually slept with the flower of the barbarian city. Then, he asked with great interest, she has a backer behind her? Have you investigated anything in the barbarian city for so many years? Although this subordinate is useless, I know everything about Man City. Nightstick saw that Yi Qinghan seemed to be in a good mood, so he quickly said, according to my estimation, Dark Moon is from Dragon City. Dragon City has set up secret agents in the House of Ares, and the secret agent in Barbarian City should be Dark Moon. So you're from Dragon City. I thought it was some underground force of the Flame Dragon Continent or the continent's top assassin organization or something. People from Dragon City. Well, that's easy. Yi Qinghan was a little surprised when he heard this. He already knew that there was someone behind Dark Moon. Otherwise, how could a woman like her live so well in a place like the barbarian city where all sorts of people were mixed up? However, he didn't expect her to be from Dragon City. He had been fantasizing that the force behind her was some kind of underground organization or hall of assassins or something. If he came into contact with Dark Moon, he would be in trouble. Now that he was from Dragon City, it was simple. He could directly ask Long Shuailu and Long Sainan for him. Underground forces? Assassin organization? Young patriarch, you must be joking. In the south of the House of Ares, our Yi family is the biggest underground force. How could we allow other forces to exist? Easy. Young patriarch, don't force this matter. If you offend Dragon City, it will be hard to explain to the patriarch. Nightstick thought that Yi Qinghan had taken a fancy to that flirtatious lady boss and wanted to force himself on her, so he hurriedly tried to persuade him. Although Yi Qinghan's status was very high and his strength was very strong, if he forced himself on the secret agent of Dragon City, it would be hard for Dragon City to explain. Force your sister. I'm just picking up a girl, do I need to force myself on her? You're looking down on me too much. Yi Qinghan laughed and scolded him. After pondering for a moment, he asked, how is she doing recently? Look at my smelly mouth. Young patriarch picking up girls is naturally easy, He wasn't going to force himself on her, but to pick her up? Nightstick came to his senses and slapped his fat face heavily. He smiled apologetically and said, I heard that Dark Moon is still the same as before. She's still having a good time with the group of warriors in the bar. She seduces them all day long, but she doesn't let them take advantage of her at all. Oh. That's right, I remember. On the way to Tsang City, I heard that she seemed to be sick. How many days has it been since she last came out to meet people? I'm not too sure about the specifics. Hee hee, you know that I usually don't care about girls that I can't touch. Sick. When you go back to Barbarian City, send me some tonics, and then send a letter to her. When Yi Qinghan heard this, he frowned slightly. Dark Moon was his first woman. As a man, he always had an inseparable feeling towards his first woman. However, he didn't have the time to go to Barbarian City at the moment. He could only let Nightstick visit her and pass a message to her. Pass a message? Young Patriarch, you know her? Nightstick was a little surprised. He saw Yi Qinghan nod his head. He couldn't help but look at Yi Qinghan with admiration and worship. From what he knew, Yi Qinghan had only gone to Barbarian City once. When he first went, he was just an elite trash, right? At that time, he actually hooked up with the flower of Barbarian City that everyone wanted? This young patriarch wasn't just any ordinary kind of ferocious. In the next few days, Yi Qinghan was very busy. He constantly met with the members of the Yi family who wanted to suck up to him. He also continuously received greeting gifts and local specialties from the various families that were vassals to the Yi family. He received a few baskets of all kinds of treasures and crystal coins. Towards the end, he couldn't even be bothered to meet people and just accepted all the gifts. He always thought that it would be a waste if he didn't sleep with the women outside. Even if he slept with them, it would be a waste. It would be a waste if he didn't accept other people's money. It was just that, he calculated the local specialties that he had received so far were enough to build a Chilling Heart pavilion. It was worth more than 100,000 crystal coins. Of course, Dark Moon wasn't sick. 6 years had passed, and she had been very diligent in her cultivation. She had cultivated from the 3rd level of the general realm to the peak of the martial realm. With such strength, it was naturally impossible for her to be sick. At this moment, she was lying lazily on the pink bed in the backyard of the hotel. Her upper body was covered by a bedsheet, revealing a section of her snow-white thighs. 6 years had passed, but time didn't leave too many traces on her. Instead, she had become even more alluring. She was like a ripe peach that naturally and inadvertently emitted her intoxicating fragrance. She didn't expose her thighs. At this moment, her charming red phoenix eyes were wide open as she gazed at the distant mountains outside the window. She seemed to be thinking about something, but her delicate eyebrows were slightly furrowed. A few days ago, Nightstick had returned to Man City. He had brought her a few baskets of tonics and a letter with crooked handwriting. The contents of the letter were very simple. There were only 2 words, "Wait for me." But these 2 words made her body, which had been sick for a few days, even more sick. Over the past 6 years, she had never forgotten that intoxicating night. She had never forgotten that evil yet domineering little man. She had never forgotten that although he looked weak, his incomparably strong body rolled endlessly on top of her. She had never forgotten his gentle yet rough kisses, his fierce yet intoxicating conquest. Although I really want to have a second time with you, you are now my woman. I believe that this opportunity will come sooner or later. So, I feel that for now, I should first settle my matters before settling yours. Even though it is very irresponsible to say this. You are doing well because of the power behind you, right? But you must remember, no matter when, the only power you can rely on is actually your man. I forgot to tell you, in the bet last night, actually, even if you used all your strength, I could still defeat you. Remember, my name is Yi Qinghan. I am your man. Her ears were still replaying the domineering and arrogant declaration of this little man 6 years ago. She unconsciously began to smile. Her smile was very charming and intoxicating. But after a moment, she seemed to have thought of something and her smile gradually froze. Her brows furrowed even more. She lifted the blanket, revealing a translucent undergarment that revealed her perfect figure. She felt around on the bed for a while. Finally, she raised her left hand and placed it in front of her eyes. In her hand, there were two slightly wrinkled pieces of white paper. They were two letters. Wait for me. At all costs, get close to Yi Qinghan and gain his trust. Wait for orders. One letter came from Tsang City. The handwriting was very sloppy and rough. The other letter came from the power behind her. More than 10 days ago, she had secretly received a mission. She sat up in disappointment. Her slender fingers gently slid over the too sloppy handwriting on Yi Qinghan's handwriting. She began to tremble slightly. Unknowingly, a stream of tears flowed down from the corner of her eyes. The too big, sloppy handwriting became even uglier. In the end, she forcefully tore the two letters into pieces. She waved them above her head and hugged her snow-white thighs. She curled up on the bed and began to cry. The white paper turned into a sky full of white snow and fell on her pink bed. It was especially dazzling. At this moment, the Dark Moon Hotel was still very lively. Countless martial artists in the bar kept looking at the backyard. However, they did not know that there was a silent rain in the backyard. Chapter 293. Recently, the mainland had been very lively. Hundreds of dazzling lights had flown out from the god-slaying mountain, alarming the people of the mainland and all the forces of the mainland. Immediately, all the forces sent out a large number of warriors, and countless adventurers of the mainland also swarmed out to search for the scattered divine swords. However, the speed of the divine swords was too fast and random. When they landed on the ground, they directly sank into the ground and covered all the divine lights. Therefore, the speed of the search became extremely slow and difficult. Although the search was very difficult, during this period of time, there were constantly divine swords appearing. This also led to assassinations, robberies, and hiding everywhere on the mainland. The underground sewers of every city and the stench of corpses in the wilderness also became stronger. Half a month ago, the divine city had sent out a divine oracle, which had caused the chaos to become even crazier. The divine city was the strongest force on the mainland. It was very powerful both in the open and in the dark, so it had obtained many divine swords during this period of time. However, the divine master's expression became even worse. In the end, he issued an oracle. Anyone who offered a divine sword would receive a huge reward from the divine city and be given the identity of the divine city's emissary. If the divine sword was real, the person would receive the position of the divine city's fifth guard. The divine master would personally accept him as a disciple, and the divine city would do its best to nurture him until he broke through to the god level. He would also be given a large number of treasures and martial arts techniques. The oracle was posted in every city on the mainland, causing a sensation on the entire mainland. The divine city had always been known as the Holy Land among the warriors of the mainland, and the divine master was their god. Now that their god had personally issued an oracle and given such shocking conditions, how could they not be shocked? Many warriors also found out for the first time that there were real and fake divine swords. However, they did not know which one was real and how many there were. They also knew that there was a god level above the saint level. Now, the divine master actually said that as long as they offered a real divine sword, he would do his best to nurture them until they broke through to the god level. The moment the oracle was issued, the mainland was no less than a super earthquake. The warriors of the mainland became even more active. Apart from the 3 danger zones, the other dangerous places, deep mountains, and isolated islands were filled with warriors who came to search for treasures. Everywhere, the competition became more and more intense. Many warriors from small clans even left their clans and stole the divine swords that their clans had obtained, heading straight for the divine city. Unexpectedly, they were constantly intercepted and killed on the way. For a time, blood rained down on the continent, and it was incomparably chaotic. In the back mountain of the Yi family, Yi Ruohai was holding a divine sword and carefully examining it. Beside him, Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingmiu were respectfully standing to the side. What do you think? Ancestor? Are the 5 divine swords real? Yi Tianlong saw that Yi Ruoxue had finished looking at the 5 divine swords and hurriedly asked. It's all fake. Yi Ruoshui tossed the divine sword onto the table beside her and said after thinking for a while. Air. All fake? There are too many divine swords. Everyone on the continent is fighting for them, but they don't even know which one is the real one. This is a bit difficult. Yi Tianlong frowned slightly. The Yi family had spent countless manpower and resources to obtain these swords. Including the original divine swords that they had obtained, there were a total of 18. However, under Yi Ruoshui's examination, none of them were real. These divine swords were all exactly the same. Unless they were like Yi Chang in the Heavenly Road and used battle chi to break them, it was impossible to tell which one was the real one just by looking at their appearance. Of course, they did not dare to break them. Even if they were fake, they were still very valuable in the current situation. The Divine City had offered a large sum of money to collect them. I am 80% sure that I know where the real divine swords are. It's fine if we don't look for these divine swords. You don't have to worry too much about this. Send people to pretend to look for them, but don't use treasures to exchange for them. Yi Ruoshui smiled mysteriously, as if he had thought through some things. Then, he looked at the divine swords on the table, laughed mischievously, and said, send people separately to send these divine swords to the Divine City with fake names. Don't waste the divine swords that you have worked so hard to obtain. That Baldy in the Divine City has a lot of treasures. Go get some. Also, go to the Dragon City Shui family and Yu family. They have immortal tier experts who can easily distinguish between fake divine swords. Ask them if they are selling fake divine swords. If they are cheap, buy them, give them to me and sell them all to the Divine City. Heir. Elder ancestor, this is not good, right? If the Divine Master finds out, it won't be good, right? A drop of cold sweat dripped down Yi Tianlong's forehead. Yi Ruoshui was too bold. He actually dared to pull the tiger's teeth and plot against the Divine City. No matter. As long as little Han is alive, he won't dare to touch the Yi family even if he has 10 guts. Go. Yi Ruoshui laughed, waving his hand. The fact that he and Yi Qinghan had gone to the dark forest must have been known by all forces. Before they knew the relationship between Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan, no one in the continent dared to touch Yi Qinghan, and no one dared to touch the Yi family, not even the Baldy in the Divine City. After Yi Tianlong and the others had left, Yi Ruoshui looked at the Yi family's castle through the gate. He wasn't a fool. Others might not know, but as a heavenly god realm warrior, he had already checked Yi Qinghan's spatial ring when he was so close to Yi Qinghan. Although spatial rings were rare, there were dozens of them in the continent. However, he found that his god realm's soul couldn't check a simple spatial ring at such a close distance. Thinking about the time when the small divine pavilion of the god-slaying mountain disappeared, the guardian's strange message, the hundreds of divine swords that flew out of the god-slaying mountain, and Yi Qinghan's vague words, he vaguely realized the truth. However, since Yi Qinghan didn't want to tell him, he couldn't ask more. This little bastard always likes to hide things. He used to do it, and he still does it now. I hope you can give me a big surprise in the future. Yi Ruoshui forced a smile, then disappeared from the tower. Yi Qinghan lived a blissful life. Every day, he took Yi Qingyu, Yi Qinggu, and Yu Qingqing for a stroll around Sang City, enjoying the respectful and envious gazes of the people of the Yi family castle. He felt the deep affection and intoxicating gazes of the three women, and enjoyed the sweetness of a man and a woman in love. When he had nothing to do, he would drink with Feng Zi and the others, chatting and chatting. His days were extremely happy. Every few nights, he would sneak out of the Chilling Heart Pavilion and teleport to the Manwu Garden. Then, he would bring Yi Qinggu into the Unfettered Pavilion. One night, they would dance together, and it was an extremely happy and ecstatic experience. As for Yi Qingmyo, he had already gone with Yi Tianlong, Yi Baihu, and Yi Chang to propose. The marriage had already been decided. After Yi Qinghan went to the Yu family to propose, he would pick a good day to send out invitations and invite guests from all over. He would hold a grand wedding and marry the three women together. Tonight, on the rooftop of the Chilling Heart Pavilion, only Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingqing were sitting in each other's arms. Yu Qingqing would be returning to the Tranquil Lake tomorrow, so Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu knew how to taste and left time and space for the two of them. Qingqing. You really don't want me to send you back? Yi Qinghan caressed Yu Qingqing's smooth black hair with one hand, but his other hand was very naughty as he explored her body through the robe. Ugh. You scoundrel, can't we talk properly? Don't move your hand, or I'll be leaving. Yu Qingqing's face was red, and her whole body kept twisting under Yi Qinghan's hands. She struggled to stand up, and pretended to be angry. Chapter 294. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to move anymore. The closer the wedding day was, the shyer the bride was. This saying was very reasonable. Yu Qingqing was much more open on the Netherworld Island. Why do I need you to send me off? After a while, you are going to the Yu clan. Yu Qingqing replied shyly. She tidied up her dress that was messed up by Yi Qinghan. Going to the Yu clan? What for? Yi Qinghan looked at Yu Qingqing's increasingly shy expression and couldn't help but tease her. To propose? Yu Qingqing rolled her eyes at Yi Qinghan and reminded him. Unexpectedly, she saw Yi Qinghan's teasing smile. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed and hit Yi Qinghan. She said angrily, "You scoundrel, you're teasing me again. Your Yi family is full of scoundrels." Hee hee. Yi Qinghan laughed and hugged Yu Qingqing. He placed her on his thighs. His hand started to move wildly as he teased, "Women don't like bad men. Women don't like bad men. Don't your Yu clan's women like our Yi clan's bad men? Isn't that right? 2 generations of saintesses have fallen for the men of the Yi family. Come, beauty. Let me enjoy the taste of the Yu clan's saintess for the last night." After saying that, Yi Qinghan opened his mouth. He didn't wait for Yu Qingqing to speak and directly kissed her. The Chilling Heart Pavilion's rooftop became boundless. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to take the last step. He knew that Yu Qingqing was still very conservative. Although he was eager for sex, he still believed that women should be pampered, cherished, and respected. The next morning, Yu Qingqing sat in the Yi family's carriage and slowly left. Feng Zihua, Long Sainan, and the others also left together. They had been staying with the Yi family for more than half a month. It was time to go back. Although the Yu clan's experts had already left more than 10 days ago, Yu Ji had stayed behind. This time, when she returned with Yu Qingqing, Yi Qinghan was also very assured of her safety. After bidding farewell to everyone reluctantly, Yi Qinghan finally calmed down. According to the wishes of the Yi family's Hall of Elders, the Yu family's proposal was scheduled for 3 months later. This was to wait for the matter of the divine sword to settle down a little. The Yi family and the Yu family could also make preparations during this period of time. The family would take care of everything, and the 12 maids would take care of everything in the Chilling Heart Pavilion. Yi Qinghan discovered that he had nothing to do and nothing to worry about. He began to enjoy the comfortable life of the Yi family's young master. Other than occasionally accompanying Yi Qingyu and Yi Qinggu, he stayed in the Chilling Heart Pavilion and cultivated all day long. Although his actual strength was undoubtedly the number 1 person below the Saint Realm and number 1 on the Earth ranking. In reality, his battle aura had just reached the first level of the Emperor Realm. He knew that if one did not think far ahead, they would have immediate worries. Plus, he had been busy his entire life. He felt very uncomfortable if he was asked to spend his days leisurely. Therefore, he prepared to meditate and cultivate. The Emperor Realm was a dividing line. Only after entering the Emperor Realm could one be considered as a true expert of the continent. At the same time, cultivation after the Emperor Realm would become extremely difficult. Every level of the Emperor Realm required a huge amount of battle aura to continuously condense the core and increase the density of the core. At the same time, one needed to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth in order to advance. He wasn't worried about battle aura cultivation. The Chilling Heart Pavilion had the divine spirit Qi. The heaven and earth Yuan Qi was many times denser than the fire dragon continent. 1 day of cultivation here was equivalent to 10 days of cultivation outside. Moreover, he could occasionally enter a state of spiritual stillness. His battle aura cultivation could soar rapidly. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the training room, thinking about his cultivation. He brought Yi Qinggu in as well. She was meditating at the side. Yi Qinggu had absorbed the aura of the divine crystal and swallowed the spirit pills that Yi Qinghan had exchanged for in the divine city. Her strength had reached the second level of the noble realm. Yi Qinghan believed that if Yi Qinggu cultivated in the Chilling Heart Pavilion for a year at most, she would reach the pinnacle of the noble realm. If she could comprehend a bit of the laws of heaven and earth, she would be able to enter the Emperor realm. After thinking for a while, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes. He turned around and smiled gently at Yi Qinggu, who was meditating beside him. He didn't disturb her, stood up, and walked out. He turned out of the side hall and came to a room. He walked in and saw Elder Lu sitting at a table in the middle of the room. He was eating the spirit fruits that Yi Qinghan had brought in. Although the body only needed to absorb the energy of heaven and earth to replenish the energy it needed after entering the god realm, eating some spirit fruits occasionally was still pleasing to the taste buds. Therefore, Elder Lu didn't reject Yi Qinghan. Instead, he asked Yi Qinghan to send him large amounts of spirit fruits every few days. "Greetings, Elder Lu." Yi Qinghan walked over with a smile. He sat down and grabbed a fruit to eat. "What's the matter?" Lu Shi glanced at Yi Qinghan and said indifferently. He continued to eat the spirit fruits. "Yes, I want to ask you about some matters related to cultivation." Yi Qinghan nodded. Some time ago, Yi Ruoxue had sent people to deliver many handwritten notes regarding cultivation. She had also sent him a voice transmission, telling him that if he had any questions about cultivation, he could ask him at any time. However, he couldn't be bothered to read them, and he couldn't be bothered to trouble Yi Ruoxue. After all, Yi Ruoxue was his ancestor. However, Lu Shi was different. In the Fallen God Mountain, Lu Shi had accompanied him for half a year without the slightest complaint or dissatisfaction. Moreover, Lu Shi was from the God realm, a peak heavenly god expert. Now, he was his personal bodyguard. Only a fool would not know how to make use of such a free training teacher and bodyguard. "Speak." Lu Shi put down the fruit in his hand and said seriously. He valued Yi Qinghan very much. Not only did Yi Qinghan have a heaven-defying divine beast, but his understanding of the profound mysteries of the laws was also very strong. He was looking forward to Yi Qinghan's growth. Therefore, when he heard that Yi Qinghan was talking about cultivation, he naturally became serious. What are the profound mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth in this space? Do you know? Also, to what extent does one need to understand the laws to break through to the God realm? I heard from my clan's elder that one needs to understand all the laws to reach the great perfection stage in order to break through to the God realm. Is that true? Yes, but also not. Lu Shi pondered for a moment and said straightforwardly, "Tell me about the laws of heaven and earth that you understand. I'll see if there are any mistakes. I'll help you change your point of view. Don't go astray." "Yes. Thank you, Elder Lu." It was good to have a teacher. Moreover, this teacher of his was someone who had seen the world and came from a big place. He was a teacher who was very knowledgeable in both theory and practice. Yi Qinghan was slightly grateful in his heart. After thinking for a while, he said, "I think that the law of natural enemy is the heavenly Tao, the most powerful existence in the world. As long as we understand it, we can use it and become omnipotent. There are many laws of heaven and earth. They are everywhere, but they are unpredictable. Just like Qing Feng, we can't see or touch them, but we can feel their existence. Also. Yes, but also not right." Elder Lu carefully listened to Yi Qinghan's explanation. He gently stroked the sparse beard on his chin and shook his head. "The laws of heaven and earth are not the heavenly Tao. Don't think that they are too profound. The laws of heaven and earth are actually the various principles that make up this world. They are the rules that maintain the stability of this world. For example, the elemental laws, wind, fire, thunder, earth, wood, and metal. These are the basic elements that make up this world. Without them, this world will not be able to give birth to life, and there will be no humans. There are also light, destruction, and so on. If a martial artist understands the laws of heaven and earth, he can use the laws of heaven and earth to form powerful attacks, defenses, and other magical powers. Remember, it is to use, borrow. Not to conquer, but to control. The laws of heaven and earth cannot be conquered or controlled. One can only borrow its power to strengthen oneself. Chapter 295. As for the laws of heaven and earth, each of them has 5 ordinary mysteries. Once you comprehend these 5 mysteries, you can break through to the deity realm. Of course, you don't have to comprehend all of them to become a deity. There is another way that your flame dragon plane doesn't know. There is another way to become a deity? This was the first time Yi Qinghan had heard of this, so he asked in surprise. Yes. Actually, each law doesn't only have 5 mysteries, but countless mysteries. For example, for the law of earth, he has 5 mysteries: earth element, gravity, life, pulse, and heaviness. Actually, these 5 are the lowest and most basic mysteries of the law of earth. Above these 5 mysteries are the elementary mysteries that are fused in pairs. Above them are the intermediate mysteries that are fused in 3, the advanced mysteries that are fused in 4, and of course, the strongest 5 mysteries that are fused into 1, the strongest ultimate mystery. Once you comprehend the ultimate mystery, you will become the strongest existence among deities, an invincible god-emperor. As for the methods to become a deity, one is to comprehend the simplest and lowest basic mysteries. The other is to comprehend 1 or 2 basic mysteries that are fused into the elementary mysteries. Of course, I don't expect you to comprehend the elementary mysteries by telling you all this. I just want to give you a general idea so that you don't have to take a detour. Elementary mysteries? Ultimate mysteries? Invincible God-Emperor? Yi Qinghan felt as if he had touched upon a whole new world. This world was boundless, incomparably profound, and incomparably shocking. Secretly remembering Elder Lu's every word, Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of a question and asked, "Then the Soul Emperor, is he an invincible God-Emperor who comprehended the ultimate mystery?" F***ck. Do you think invincible God-Emperors are like cabbages or carrots? I said that Master is the first among God-Emperors, but that doesn't mean that his strength is the first. Master's strength is relatively strong among God-Emperors, but any invincible God-Emperor can kill him in a second. Lu Shi sighed in exasperation and amusement. At the same time, he once again admired the invincible God-Emperor's strength. Can kill him in a second? Then how did the Soul Emperor become the #1 God-Emperor? Yi Qinghan was puzzled. Could it be that the divine realm wasn't divided according to strength? Because the Soul Emperor is one of the divine world's 2 great refining grandmasters. In the divine world, there are as many godly level powerhouses as there are hairs on an ox, and all godly level powerhouses are able to refine ordinary artifacts. But there are only 2 people that can become a grandmaster refining grandmaster. In the past, Master spent 10,000 years to refine a supreme divine artifact, causing the entire divine world to shake. Even the 8th sovereign sent people to congratulate him. With such a rare honor, there is no doubt that he became the #1 God-Emperor. Supreme divine weapon? The 8 sovereigns? Yi Qinghan became excited as well. He began to picture the vast and majestic scene of the heavenly realm in his mind. At the same time, he was looking forward to the heavenly realm. However, after a while, he asked doubtfully, "Isn't there another Grand Master? Could the other person be the 2nd God-Emperor?" No. The other person's strength was no longer in the category of an Emperor God. This was because the other person was a supreme sovereign of the Star Sea. It's useless for you to understand all this now. Think about it carefully, feel more, and cultivate harder. The sky of the divine world is incomparably vast. That is the true stage for the strong. Of course, if you want to step onto that stage, you must first reach the threshold of the God realm. Lu Shi stopped talking. If she told him too much now, it would affect his state of mind. Thus, she shut her mouth at the right time. One more thing. Do you know what happened to my sister? She was originally a jade spirit body. The sacrifice wasn't successful, so her soul was shaken and she fainted. In the end, Lord Devour gave her a divine crystal, and she woke up. However, her strength skyrocketed, and she has already entered the second level of the Emperor realm. Oh right, she also comprehended a basic occult skill that you mentioned. Didn't you say that anyone who comprehended the basic occult could become a god? Will there be any problems? It's fine, Lord Devour. Would such a powerful existence need to use such a method to harm your sister? Not only is your sister fine, but she also obtained a great opportunity. The gift from Lord Devour is too precious. It's so precious that even I am jealous. As for the basic occult skill that your sister comprehended, you must know that she comprehended the skill, not the principle. This skill was created by the original owner of the divine crystal. Of course, she can easily learn it. However, the occult skill has to be comprehended slowly. Only when she completely comprehended it can she become a god. She looked at Yi Qinghan with disdain, blaming him for not being grateful. So precious. What do you mean? Yi Qinghan was delighted and asked quickly. She smiled and explained, you also know that when a martial artist breaks through to the god realm, they will be recognized by the principle of heaven and earth. They can condense a divine crystal. As long as the soul within the divine crystal is not destroyed, the god realm can be said to be immortal. After a god realm expert is killed, if the divine crystal is not destroyed, then the divine crystal can be extracted. At the same time, a martial artist can refine the divine crystal and directly comprehend the mysteries inside to become a god. I've checked your sister's divine crystal. It's a peak of heavenly god realm expert. In other words, as long as your sister can comprehend the principle inside, she can become a peak of heavenly god realm expert like me. She'll be much stronger than your ancestor. Moreover, the most important thing is, this divine crystal belongs to a peak of heavenly god realm expert. This kind of divine crystal is really rare because its owner was just one step away from breaking through to the god general realm. Although it's easy for a warrior to refine a divine crystal to become a god, it has a fatal drawback. It's hard for him to progress further because he hasn't comprehended the principle inside the divine crystal. Thus, he can't refine a higher level divine crystal, and it's almost impossible for him to comprehend the principle. Thus, he can only stay at the same realm for the rest of his life, but your sister is different. Her competence can progress unceasingly because she has refined a peak of heavenly god realm divine crystal. She can easily refine a higher level divine crystal. Of course, the premise is that she can get the divine crystal of a god general. Oh. So that's how it is. Yi Qinghan understood it now. His sister's divine crystal had reached the peak of heavenly god realm. If he could get the divine crystal of a god general, he could refine it to become a god general. And if this god general's divine crystal was also the peak of god general's principle, he could continue to refine the god king's divine crystal. At this moment, Yi Qinghan knew that the gift Lord Devour had given him was that precious. His sister could easily become a heavenly god realm expert that was even stronger than her ancestor. At the same time, he thought that if he had a chance, he would find a way to get a god general's divine crystal for Yi Qingyu. Of course, it would be the best if it was a peak of heavenly god realm. Yeah, he could also get one for Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qinggu, which would help them become gods easily. Thinking of that, he couldn't help but smile happily. You're smiling so lewdly. I'm sure you want to help your sister get a divine crystal, right? I'm telling you, don't be too optimistic. If you can't break through to the god realm, you can't go to the god realm. Whatever you think about is just fleeting clouds. Eventually, you won't even have the unfettered ring. You should work harder to cultivate. Young man, cultivation is the way of the king. She could easily see through Yi Qinghan's thoughts, pouring a bucket of cold water on him. Yi Qinghan shivered as Shi's bucket of cold water splashed on him. Right. If he couldn't break through to the god realm, not only would everything be fleeting clouds, but he would also lose his life. He didn't dare to linger, bidding farewell to old Lu and heading to the cultivation room. Chapter 296. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, was flushed with success and was extremely flirtatious. Status, wealth, beauties, everything was bountiful. He was in a very good mood and his days were very comfortable. However, some people were happy while others were sad. Some people's days were very uncomfortable and unhappy. For example, Yi Qinghuang. Yi Qinghuang lived in a small city near the sea in the House of Aries. 6 years ago, in the Garden of Intoxication, he was lightly stabbed in the stomach by Yi Qinghan. His strength as a level 3 general realm was reduced to nothing. Then, he was sent to this small city by Yi Tianlong at the torture hall with a light wave of his hand. The small city was very small, it could barely be considered as a city. Although Yi Jian was imprisoned, Yi Qinghuang became a cripple, and the first branch could be said to have lost their power in the Yi family. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. This city master did not make things difficult for Yi Qinghuang. He had good food and a good place to stay. Occasionally, he would send 1 or 2 prostitutes to comfort Yi Qinghuang's wounded heart, afraid that he would be provoked and cause trouble for him. The injuries from 6 years ago had already healed, but there were hidden injuries in his meridians and dantian acupoints that could never be erased. Yi Qinghuang cultivated for a few years and realized that his strength was improving very slowly. He simply gave up and stopped cultivating. At least he still had a level 7 beast. After fusing with it, he could barely reach the strength of a general realm. Yi Qinghan, I'll stab you to death, I'll castrate you, I'll curse you to never have orgasms for the rest of your life, I'll curse your anus to be pierced every day. At this moment, Yi Qinghuang was sitting in his room, holding a cloth doll in his left hand and a thin needle in his right hand, stabbing the cloth doll continuously. A few days ago, the city master of the small city came back from Tsang City and brought the news that Yi Qinghan had been bestowed the position of young clan leader. This made his heart, which had already become somewhat perverted due to hatred, even crazier. His nerves were a little deranged. Yida, go to Plum Blossom Street and get me 2 bitches. This young master is in a bad mood today. Yi Qinghuang stabbed the doll for a while and felt a little better. Yida was a servant sent by his mother to serve Yi Qinghuang, fearing that Yi Qinghuang would take things too hard. However, a moment later, Yida, who would usually run over as soon as he called, didn't immediately appear. Yi Qinghuang was a bit annoyed. He slammed the table and roared, Yida, did someone rape your chrysanthemum? Hurry up and die for me. If you piss this young master off, then when this young master is done, I won't even give you a sip of the leftover soup. Damn it, trash. Outside the room, there was still silence. Yi Qinghuang was even angrier. He picked up the long needle on the table and was about to go out and give Yida a blow of chrysanthemum wounds. Unexpectedly, at this time, the door suddenly opened, and a black shadow flashed in like a ghost. No need to shout. I knocked him out. Who are you? What are you trying to do? I'm the young master of the Yi family. Although Yi Qinghuang had lost his strength, he still had his eyesight. This black-clothed man, whose entire body was wrapped in black cloth, only had a pair of eyes. His footwork was relaxed and his battle aura was strong. It was obvious that he had reached the level of a marshal at the very least. At this moment, he had even knocked out his servant. Such a strange appearance made him slightly afraid. He quickly combined his battle aura and held on with one breath. The young master of the Yi family? The black-clothed man revealed a trace of disdain in his eyes. He sneered, can the young master of the Yi family live in this kind of doghouse? Would he let a lame servant serve him? He can only hire 2 old women from Plum Blossom Street to spend the night? His strength is even lower than that of a trash. Yi Qinghuang, do you still not understand your current situation? You're completely finished. You're no longer the young master of the Yi family. You can't even compare to the useless young master of the Yi family. You're destined to live the rest of your life like a lowly dog and become the joke of the world. I'm the young master of the Yi family. I'm not a trash, I'm not a dog. Stop talking. Shut your mouth. Yi Qinghuang was humiliated by the black man, and his face turned pale. Following that, his expression became extremely agitated, and his eyes gradually turned blood-red. He roared hysterically and slapped his palm at the black-clothed man. Bang! The black man casually waved his palm and sent Yi Qingguang flying into the wall. He looked at Yi Qingguang, who was crawling on the ground with a pitiful expression, and continued to sneer. Back then, Yi Qingguang was so insolent. The young master of the Yi family, an expert of the earth ranking, the pride of the younger generation of the House of Aries, and the dream lover of countless young girls. But now, your position has been replaced. The seventh son of the Yi family that you looked down on back then has become the young clan head of the Yi family, and the future clan head of the Yi family. I even heard that he's going to marry Yu Qingsheng, Yi Qingwu, and Yi Qingyu soon. 3 peerless beauties. What kind of luck is that? What kind of glory and respect is that? But you can only stay in this small city by the border for the rest of your life, and look up to him forever. Stop talking. Stop talking, I beg you to stop talking. The veins on Yi Qingguang's face popped up, and his face became distorted. His expression became incomparably dejected and pained. He shook his head powerlessly and spoke with a sobbing tone. Trash. You have no ambition. Yi Qingguang, if you're still a man, you shouldn't be acting like a girl. You should stand up, straighten your back, and reclaim your glory. The man in black shouted angrily, and spoke in a cold and stern tone. Have you forgotten who made you like this? Have you forgotten who imprisoned your father in the mountain behind the Yi family? Have you forgotten who made your first branch so weak? Stand up and answer me, don't you want to take revenge? It's Yi Qinghan. Of course I haven't forgotten. I can't sleep every night when I think of him. I hate him so much every night. I hate him to the bones. I want to tear him into pieces. Yi Qingguang slowly crawled up, and his face turned from pale to ferocious. He gnashed his teeth and roared. However, when he thought of his ruined body, and thought of Yi Qinghan's current strength and status, he said helplessly, Revenge? What can I do to take revenge? I'm a trash now. How can I take revenge? How can I take revenge? That's right. This is the real Yi Qingguang, the arrogant Yi Qingguang. A sinister smile flashed across the black-clothed man's eyes. His tone was no longer cold, but rather bewitching as he said, If I can allow you to not only recover your strength in a short period of time, but also allow your strength to skyrocket, allow you to take revenge, allow you to regain your glory. Do you dare to take this gamble? Hearing the man in black's words, Yi Qingguang's body trembled. A hint of fanaticism flashed in his eyes, and his body trembled slightly. However, he was not a fool. After a moment of silence, he said, I don't believe it. If you can prove it, I dare to take this gamble. Hee, watch carefully. The man in black sneered. His body suddenly glowed with a black light, and his aura suddenly soared. A powerful aura enveloped the entire room, and Yi Qingguang felt suffocated. Your condition. Yi Qingguang's eyes flashed. After a moment, his eyes gradually became passionate, and he gritted his teeth and said, Your condition. Plant a soul curse and serve my master for 50 years. The man in black's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. It seemed that today's task was completed perfectly. He continued, My master's identity is respected. Although you are the young master of the Yi family, I will not stop humiliating you. Your master is? Of course, Yi Qingguang knew that the man in black's master's identity was respected. This was because a soul curse was not something ordinary people had. This thing was very precious. The person who was planted with the soul curse would never betray him. Therefore, he wanted to find out the identity of the man in black's master so that he could feel more at ease. The man in black was a little impatient. He said coldly, My master's identity is confidential. Of course, I can't tell you now. However, he is definitely respected by his side. I can only tell you my master's code name. What code name? Yi Qingguang asked curiously. Brother Chun. A hint of fanaticism and devotion flashed in the man in black's eyes. He crossed his hands on his chest and said solemnly, Believe in Brother Chun, and you will obtain eternal life. Okay, I'll take the gamble. Yi Qinghuang gritted his teeth. A hint of madness appeared in his eyes. He looked out of the window and said in a very cold tone, Yi Qinghan, just you wait. I will make you regret coming to this world. Chapter 297. The barbarian city had been very lively recently. The treasure hunters of the House of Ares had almost turned the entire House of Ares upside down. They had searched almost all the places they could find. In the end, the martial artists had set their sights on the barbaric mountains. The barbaric mountains were vast and the terrain was very complicated. When the divine sword of the fallen god mountain flew out, the residents of the barbarian city had noticed at least a dozen rays of light flying into the barbaric mountains. Although the center of the barbaric mountains was filled with countless level 7 and level 8 demonic beasts, it was said that there were even sacred beasts. Moreover, there were all kinds of poisonous creatures and countless dangerous places. However, under the temptation of the divine sword and the divine master's oracle, a large number of martial artists continued to flock to the barbaric mountains. Even many people from Hidden Island and Divine City had come. A large number of martial artists gathered in the barbaric mountains, causing the barbarian city, which was next to the barbaric mountains, to reach an unprecedented level of bustle and chaos. Knight's stick had been very troubled recently. As the master of the barbarian city, he couldn't control the city. How could he not be troubled? Although the Yi family had sent a few Imperial Realm experts to help maintain the peace of the barbarian city, there were still countless corpses in the countless smelly gutters of the city every morning. As more and more divine swords were unearthed in the barbaric mountains, the open and secret fights in the barbarian city became more and more intense. Sir. After a busy day, he was about to carry his concubine to bed when there was a series of hurried knocks on the door. Motherf *Ker, are you done? Knight's stick flung his blanket aside and swayed his thick buttocks as he pulled the door open. He glared at the guard commander who had a bitter expression on his face as he opened his mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of saliva. Someone died in your family? No, sir. Your sister was stabbed in the ass? No. The barbarian city is surrounded by demonic beasts? This is impossible. Then, did someone from the Yi family castle come? No. Slap, Motherf *Ker, aren't you asking for it? Nightstick slapped the guard commander and roared, are you deaf? I didn't tell you just now. If there's nothing important, I'll burst your sister's ass. Have you thought it through? Are you going to give your sister to me? Ah. My lord, my sister already has someone else, please let her go. Something big has happened. There's a fight outside. The guard with a bitter face said as he cupped his face in grievance. Pa. However, before the guard could finish his sentence, the reply to his words was another slap. Night Rod swung his hand and kicked the guard away. He turned around and was about to return to his room. As he walked, he kept cursing, I don't care if they're all dead. You idiot, when is there no one to beat you up? As long as they don't attack the city lord's mansion, I don't care if there are rivers of blood and corpses everywhere. Damn it, I don't know how many corpses I'll have to collect tomorrow. Sir, wait. This time, it's different. This time, it's Hidden Island's Yin Dang and Feng family's young master Feng Chui Xiao who are fighting. Moreover, the location of their fight is the Dark Moon Hotel. The guard with a bitter face was anxious as he hastily shouted. Xiao. When Night Rod heard this, his fat body actually made a 360-degree turn with unusual agility and sprinted straight to the door. He immediately gave the guard another slap and cursed, damn it, you idiot, why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry up and call for help. Damn it, you've hurt young Master Han's woman. I'll skin you alive. Why did this idiot Yin Dang go to the Dark Moon Hotel to have a lewd time? Feng Chui Xiao is really something. He didn't go play the flute, but went to the Dark Moon Hotel. Is he trying to get me killed? Dark Moon was also very vexed. Looking at the smashed chairs in the hall, her brows furrowed even more. Half a month ago, she received 2 secret letters from different places. This caused her usually relaxed and happy mood to become extremely oppressive and painful. And during this period of time, the young masters who swarmed into the bar, their eyes filled with naked lust and greed, made her mood even worse. Since she wasn't in the mood, she didn't want to continue wearing a mask and forcing a smile. She also didn't care about the senseless jealousy of the young masters in Zhou Xian Tavern. In the past, because of her, it was not uncommon for there to be fights and jealousy in the tavern. However, with her skillful skills, she could easily resolve it. But now, if she didn't make a move, something bad would happen. There were a lot of people on both sides of the battle, but it was clear that neither side wanted to escalate the matter. Both sides only sent out a few of their subordinates to fight. On the left were the people of the Feng clan. 5 or 6 experts surrounded a man in embroidered robes and were waiting information. On the right were the people from the hidden island. There were also 5 or 6 people surrounding a man wearing a flowery robe and looking like a ruffian. In the middle, both sides were engaged in a chaotic battle. There were 3 people on each side, and both sides had suffered injuries. There were a few young masters dressed like young masters sitting on the stairs. They were obviously there to watch the show. Outside the door and outside the window, there was also a group of onlookers watching the fight inside with great interest. It was a free show, so it would be a waste not to watch. Dark Moon sat at the bar in the corner and didn't say a word. Beside her stood an old servant in black, wiping a wine cup alone. "Flute player, your subordinates don't seem to be that good. I think you should go back and find someone to blow your flute. Don't embarrass yourself here." Yin Dang opened his mouth. His tone was full of mockery and insolence. Although the tavern's hall was quite big, it was obvious that it was a little small for a few martial artists to fight. Moreover, the people of the Feng clan were suitable for long-range attacks. Before the battle started, Feng Xiao had warned them not to use any big moves. Otherwise, they would tear down Dark Moon's tavern. At that time, it would be troublesome if the soul-attracting lady boss got angry. Therefore, after fighting for a while, the people of the Feng clan began to fall into a disadvantageous position. One after another, they were stabbed by the people of the hidden island. At this moment, they could only barely resist. If it weren't for the fact that the tavern's terrain is too small, and that I was worried about Miss Dark Moon tearing down the tavern, your useless subordinates who only know how to sneak attack and have no martial arts skills would all be dismembered by one round of big sword moves. Feng Xiao glanced at Dark Moon in the corner. His expression was a little angry. He stared at Yin Dang and didn't show any weakness. A month ago, he was ordered to bring people to the barbarian city and began to search for the godly sword. When he saw Dark Moon, he was shocked. He didn't care about finding the godly sword and only sent out most of his subordinates. He brought a few guards and stayed in the tavern every day, hoping to capture her heart and have a one-night stand. Unexpectedly, before he could succeed, half a month ago, Yin Dang came in with his people. When he saw Dark Moon, he directly launched a strong offensive. Fresh flowers, expensive jewelry, and rare treasures of the hidden island. She even directly provoked him today. If he could tolerate it, what could he not? He sent people to attack, but unexpectedly, his subordinates did not live up to his expectations. Chapter 298. Everyone look, there's a cow flying in the sky. The people of the Feng clan can fly not only with their swords, they can also fly their cows. So awesome. Wind Chaser, I didn't expect you to not only know how to play the flute, but you also know how to play the cow. I wonder if you know how to play the trumpet? Yin Dang laughed. His flowery robe, coupled with his ruffian aura, gave him a unique charm. The people of the hidden island laughed in unison. The onlookers could not help but snicker. Even Dark Moon, who had been sitting alone at the bar counter, could not help but smile. Her charming smile, the charm of ecstasy, brightened everyone's eyes and filled the room with spring. Yin Dang, this is not the hidden island. Do you want to die? I don't mind having a few more corpses in the gutter tomorrow. Wind Chaser saw Dark Moon's cold expression and laughed because of Yin Dang's words. He could not help but feel embarrassed and angry. He, Wind Chaser, was a direct disciple of the Hua clan. Even though he was lustful and not very intelligent, his strength was not bad. He had a high status among the younger generation of West Wind City. Even though he was not as favored as Feng Zi, he was at least ranked. Today, he was humiliated in front of everyone. How could he tolerate this? Huh? Anxious? Trying to scare me? I'm so scared. Young Master Feng, don't be like this. Even though you're pretty, I'm not born with a mountain on my back. Don't play the flute for me. Go away, you gay bastard. This was the first time in half a month that Yin Dang saw Dark Moon laugh. He was in a good mood and his face was glowing. He had completely forgotten about the reputation of the Feng clan in the divine battle manner and continued to tease her without any scruples. It was as if he wanted to make her smile and make her laugh. You want to die? All of you, let's chop this hidden island flower. Wind Chaser Xiao was humiliated for the first time in his life. Blood rushed to his head and his eyes turned red. His battle aura surrounded him and he formed a seal with both hands. The sword on his back trembled and was about to break out of his body. The cultivators from the Feng clan also sighed helplessly. It seemed like today's battle was unavoidable. Not only was it related to Feng Chui Zhao's reputation, it was also related to the Feng clan's dignity. They could only fight. Fight, fight. It's best if all of them die. It's even better if we tear down this hotel. There's nothing to remember anyway. In the corner, Dark Moon faintly sighed. She murmured and prepared to turn around to leave. This scene was very boring to her. Xiao. Just as the two sides were about to fight, two black-robed experts flew in from outside the gate and landed directly in the arena. The Dark Moon Hotel is under the protection of the Yi family. Whoever dares to cause trouble in the Dark Moon Hotel will be the enemy of the Yi family. Dark Moon Hotel is under Dragon City's protection. If anyone dares to cause trouble again, Dragon City will definitely not let them off. The two of you, if you want to fight or kill, please go outside. Feng Chui Xiao and Yin Dang called their men to stop at the same time. They looked at the two people in the arena with complicated expressions. They had heard that Dark Moon had a powerful force behind her. After so long, even though Dark Moon seemed easy to deal with, the two of them had not even touched her hair. Today, the two of them secretly planned to cause a small disturbance to see if there was someone behind her. If there wasn't, then things would be simple. However, they didn't expect that a small disturbance would turn into a big one. The two of them were really angry. Now that the person behind Dark Moon had appeared, the two of them naturally came to their senses and stopped fighting. However, they didn't expect that the force behind Dark Moon was so powerful. It was Dragon City and the Yi family that was currently at the peak of their power. Dark Moon is Dragon City's patrolling envoy. If you want to bring her home, please use your true abilities. If you want to use underhanded methods, Dragon City will definitely intervene. Dark Moon Hotel is Dragon City's base in Barbarian City. Please give Dragon City some face and don't cause trouble here in the future. Goodbye. The Dragon City emissary took out a token, clasped his hands together, and coldly said. Then, he directly left. Dragon City envoy. The surrounding crowd understood, but they looked at the Yi family's expert with even more astonishment. It was as if they were asking, what was the relationship between Dark Moon and the Yi family? Becoming enemies with the Yi family? That was a bit too harsh. The Yi family's emperor was embarrassed. In a hurry, Yi Bang had told him to stop the fight as soon as possible. He also told him that Dark Moon was likely to be Yi Qinghan's woman. When he heard this, he was shocked. Young Master Han's woman was the young madam of the Yi family. Thus, he hurriedly opened his mouth. However, he wasn't sure if this was true, so he couldn't say anything. He didn't know how to explain it. Miss Dark Moon, is the savior of one of our young ladies. The Yi family is naturally responsible for protecting her. At this time, Yi Bang hurried over. When he saw that Dark Moon was fine, He heaved a sigh of relief. If something happened to Dark Moon, he was afraid that he would anger Yi Qinghan. Then, his position as the city lord would come to an end. Greetings to Miss Dark Moon. Miss, are you all right? Night Rod walked in eagerly and ran directly to Dark Moon. He smiled with a look of concern. Thank you for your concern, City Lord. What could happen to her? The two young masters were just fooling around. Sorry to trouble you, City Lord. Dark Moon smiled sweetly. She smiled very happily. It seemed like that young man really valued her. The two young masters, so you were just fooling around. You gave me a fright. It hasn't been very peaceful recently. Please give Yi Bang some face and stop fooling around in the future. Too many people have died recently. I'm about to go bald. If anything happens to you, I can only commit suicide at the city gates to apologize to your elders. After Yi Bang finished his flattery, he turned around and looked at wind-chilling laughter and Yin Dang. He cupped his hands and tried to smooth things over. Hee, listen to what City Lord Yi is saying. It's too serious, too serious. Brother Feng and I were just bored. We were just joking. Don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously. Yi Bang's steps were very smooth. He gave the two of them enough face. Yin Dang waved his hand generously and got off the stage. Sorry to trouble you, City Lord. Wind-chilling laughter knew that he wouldn't be able to get back at them today. He laughed bitterly and cupped his hands at Yi Bang. He was forced to get off the stage. All right, everything's fine now. The sky is clear after the rain. After a while, the servants of Dark Moon's hotel cleaned up and the hotel regained its peace. Laughter and chatter continued. Dark Moon seemed to be in a much better mood. She regained her usual demeanor and frequently toasted and flirted with the people in the lobby. The atmosphere in the hotel was lit up. Yi Bang hurriedly returned to the city lord's residence and went straight to the study. After a while, a messenger pigeon flew out from the backyard and flew straight to Tsang City. Recently, the undercurrents in Tsang City were turbulent. People from all walks of life were gathering. He was afraid that something would happen to Dark Moon. He quickly wrote a long letter with exaggerated details about the recent situation and the events of the night. He sent it to Yi Qinghan. The meaning was obvious. First, it was to express his respect and love for Yi Qinghan's woman. He had sacrificed so much for her and blocked so many blades in the open and in the dark. Second, it was to remind Yi Qinghan that things haven't been peaceful recently. If you don't do something, don't look for me if something happens. Chapter 299. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't know that a storm was brewing in Man City right now. He was busy cultivating. Brother, flying is so fun. At this moment, Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu were sitting in the backyard of the Chilling Heart Pavilion. They were looking at Yi Qingyu, who was flying in the sky in a crooked manner. Hee, Qingyu, be careful. You've been learning for so many days, but you're still flying like this. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qingyu's childish smile. She was having a lot of fun. He smiled and stood up. Battle aura surrounded his feet and he flew steadily toward Yi Qingyu. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu had broken through to the Emperor realm long ago, but they hadn't mastered the flying technique. Now that they had some free time, they finally had the time to master the flying technique. Actually, the principle of flying skill was very simple. You just needed to constantly release your battle chi under your feet to offset the attraction force of the earth and have your battle chi constantly circulate between your feet and your body. After mastering certain skills, you would be able to fly and stand in the air. Why did they have to reach the Emperor realm to cultivate it? It was because the Emperor realm's battle aura was strong. The core and the dantian rotated continuously, forming a perfect cycle with the battle aura under their feet. At the same time, after reaching the Emperor realm, they would be able to comprehend a trace of the laws of heaven and earth. They would have a trace of connection with the heaven and earth, and the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth would be much smaller. They would be able to fly much faster. On the other hand, the noble realm martial artists didn't have strong enough battle aura. If they forced themselves to fly, they would easily consume too much battle aura. Moreover, the speed was very slow. It was better to run with battle aura. Therefore, it was common knowledge that only experts above the Emperor realm could fly. Brother, you're so amazing. You fly so fast and so steadily. It seems that Qingyu is too stupid. Hee hee. Seeing Yi Qinghan flying over, Yi Qingyu's heart couldn't help but palpitate as she bashfully said. Yi Qinghan's figure was graceful, and there was a faint smile on his delicate face. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he was extremely handsome. Hee hee, who dares to say that my Xiaoyu is stupid? I'll kill him instantly. Come, I'll carry you down. Yi Qinghan had learned how to fly in the air a few days ago, so he quickly got the hang of it. He laughed heartily, grabbed Yi Qingyu, and flew straight to the ground. Pooh, pu. At this moment, a messenger pigeon flew over from the sky, heading straight for the Chilling Heart Pavilion. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. When he landed on the ground, he gently put Yi Qingyu down. Then, he elegantly flipped his body and performed an extremely difficult maneuver, causing the two women to cry out in surprise and fly into the sky once more. Reaching out to grab the pigeon, Yi Qinghan took down the letter and quickly flipped it open. His face gradually turned cold. What is it, little Han? Yi Qingwu looked at Yi Qinghan, who was standing majestically in the air. She sensed a trace of abnormality and asked with concern. Hee hee, it's nothing. The Night Rod sent a letter saying that Man's city has been very chaotic lately, and many people have died. He asked me to transfer some people from the clan to him. Don't worry about him. Yi Qinghan hurriedly pretended as if nothing had happened. He casually tore the letter into pieces, smiled faintly, and turned to look towards the south. He thought to himself, it looks like I'll have to make a trip to Man City soon. Dark Moon is the first woman in my life, after all. I've also promised her that I'll be responsible for her in the future and take good care of her. Of course, he also missed the pink bed in the hotel's backyard. That was the place where he said goodbye to his virginity. Just as Yi Qinghan was pondering about finding an excuse to go to Man City, something big happened in the barbaric mountains. It was something that shocked the entire continent. The Hua clan found a strange demonic beast while they were searching for the divine sword in the barbaric mountains. This demonic beast looked like a sable. Its entire body was pink and glowed faintly. It had a triangular head, 6 legs, and 2 tails. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and its body emitted an intoxicating fragrance. Coincidentally, the Hua family's people were chasing after this peculiar magic beast when they were discovered by 3 teams of adventurers who were passing by. They surrounded it together, but they did not expect that it still managed to escape in the end. This matter swiftly spread throughout the entire barbaric mountain range and continued to spread throughout the entire mainland. Once the appearance of this demonic beast was spread, countless people brought out the demonic beast history book of the continent. After comparing, they discovered a shocking piece of information. This was actually the sacred beast, the civet fragrance beast. The entire continent was shocked. It wasn't that the sacred beast continent didn't have any. There were a few sacred beasts in the misty forest. Only a few people knew that in the dark forest, there were not only sacred beasts, but also mythical beasts. But this civet fragrance beast was different. Strictly speaking, this civet fragrance beast was not a sacred beast. Because it didn't have the offensive power of a sacred beast, but its defense and speed were comparable to a sacred beast. This wasn't important. What was important was that the civet fragrance beast had a very special characteristic. It didn't have a demonic crystal, but it had an origin core. This origin core was the only treasure on the continent that could greatly increase a cultivator's cultivation level and make it easier for a cultivator to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Note that it was a great increase and the speed at which one could comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, there were no side effects at all. It was a green product that was several times better than the legendary dragon crystal. 60 years ago, there was a person whose strength was only at the first level of the martial realm. He accidentally captured an injured civet fragrance beast north of the House of Ares and consumed its origin core. From then on, his strength skyrocketed in half a month and directly reached the peak of the noble realm. Moreover, his cultivation continued to soar. After a few decades, this person had reached the peak of the sage realm and was half a step into the immortal realm. It was said that he could break through the last step at any time. This person was the current lord of Dragon City, Dragon Bastard. After the incident, many people heard from Dragon Bastard that the civet fragrance beast's origin core had indeed benefited him greatly. Dragon Bastard went from an ordinary family's child to the lord of Dragon City and became a legend. This was an inspirational story that could become a legend. At the very least, the civet fragrance beast was very famous on the continent. The people of the continent directly classified it as a sacred beast. Its importance was comparable to that of a sacred beast. It could greatly increase one's cultivation level and at the same time, make it easier to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Although the former was important, the latter was more precious. The civet fragrance beast was regarded as a sacred beast that was as precious as the two sacred physiques. However, after so many years, no one had found another civet fragrance beast. This time, it appeared in the barbaric mountains. Moreover, it happened with so many witnesses. Therefore, people from all over the continent began to rush towards the barbaric mountains in search of the divine sword and the civet fragrance beast. Dragon City sent people. A sage realm expert and Long Sainan led more than 10 imperial realm experts. All the major clans made their moves. They were all led by sages. The divine city made its move. The god-slaying guards led their people and rushed over. The hidden island made their move. The barbarians made their move. Even the demon race made their move. They paid a huge price to borrow the barbarians' path and headed straight for the barbaric mountains. Yi Qinghan made his move. He didn't want to snatch such a treasure. This was not in line with his character. Moreover, he just happened to be going to the barbarian city to climb on that pink bed. He could use this opportunity to ask the family to go to the barbarian city. The result was not unexpected. The Yi family's elder hall rejected him. Yi Tianlong didn't want to see him. Yi Qingmiu glared at him. Yi Baihu talked to him and fell asleep. What a joke. The Yi family's young clan leader